Good evening, good day, everybody, and welcome to episode 300 of the Ask Abhijit show. It's great to have you all with me on this live stream this fine evening here. So, before we begin, let us see who all is there on the live stream. I can see many people. I can see Tushar Kalburgi, Ayush Singh, Purva Anupama, Animish, Knowledge Nukhad, Abhishek Shukla, Somi Jain from Jaipur, Nakul Verma, Amit Patil, IPK underscore 1S, Animals for Laugh from Mumbai, Animish, Suraj S, Mystic SK, Kanishk Kaushik, Imatistic, Rudra Golba, Shiva Sai, Achedin, Knowledge Nukkad, Swami Jain, Shreyas Dige from Pune, Geopolitical Dubai from Indore, Diya, Channel PSJH, Abhishek from Kanpur, Avinash, Mrigan Kabonia from Assam, Feels Strong Man, Chaitanya Manuja, Tanmay Deshpande, Vinay Rai, Meet Mistri, General Subutai, yes, Amisha Mishra, Nirkash Bali, Balki Today, Ayusin 439, Kushal Chokse, Mrigan Kabonia, Kanishka, Manisha Maiti, Manisha Cardozo, thank you. Damru, Nikhil Medi, Vinay Rai, Daksh, Dev, Joydeep Bori, Gautam KRBG, Pranay Patel, Anirudh Parakala, Priyanka Javalia, Nirkash Bali, Vinay Rai, Feel Strong Man once again, Ashwani Kartikeya Rishi, Rahul Dunake, Anonymous Scientist, Daksh, Hunter Kenway, Swayuddha. Who else do we have? Suraj S. Kenel is here. Meet Mystery is from Australia, from Straya. Good to see you, sir. Amay Birulkar, Anand, Divnur Singh, Chetan Aradhya Dasore. Okay, injured soccer player is here from Richmond Hill, Ontario, in Canada. Dipanvita Mandal Ghosh. Who else? Who else? Okay, so we've got lots of people, and yeah. So first of all, thank you everybody. We are here. This is the 300th episode. I remember I had done the first episode in early June 2021, and I had no idea whatsoever that I would end up doing 300 of these episodes. It is all thanks to you only. You are the people who drive the episodes. So without you, this doesn't happen. It's your questions I take. I don't invent the questions myself. And so thank you so much for your viewership. Thank you so much for sticking with me all these years. Some of you are newer. Some of you have been around for the longest time, from the very beginning. So thank you everybody to thank you very much to all of you. I am really very grateful. I don't take this for granted at all. It is a privilege to have so much viewership from all of you. So once again, thank you very much. Okay, let's take questions. This is gonna be an extended episode. Let's take it as long as we can. Obviously, I once did an 8-hour episode not a very long time ago. I'm not sure I'll do it for 8 hours today, but let's see how long it goes. Yeah. And why is something happening on YouTube? Listen, I have no idea. YouTube decides what it does. Let it do what it does. It's not in my hands, so I don't worry about it. That's it. Let YouTube do its thing. All right. Okay. Let's take some questions. What questions do we have? We'll take as many, and I'll take questions about everything today. No restrictions on the topics, whether it's geopolitics, history, science, something else you want to talk about. I'll take all the questions. Okay, 6P70 Delta says the justification for having bases in Japan given by some US people is protection of Japan from China. Looking at history, it feels like nonsense. What's my opinion? The justification of having American bases in Japan so that they can occupy Japan and hold this very important geostrategic location. It's nothing to do with the protection of Japan. When you have captured a territory, you obviously want to protect it from your enemies. So yeah, it's not because they are doing this out of the goodness of their hearts for the safety and security of the Japanese people in the nation. It's because they have captured Japan and they don't want to give it up, right? And let's take a look at the map and understand why Japan is so important strategically. Look at the location. Where's the map? Here is the map. Let's take a look at this. So we go to Japan, and you will see that the Japanese territory, it kind of prevents Russia from sending its warships out into the Pacific Ocean. So if the Russians want, see, for example, the Russians have uh, a naval fleet that is stationed around the Vladivostok area over here. And if they want to send out, let's say, nuclear submarines or warships out into the Pacific, they have to pass through various choke points that you can monitor if you are in occupation of Japanese territory, which is why it makes a lot of sense for America to occupy Japan. And of course, they can keep an eye on Russia as well as China over here, and possibly target both of the nations from there, which is why Japan is a very, very important asset to have in your kitty bag. So that's why the Americans have hundreds, well, more than 130 military bases in Japan. It's not for Japan's protection, it's for power projection. Prathardana says there is something called IVC Infinity Knot. See the similarity with Sonali shields. It also appears in Andhra Pradesh later with exact same design. The Indus Valley culture. First of all, this is a misnomer. Let's understand that. It's not Indus Valley culture or Indus Valley civilization. It's Indian culture and civilization. Now, this infinity knot. It looks like the infinity symbol, right? So let's go and take a look at that. Let's Google that. Okay. IVC infinity knot. Knot. Did I get that right? The spelling? All right. Endless knot, etc. 8 auspicious symbols. Let's take a look at the Google thing. Indus Valley. Let's see. Indus Valley infinity knot. So this is the kind of symbol it is, and you will see it in other parts of India also. It's not just like and in other time periods in Indian history. So over here, as you can see on the right, you have Devanagari script with the same infinity symbol. So you find it in various parts of India. Do we find it here? Yeah, something similar to that, and so on. Harappan symbol, etc. It appears unchanged in Gujarat in the 9th century CE. Okay, this is an inscription from Gujarat. All right. And you find something similar on Sonauli shields. So it is something. My point is very, very simple. It's a point I've made so many times. We've had cultural continuity going back 10,000 years, right? The culture hasn't changed. The culture that was practiced during the Indus Valley times or Saraswati Sindhu times, it's the culture we still practice in different forms today. So no surprises here, right? No surprises. Okay, what next is the question? 6P70 Delta says, been a viewer since lockdown. Okay, that's been, yeah, that period of time. Pleased to get to know a perspective different from dominant leftists. One, sad to see the growth of your channel starting to resemble the Soviet economy during Brezhnev era. Well, look, it's not in our hands. It's not in my hands how the growth of the channel goes. If the reach is restricted, there's nothing I can do about it. It is what it is. Let it be. So, first of all, thank you very much for having been a viewer since lockdown. And we continue, right? We continue. Kartikeya Rishi says, does Israel have a deep state in its own country? I don't know. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. We don't know. I don't have any knowledge of what's going on deep inside Israel. Maybe it does. Maybe some countries do have that. Maybe some countries don't. So, can't say. Feel Strong Man says, hypothetically, I work at Parliament. Allegedly, my instincts align with external forces. Okay. But ideally, no amount of dollars should make me agree with racist posts against own people. I would say that I would agree with you that you may work hypothetically at Parliament. Your instincts may allegedly align with external forces. Okay. But if you work for Parliament and you've taken an oath of allegiance to India and so on, then, and if you are Indian, if you have any self-respect, whoever you are, whoever you may be, no amount of dollars, greenbacks should make you agree with racist post against your people. So yeah, I would completely agree with this entirely utterly hypothetical situation. Yes, completely agree. Divnur Singh says, what would happen if Sam Manekshaw had actually taken over the country of India like Indira Gandhi feared? Did she fear that Sam Manekshaw would take over India? I am not aware of that fear of hers, if it existed. But let's say that Sam Manekshaw actually took over the country. What would have happened? Well, the standards of the country would have risen tremendously, assuming that he had the full support of the military in his takeover of India, and then the military gets to call the shots. So, if that sort of thing happens, what could have happened? What would have happened? Is the Indian, see, first of all, we do understand the strength of the Indian military, manpower perspective. What is the manpower strength of the Indian military? It's a million something, right? Maybe 2 million. Maybe in the past we've had a military. Let's say even if you had 5 million personnel in the military and they're all aligned with the person who takes over the country in a coup, okay, can 5 million people control the entire country? I suppose it's possible. I mean, the British controlled the whole country with 20,000 people. Yeah, you know. So if they get it right, then maybe they could control the country and take the country forward in a direction that would have been different from what was happening. So if Sam Manekshaw had actually taken over India, right, successfully, then I suppose India would have turned out to be very different. Let's say it happened in the 1970s. That's about 50 years ago. It would have given India 50 years of a far better direction in which India did go. So yeah, India could have possibly been like we all claim Vishwa Guru superpower today. Possibly, who knows? Yeah. Mujipio Africanus says, sudden drop in your viewership and theories. It is what it is. Yep. I don't care. What's not in my control, I don't worry about it all. I enjoy doing what I'm doing. I enjoy the viewership I have. I enjoy connecting with you all. YouTube, whatever it wants to do, it can keep doing. I have no issue with that. It's their platform. It's their choice. Let them do what they want. I'm good to go. I have no issues. Okay. Ankit Datta says, as a founder, I need DSA to build. What is DSA, first of all? What is DSA? DSA to build tech products. What makes an app scalable and fast? Are Rust, C++ needed, or is JS enough? What's important? Where to focus? It all depends on what you're doing. What technology stack you use depends on what you're trying to achieve, right? What makes an app scalable and fast? The backend has to be super powerful. I mean, super aligned with whatever you're doing, right? Of course, the backend means your data. That has to be on point. First of all, let me see what is DSA. Let's Google DSA. What is DSA? DSA can refer data structures and algorithms. Of course, you need data structures and algorithms. How will you build tech products without that? Yeah. Yeah, so you need to have the best possible algorithms. Do you need data structures and algorithms if you are building a tech product? I think the backend company will take care of all of that to give you blazing fast access to the backend. I suppose you will need data structures and algorithms only if you are building a backend company or something. So what makes an app scalable and fast? The tech stack matters. The company that you hire, whose services you hire for the backend and all that matters. Rust, C++, JS, it entirely depends on what you're trying to achieve, sir. Entirely depends on what you're trying to achieve. Yeah, so that's what I can say, sir. Divnur Singh says, how accurate is the news that CIA agents planned to kill Modi? That's been all over the news, right? That Mr. Modi had gone for the Shanghai Cooperation Summit Organization SCO summit in China, and it is being said that there was a coup. There was a plot to allegedly assassinate Mr. Modi. It's been all over news. Twitter is full of these theories. How accurate is this news? And apparently, some individual was found not alive in Dhaka, who has some background with the US Marine Corps or something like that. Is there a connection between between what happened in Dhaka and what was going on in China? I don't know. So I see. Look, I am sitting here like all of you all. Okay, I don't have any access to any privileged information, any confidential or classified information. I can't say, and neither do the people who are making these speculations. The people who are putting out these pieces of analysis, speculation, whatever you want to call it, do they have access to any information that we don't have access to? Are they part of the raw or whatever it is? I don't know. So, in the absence of any anything that corroborates these claims, I would say it's pure speculation. I don't know if it's accurate or not. Yeah. Pratardana says future strategy for the channel. We keep going. We keep going. I keep going. Essentially, I enjoy doing the Ask Abhijit show. I've been doing this study with me thing for quite a while, which is getting so that I will complete 50 episodes and I'm done with that. Also, can't do that forever. And let us see what else I can do with the channel. Maybe I can do see. Essentially, I can do whatever I want with the channel. It's not like it's gonna grow beyond a million anytime soon. So I can play around with the channel. I don't know. I may do something different. I may perhaps start some kind of. We'll see. But what one thing I can assure you is that the Ask Abhijit show goes on. That goes on. I have no intention of ever stopping it. Yeah. So yeah. Bhaskar Kayatwal says 7 months of the year I'm in Moscow, the rest of the time in Bharat. You, JD, Major Goravaria, and others are always playing in my house. My mom says, as it feels like you are part of our family already. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Please give my regards to your mom. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Very much so. Animish says, happy 300th. Thank you very much. Been a member since the 37th. Well, thank you. Thank you. It's been a long time. I'm eternally indebted for the transformation you have brought in me and many others. That's all I try to. That's all I seek to do. I seek to share whatever I understand of the world with you all in a way that you want. That's why I have you ask the questions and I answer the questions. So yeah, we keep going. And there's no greater privilege than doing what I'm doing. So yeah, thank you. Biju Sai says, first of all, congratulations for completing 300 episodes. Thank you very much, sir. Why is Russian literature so dark and pessimistic, as if the world will end tomorrow? Yeah, that's a fact, isn't it? I mean, if you study Russian literature, it's dark. It's because Russian history has been dark. If you look at Russian history, if you look at where Russia is, first of all, I mean, take a look at the map. There's a reason why I open the map all the time. There's a reason for it. If you look at the map, it explains why things are the way that they are. If you look at Russia, it's all up there in the northern latitudes, right? Very harsh climate, very cold. Lakes freeze over, rivers freeze over. Even in summer, it's colder than what you would want it to be, especially if you're from a place like India. So first of all, the climate, the terrain, all of that is pretty harsh, pretty unforgiving. It's very hard to survive over there, right? That's one thing you don't understand. And secondly, their history has been full of all these tragedies, wars. I mean, look at the history of the Second World War. How many Russians died? Like 27 million. Russia lost so many people. And then you have before that you had the Bolshevik Revolution. Then you had the rule of Stalin. Then you had the rule of the Communist Party of the USSR. It's a nation that's and before the communists take over, you have the Romanov family that is assassinated, executed by the communists. Before that, you have the eras of the Tsars. You had Peter the Great, yeah, sure, but also Ivan the Terrible, Catherine the Great. Very tough rulers they've had, and overall their history has been full of tragedies, and it's just been that way. So no wonder that Russian literature is dark, and it's not entirely pessimistic, but it's pretty dark. I mean, if you read, for example, War and Peace by Tolstoy, it's got all these dark things, but it's not entirely pessimistic. Yeah. But the literature of the nation reflects what the nation has gone through. So, no surprise there. Ritik Pawar says our country has produced mediocre leaders. But the one thing that surprises me is how they have managed to keep India a sovereign nation, at least militarily. See, yeah, yeah, we are against all odds still sovereign. We have produced very mediocre leaders because the system is designed to produce mediocrity. The system is designed to promote mediocrity, and on the other hand, it's designed to seek out and destroy talent, which is why all talented people leave the country, right? Yeah, but we are still sovereign, and if the gods keep smiling on us, then maybe in the future we'll produce better leaders, right? Right now we have a good leader, no question about that. Mr. Modi, the way I see it, some of you may disagree, that's fine, but the way I see it, he is the best prime minister we've had, despite all my personal frustrations also about various things. But still, overall, if you look at it, we are lucky that we have someone like him, and hopefully in the future we have leaders who are even better. So let's see. Divnur Singh says some people blame MI6 for killing the CIA guy in Dhaka. Well, I have no idea. Honestly, I have no idea. Some guy dies in Dhaka, and allegedly he's taken away. He's without any autopsy or whatever, and that's the end of it as far as we know. MI6 is the British intelligence agency. CIA is the Americans, and then you have various other intelligence agencies. So I have no idea. Look, it's all speculation. I have no way of corroborating uh, whether it's correct, or whether, telling you, ascertaining whether it's false. I have absolutely no idea. It's all speculation at this time, and the people who are speculating, I don't think they have any access to any confidential information. So on what basis are they speculating? I have no idea. But maybe there may be some potentially, possibly some grain of truth behind it, but I can't say. Tarun says, was Iran a major source for foreign migration to India? As 90% of Mughal courtesans after Humayun's return were Persians, and they all settled here. Does it explain why many modern day Shia Muslims are of Iranian descent? Was Iran a major source of foreign migration? It's a tiny source of foreign migration. How many Mughal courtiers did you have in India? 100, 200, 5,000, 20,000? Whatever the number you can come up with. Let's say 90% of that is Iranians. So if you had the incredibly fantastic number of 20,000 Mughal courtiers, 90% of that is Iranians, that's 18,000 out of a population of what, 330 million Indians, undivided India. That's insignificant, completely insignificant. You see, if you put it in the proper perspective, you will see that 18,000 people, which obviously was not the case. You did not have 18,000 Iranians who came and were part of the Mughal court. Um, but see, back in the day, you did not have any visas. You did not have passports. You could just travel to countries, and as long as you were there on legitimate business, or whatever your purpose was, it was seen as legitimate, you were allowed to come. There was no visa application and blah blah. So India and Persia were anyway neighboring civilizations, and Persians used to come to India. Indians used to go to Persia. Uh, yeah, so that's how it was. Um, Many modern day Shia Muslims are of Iranian descent. Well, I was not aware of that. I don't know about the history of Shia Muslims in India. It's not something I've studied. What I know is that see, some of them are of Yemeni descent, if I'm not mistaken. Some people, especially the Shia Muslims who are of Gujarati origin, the Bori people, many of them seem to have some kind of connection with Yemen. Once again, I am not very clear about their history either, so I can't say. But yeah, when it comes to India, Iran and India, we are neighboring regions, so no surprise if there is significant Iranian, presence in India. First of all, the genetics of the two peoples, they aren't that different, right? Okay, 6P70 Delta says us US YouTubers, okay, American YouTubers make videos weekly about Ukraine hammering Russia and wiping out the so-called orcs, but also run fundraiser campaigns for Ukraine, mainly Azov V Battalion. If Ukraine is really winning, why are they asking for donations? You know, this propaganda has been going on since early 2022. The special military operation, like Donald Trump says, it's not a war, it's a special military operation. He also agrees with me now, Trump. So the special military operation SMO started in February. It began on the 22nd of February 2022, and ever since this started, there has been this campaign of misinformation in the Western media, claiming that Ukraine is winning. At some point in time, they were saying that Putin is dying. He's got cancer. He's got 3 months to live. Some point in time, they were saying that Bakhmut is, Ukraine is winning Bakhmut. And when Russia takes over Bakhmut, they said that why is Russia has taken over Bakhmut, this completely insignificant city. So if it was so insignificant, why were you talking about it for 6 months? And so on. So they have been claiming that Russia is losing and Ukraine is winning since 2022. It's been over 3 years. And yeah, like you say, if Ukraine is winning, why are they really asking for donations? And now Trump himself is saying that Ukraine will be wiped out if they don't agree to Russia's deal. And we know that. Russia is way too powerful. And over the past 3 years, their military industrial complex has really taken off. Their economy is doing well despite all the sanctions. Russia is not going anywhere. And people like Zelensky have been responsible for destroying their country. Because Russia's reasons for going to war are legitimate reasons. I mean, imagine China or Russia funding Mexico and doing a regime change there. Will the US allow that to happen? They won't, right? Similarly, Russia also can't allow certain things to happen in Ukraine, and that's why they had to go to war. They did their best to prevent a war, but eventually they had to. Right, Fast Snail. That's quite a name. That's quite a name. Fast Snail. Is US aggression in Latin America due to Chinese influence? No. See, the US, some people may say that what I am saying is outdated, obsolete, because this is the 19th century matter. The Monroe Doctrine. What was the Monroe Doctrine? The Monroe Doctrine was this US policy that no external power will be allowed to influence any part of the Americas. The US has to be the predominant power in the Americas, whether it is North America or South America. England isn't allowed to interfere. Spain is no longer allowed to interfere, even though they created these colonies, right, by taking over native land. Once the Monroe Doctrine came into force, the US was very clear. Only the US has the right to complete hegemony in the Americas. Now, if you look at and most Latin American nations today, they bow down to American wishes. They never do a thing that displeases the US, in any major way. But Venezuela and Cuba are two exceptions. So Cuba is not in Latin America; it's in the Caribbean region, and the Cubans have steadfastly been super independent, and you could say anti-US. The Americans say they are anti-US. And secondly, Venezuela. Venezuela has refused to, cave into the US. They are socialists and so on. So that's why the US is aggressive towards Venezuela and anybody else who dares to challenge the US in any way. It's not because of Chinese influence. Obviously, the Chinese have some role to play in this a little bit, which is something that's happened only in the last 10, 15 years. Maybe the last 15, 20 years maximum, that the Chinese have had a presence in Latin America for extracting resources out of nations like Brazil, etc. But this US aggression, like you say, US hegemony, it dates back, to the 19th century. So it's nothing to do with China overall. Tanmay says, your views on attempt to attack Modi at the SCO summit, there is no evidence that this happened. There's all kinds of rumors and speculation going on in social media, but I don't know if this is true, right? I personally have seen no evidence, and I am not in contact with any government agencies or whatever who will allow me to see evidence. So I have no idea. It's possible that this could be just pure speculation and rumors, and it's also possible that there may be some truth to it. So I can't say. My views is that what are my views? I have no idea what's happening. That's my views. I don't know. Could be possible, could be true, could maybe not. Divnur Singh says, so apparently Columbus was a Jew secretly. I have no idea about this, sir. I have no idea. So Divnur Singh says, apparently Columbus was a Jew secretly. Found the USA in 1492 when Jews were expelled from Spain. Coincidence? Yes, the Reconquista happened. It culminated in the expulsion of the Jews from Spain in 1492. And that's when Columbus discovers the Americas, not the USA. He never set foot in what is now called the USA. He never even saw with his own eyes what is now called the USA. But he set foot in the Caribbean region, and eventually during this third voyage he was able to see South America as well, the first European to do that. Venezuela, if I'm not mistaken. So, and he was of Italian origin, of course, and he was financed by the king and queen of Spain. So if the Spaniards had done a reconquista and expelled all the Muslims and the Jews from their country, then why would they fund a person who was secretly Jewish to go and search for India? Unless they did not know that he was Jewish. Was Columbus Jewish? Let's do a quick fact check. Let's see. Was Columbus Jewish? Let's see. Was Christopher Columbus Jewish? Was he? Recent genetic research suggests that Christopher Columbus may have been a Spanish Sephardic Jew, challenging the traditional view that he was Italian. This theory proposes that he was from the Iberian Peninsula, possibly Valencia, and concealed his Jewish identity due to religious persecution at the time. The evidence supporting this is not universally accepted, and some scholars point to the lack of conclusive proof. Genetic evidence. A recent study analyzing DNA from Columbus's remains found that the genetic markers are compatible with a Spanish Jewish origin. The research suggests that he may have been from a family of silk weavers in Valencia, an area with a large Jewish community. Many Jews and Muslims were forced to convert. The theory suggests that Columbus may have been one of these new Christians who secretly practiced their Jewish faith. The traditional view holds that Columbus was in. Okay, fine. Okay, so there's no evidence. Genetics, it cannot tell you what a person actually practiced, what religion a person practiced. Yeah, possibly there is some connection with Sephardic Jews. That's what this says. I haven't, first of all, seen the actual research. Is there a research paper behind this? We are doing a live stream, so I will not go and do all that right now. But interesting. Maybe I will look into this in the future. Yeah. Bhaskar says, I sent several super chats yesterday. Possible to review them? This is a different live stream. It won't be possible to review yesterday's super chats in this live stream. And yesterday was not a super chat live stream. You should not have done that, sir. Yesterday I took questions from the comments. So yeah, I'm very sorry that you sent super chats and I could not see those. Won't be possible to review those today. Very sorry. I apologize. Yeah, I apologize. Harshul Singla says, what will India do after sanctions to Russian oil companies? What's your take? What should we do? And what do you think the government will do? Well, what should we do? What will the government do? I don't think the Indian government wants to be in a confrontation with the US. So maybe we will reduce our intake of Russian oil. Yeah, it's a possibility. I would not want that to happen, but if it affects us in a negative way, then it is not a good idea. And I'm sure the Russians will understand. So I would not want that to happen. What should we do? We should do whatever is best for us in the long term. Long term, always prioritize the long term over the short term. A long term, we understand that our relationship with Russia is good. It's been good long term in the past also, and it should remain good long term in the future also. Temporarily, maybe we possibly may reduce our consumption of Russian oil, but it's a temporary thing perhaps. And what do I think the government will do? The government, I think they are prioritizing the trade deal with the US right now. And a trade deal may not happen unless we agree to certain terms from the US. So maybe temporarily or maybe long term we may cut down on Russian oil. It looks like it may happen right now, which is not something that pleases me, but it may happen. Yeah. Because it should not, the sanction, we should not be in a position next that we ourselves are sanctioned. Right? We've had American sanctions in the past. When did that happen? It happened in 1998 after our nuclear tests, and we don't want to be in that situation again. So maybe we will, you know, uh, maybe we will make that sort of a choice for now. Biju Sai says, during the Vedic period, Lord Indra was the god that was most prayed to. Then why did we stop praying today? No one's stopping you from from praying to Lord Indra. Things change. Things change. The Vedic period was not. First of all, we have to understand the how long, how ancient our history is. Our history is so ancient that there was a river that we used to pray to that no longer exists. Our history spans geological time periods, time spans, right? Thousands of years. Our history goes back about 10,000 years, maybe most likely even longer than that. So if your history is so old, massive changes will happen in your history. One of the reasons the Saraswati dried out is because there was a shortfall of rain, right? And who was the god responsible for rain? It was Indra. So Indra stopped blessing us. So maybe that's why we stopped praying to Indra. I don't know. It's a possibility. There could be multiple reasons. Maybe the emergence of new gods or new aspects of divinity. We still worship Saraswati as the goddess of knowledge and wisdom. We no longer worship Dyospitru, the oldest of the gods, right? The Sky Father. People don't even remember Dyospitru today. People still do remember Indra, but in a different way from what Indra used to be, the great warrior god. So, primarily, it's because our history is so ancient. 10,000 years is not day before yesterday, right? 10,000 years, a lot of changes happen in 10,000 years. We no longer refer to Lord Shiva as Rudra. In the Rig Veda, all you will see is Rudra. Om Namo Bhagavate Rudraya. That's not Rig Veda, that is Yajur Veda, but whatever, right? So there's been so much change in India. That's how it goes. Arindam says, big fan, thank you, sir. Thank you very much. I have heard the rumor that the woke movement originated in the US. It was originated and orchestrated by the French intelligence as a means to degrade the US from within. Is it true? Thanks. Well, what you could call the origins of the woke movement comes out of movements such as what was it called? Jacques Derrida and Jean-Paul Sartre. I forget what it was called, but yeah, some of it does originate from France. Some of it also originated in Germany, by the way. Yeah. So, is it possible that the French intelligence was involved in this? The possibility does exist. I'll tell you what about France. France is the one European nation that is not entirely subjugated and controlled by the US. France has a quasi-independent foreign policy to some extent. And I can also assure you that the French intelligence does not regard the US as a friendly nation. That I can assure you of. Okay. So it is certainly possible that there could have been something like this, because see, you've got to play the long-term game. You have to think in terms of decades and centuries. You have to think in terms of time periods in which you may no longer be in existence anymore, but you've got to account for that. So it's possible the French intelligence may have planted the seeds of what is now wokeism in the United States back in the 1950s and 60s. It's possible. Yeah. It is certainly possible. I still don't. I'm trying to remember what was this movement called. Let's Google it. Derrida, Jacques Derrida. What was it called? Deconstruction, etc. Phenomenology, deconstruction, hospitality, margins of philosophy. Foucault, Derrida and Foucault, and Fou. Oh, come on. Foucault, Derrida debate. Postmodernism. Yeah. Okay, postmodernism. So this entire woke nonsense comes out of postmodernism. And I have tried to understand what postmodernism is. I've even tried to read some of the literature. I apologize, but I am not sufficiently intelligent to understand what it's all about. I have never been able to wrap my head around it. It sounds like nonsense. It sounds like there is nothing to it, just word salads. Yeah. Harsh Rati says, please check Kikan Jats Res plus Vik phrase Ajay Jarto Hunan. I have no idea what you're saying, sir. Kikan Jats Res Vik phrase Ajay Jarto Hunan. Okay, sir. Thank you. I'm not sure what you're saying. Anonymous scientist says, will we ever be able to unify all four fundamental forces like the theory of everything by Stephen Hawking? What would such a theory explain about the universe? I don't know what it would explain. Will we be able to unify all four fundamental forces? Okay, first of all, what are the four fundamental forces? We have the strong nuclear force, we have the weak nuclear force, we have the electromagnetic force, and then we have the force of gravity. But if you look at gravity from the perspective of general relativity, of geometrodynamics, then gravity is not a force. Gravity is not a force. It's the curvature of space-time that accounts for what appears to be to us this force that is gravity, but it's not a force. It's the consequence of the warping or curvature of space-time. So if you want to unify the four fundamental forces, you have to do that in curved space-time, right? Now, what happens when you try to do quantum mechanics in curved space-time? It's not compatible. Yeah. First of all, time itself, it doesn't seem to. It seems to be an external parameter in quantum physics, in quantum mechanics, and quantum field theory. So, yeah, I'm sure in the future we may be able to unify. Have a single equation that accounts for everything. But how will we do it? I'm not sure. You know, and one of the major questions is about time. Time. I mean, yeah, sure, we have four. Even if we consider gravity to be a force, okay. Let's say you want to unify the four forces, but where does time figure in all of this? Time is an even bigger mystery than all of these things. The big question is, what is time? What is time? Yeah, it's something you see on the watch. You look at your phone and you see what time it is. Wonderful, brilliant. What is time? Where does it emerge from? Where does it come from? Is it intrinsic to the structure of space time? It doesn't seem to be. Does it emerge from somewhere? Is it an emergent phenomenon? Do you have quanta of time? Do you have atoms and molecules of time? Where does it come from? We only vaguely perceive it. So how do you fit time into all of this? You can't fit time into quantum mechanics as an integral outcome of quantum mechanics. Time is an external parameter. So big questions, and we don't have the answers right now. And what if we are able to unify everything into a single theory, a grand unified theory? What would such a theory explain about the universe? I think it may raise more questions than answers. Yeah. I mean, what will it tell us? It will tell us how all the four forces are related to each other. And it may explain to us the nature of reality better. It may even explain what time is. But then the bigger question will arise: why this equation? Why not a different equation? Yeah. And another question is, will it be able to explain the constants of physics? The constants of physics seem to be hard coded into reality. Who did the hard coding? Who did the hard coding? Who programmed that? Who's the programmer? So I think even if you have a grand unified theory, it may still just tell you that what the program is, what the software is. It won't tell you who wrote the software, right? These are questions that are bigger than the universe itself. Right. Okay. Divnur Singh says, if Churchill actually drank liters of alcohol and a few cigars every day, how did he even lead? I don't think Churchill drank liters of alcohol every day. And okay, yeah. So he was fond of cigars, right? We know that. He used to smoke a cigar every evening or something. Smoking a cigar takes about an hour, depending on the size. So if you want to spend an hour not doing any work, then you sit down in a cigar lounge and have a cigar. And when it comes to alcohol, I am told, if I recall correctly, I'm not told, I read that he used to drink brandy. He should drink a quarter of brandy, not liters. So every day in the evening, he had this time that he would have for himself, in which he would have a quarter of brandy and a cigar. So maybe this whole ritual would take about an hour and a half, and so that's how it was for him. So clearly, if you drink liters of alcohol every day, you won't function, let alone lead. But if you drink a quarter of brandy or whiskey or whatever, I suppose you can still be a functioning alcoholic. Yeah. So I suppose that's what he was. He was not the healthiest person. He did not have the healthiest lifestyle. And yeah, he and the thing about cigars is that you don't inhale the smoke. People who smoke cigarettes, they inhale the smoke that goes into their lungs, and it messes them up very badly, obviously, depending on how many they smoke. But cigars are not supposed to be inhaled, so it doesn't really affect your health badly, unless you're inhaling that. Otherwise, if you do that, I suppose you will meet your maker very soon. So I think that was a deal with Churchill. Zephyr, right? Zephyr says, we Chinese think fascism is coming back, and we hosted a grand parade September 3rd. Is anti-fascism a thing in India? Indians don't even know what fascism is. Indians don't care what fascism is. Fascism is a thing that was a thing in Italy, wasn't it? Uh, During the roughly first half of the 20th century, and and Mussolini, El Dulce, right? Benito Mussolini was the fascist dictator of Italy, and he was an ally of Adolf Hitler. So fascism is a thing that's Western in nature. There is no equivalent of that movement or that ideology in India. Uh, so if it could be coming back, it could be coming back in the West. Yeah, I'm sure there are some people who are sympathetic to that ideology in the West, as are some people, as you have some people who are sympathetic to every ideology you can imagine. But it's not a thing in India. So anti-fascism is not a thing in India. 99% of Indians won't even know what fascism is, and they won't care about it. Vishal Natha says, good evening, sir. Why is the Schrodinger equation considered to be the core of quantum mechanics? Good question. Why is the Schrodinger equation considered to be the core of quantum mechanics? What does the Schrodinger equation do? It describes, well, there are two forms of the Schrodinger equation. One is the time dependent one is the time independent one. And it essentially tells you, the Schrodinger equation is a differential equation, a partial differential equation. And the argument in this is it's psi, which is the wave function. What is the wave function? It's not a physical thing, but the wave function, if you know its complex conjugate, it describes the probability of finding a particle in a certain location in space, not in space time, but in space. Uh, so the Schrodinger equation, if you solve it, it will tell you essentially where you can find the particle, where the likelihood of finding the particle is higher, where it's lower, and so on. And because of that, it is the core of quantum mechanics. It's Quantum mechanics is all about subatomic particles, and the equation that describes the behavior of subatomic particles is the Schrodinger equation. Uh, and Yeah, so that's about it. That's what I can explain in brief. Literally, Officer K says, how are some cookie infiltrators calling themselves Jewish? The flag of their proposed cookie land has the Star of David on it. I have no idea. They claim apparently some of their religious practices are similar to Jewish religious practices. So they have started calling themselves one of the lost tribes of Israel. The if you look at Jewish history, there are some lost tribes. Apparently, I haven't really studied that in detail. But the cookies claim that they are one of the lost tribes of Israel, and I'm sure that genetic tests were done on these people who call themselves cookies, and I am certain that there was not even a drop of Jewish blood that was found in these people, but many of them have moved to Israel and they have been baptized or whatever the procedure is for Jewish people, and they are now Israeli citizens. Some of them, right? Um, other cookies are Christian. So I don't know what the logic, the rationale is, but apparently some religious practices of theirs are similar to Jewish things, and that's why they have been allowed to become Jewish. So those of them who want to go to Israel, they claim that they are Jewish and they go and move there, and that's about it. And there are various versions of their flag of this artificial, fictitious nation called Cookie Land, and some of these versions have the Star of David on it. Yeah. Shashwat Jina says, "Big fan. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. You have always said that the humanities of IITs are West colonized. Is the medical education of India West colonized also, or is it good? I don't know. I have no exposure to the medical education system of India. So I can't really say. The IITs, why do they even need humanities departments? These are the Indian Institutes of Technology. Please teach technology. If someone wants to get exposure to the humanities, they can do it in their own goddamn free time. The internet will give you all the information that you need, that you seek. The IITs have no business setting up sociology departments and humanities departments. This is a waste of taxpayer money. And the humanities departments in the IITs, if you see the kind of research output that's coming out of that, out of those, it's garbage. It's totally anti-India, which obviously is pro-West, right? So that's why I say that. Now, the medical education system of India, I have no idea. I have never looked into it, so I can't really say. Sorry. Varun says, Google says China invented gunpowder, but also shows Arthashastra mentions the same and predates China. Same bias with molecule Y. So I won't be able to do this right now, but there are multiple levels and layers of evidence that demonstrate that explosive chemical powders were known in India long before this supposed date when China invented gunpowder. Now, what is an explosive chemical powder? It obviously is gunpowder. You don't necessarily need to have just one chemical composition or one chemical formula of gunpowder. You can have different ways of producing explosive chemical powders, right? So the truth is that India is the civilization that invented gunpowder long before China. But if you ask Google, if I do it right now, it will tell you that it's China. Why is it biased? Because this is called algorithmic bias. AI will have biases. Whatever information you feed AI while training it, it will be biased in that manner. So whatever information it has absorbed, it's going to tell you that. It's not AI's fault. It's the fault of the people who trained the AI, right? And it's the West that did that. And obviously the West is biased. There is a strong anti-India bias in the West. So no surprises there, all right? Anonymous scientist says four most interesting archaeological mysteries according to me. Okay, interesting archaeological mysteries. Well, one is Dwarka. Yeah. Dwarka and the overall broader issue of the Gulf of Khambat archaeological complex. You have apparently these ancient cities that are on the ocean floor, that are laid out in the same grid structure that you find in cities of the Saraswati Sindhu region, the so-called Harappan cities, Mohenjo-daro, Harappa, Rakhigadi, etc. The same grid structure that you find in civilized countries today, in advanced countries today. We are, of course, a civilized country, but we are not advanced. We are a third world country. So the same grid structure you have, right? and these cities are sitting on the bottom of the ocean floor in the Gulf of Kambad. And the last time that part of the ocean floor was above sea level was about 10,000 or so years ago. So how did our ancestors build these cities 10,000 years ago that are laid out in a modern grid structure? Big archaeological mystery. Same about Dwarka. Dwarka is also in the same overall region, slightly further west. And it's a mystery why the government of India won't fund any excavations or any archaeological investigations of these structures. That's one. What else? What else? Egyptian pyramids, Egyptian history overall. I mean, who built the pyramids? Obviously, the Egyptians would have built them, not UFOs, not aliens. But how did they do it, right? Uh, and what lies beneath the pyramids? So, when I was a kid, there used to be these movies about Egypt in which we are told that the pyramids are these places where the pharaohs, the Egyptian kings, were buried. But the fact is that not a single Egyptian mummy has been found in a single pyramid. The question is then, what was the purpose of building the pyramids if these are not tombs for emperors? What was the real purpose? We don't know. A big mystery. Then you have, South America, the Inca Empire. You have these stones, walls. For example, let's Google that. If you go to a place like Cusco, for example, Cusco walls, stones. Okay, wall, stone, whatever you want to say. Look at this. I mean, how on earth were these stones fixed in this manner? Right? Incredible, gigantic stones, massive stones that are almost impossible to lift without cranes and mechanized equipment. Enormous stones, and they all fit so incredibly precisely. How was this done? Look at the fit. Look at how incredibly precisely the stones fit. There's no gaps. You can't even put a knife through in the gaps. How was this done? How did the people who made this do it? It's a huge mystery. So I suppose that's three mysteries, right? That's Cusco, Peru, present day Peru, yeah, probably Peru. What else? What other mysteries can I think of archaeologically? I'm sure there's plenty. Okay, let me think of one more archaeological mystery. Yeah, I can't think right now. Yeah, I'll keep it at three, but yeah, three that I can think of very interesting. If something comes to my mind, I'll let you know. Okay, Fast Snail, lovely name, I love it. Colombia. Is it Colombia or is it Colombia? Colombia. Oye, senor, Colombia. Colombia mulls ending US military presence possible? Let us see. Let's Google this. Colombia, US military. Colombia, US military bases. Let's see. Is there any news regarding this? Ole Maida Air Base. Okay. Colombian airfield. 7 new US bases. Do we have any news? What's at stake? Trump Petro feud strains the US Colombia alliance. Petro mulls ending US in military and CIA presence in Colombia. Will this happen? It won't happen. It won't happen. Yeah. Is it possible? Well, possible. Anything is possible. But will it happen? I think it's very unlikely that they will be able to make the Americans vacate the country. I think it's not going to happen. Varma Nadimpalli says, why do a lot of historians claim that there are no Kshatriyas in South India, despite the existence of Pandyas, Cholas, and Cheras? I have no idea. There's an agenda, right? There's an agenda to separate South India and North India. I don't say South India, I say Southern India and Northern India, right? Southern and Northern, because words matter. They want South India and North India separate. And they want to claim that South Indian culture has nothing to do with North Indian culture. And Hinduism and everything else is a northern imposition. It's an Aryan imposition on southern India. And southern India is the original India, the true indigenous India. And northern Indians, people from northern India are imposters, invaders, descendants of barbarians, and so on. But if you have the same societal structures in northern and southern India, then you can't make the claim. That's why you have to deny these things. So you have to deny that there are no Khatris in South India, which is a lie, obviously a lie. So it's an agenda. It's an agenda-driven thing. The agenda is to fragment India. The agenda is to create more divisions among our people. That's the agenda. That's why all these claims are made. And we have to ridicule these claims because they are ridiculous and they are outright lies. Kirivatsa says magnetic field requires moving charges to exist. Then how come spinning neutron stars have massive magnetic fields if the net charge of neutrons is zero? Magnetic fields require massive moving charges to exist. Then how come spinning neutron stars have massive magnetic fields if the net charge of neutrons is zero? See, neutron stars don't only have neutrons, they also have other charged particles. They are mostly made of neutrons, but they also have an atmosphere which is iron plasma. They also have charges on their surfaces, and that's why they have massive magnetic fields. It's not like they're completely electrically neutral. They have charges. Without charges, you're right, you won't have magnetic fields. So neutron stars have charges. They may mostly be electrically neutral if you look at a macroscopic perspective. But if you do a cross section, you will find different. You have nuclear pasta inside and stuff. So there's gonna be charged regions in neutron stars, and neutron stars spin so incredibly fast, which also creates. So even if you have small charges, but they're spinning so incredibly fast, the magnetic fields that are produced as a result are going to be very powerful. So that's the deal. Anarai Fimate says, is it safe to assume that post 1947 Indian government neglected the far east of India, and that's why we see so much racism against Northeast people? See, after 1947, the far east of India was given utterly stepmotherly treatment by the government of India. Completely neglected. You're right. Absolutely neglected. There was no development done there. And the whole region was essentially cut off from the rest of India. Most Indians did not even know what existed in the far east of India, what the people there looked like. And because of this stepmotherly treatment, you had the emergence of all these insurgency movements and separatist movements all across the far east of India. Every state had multiple insurgencies, right? Which was just mismanagement. Terrible. So that's the reason why you had so many insurgencies that cropped up, and still, they still are dealing with the consequences of that today in the Far East. When it comes to racism against Northeast people, it's because most Indians were not aware of what Northeast Indians looked like, because there was no national integration. There were only slogans of national integration. We have to be nationally integrated, blah, 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 slogans, but no actual work done to actually integrate Indians from various parts of the country. And Indians knew what Chinese people look like, right? Now, see, if you are Indian and you've never been abroad, to you, a person from Sweden, from Denmark, from France, from Italy, from Norway, from Germany, from England, they look the same. They look the same, right? No question about it. They will all look the same. They're just white people for you. Similarly, if you have never been outside of India, never been exposed to this, then people from Japan, Korea, China, Mongolia, etc., they will also look the same to you, even though they are different. So India fought a war with China in 1962. We lost, right, because of our government's terrible handling of the matter. So we already had this deep anguish in our hearts that we lost territory to the Chinese. The Chinese are evil. And then we know what the Chinese look like, the stereotype of what Chinese look like. And that is kind of similar in some ways, if you are not well informed, to what people from various parts of Northeast India look like. Now, even among the Northeastern the Far Eastern people of India, different states, they look different, but you have to be aware of that. So because Indians had no exposure, Indians from the so-called mainland of India had no exposure to people from the Far East of India. That's why when you would see somebody like that, you would assume that they're Chinese or maybe Nepalese and that sort of thing. But mainly Chinese, and that's why you would have, mistreatment or whatever, or what you call racism. Today, it has reduced drastically because now Indians, because of social media and because India is so much more mobile today, most Indians from various parts of the country know what the people of the Far East look like today. So today, it's not the case. It's much significantly lesser than in the past. But yeah, historically, this is the reason why you had all these issues in India. The government was a massive failure. Massive failure. Kanishka Kaushik says, congratulations on 300, sir. Thank you very much. Been watching since 2021. That's essentially the beginning. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you so much for raising your standards. You're very welcome. Sad to see the US limiting your reach. I don't care. It's fine. Please add more regional languages in post-stream VODs for more audience. I will consider that, sure. More regional languages. How to do that? I'll have to look into that. I'm sure it'll involve more work, but let's see. If it's possible, I will be happy to do that. So, Kanishka ji, thank you so much. Kanishka Kaushik ji, thank you very much. I really, really appreciate your having been here since 2021 and many more years to go. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Anumita Roy, thank you very much. I think, ma'am, thank you very much. Thank you. Rahul Lakshmanan says, when can we see updates to geostrategy.ac? Yeah, it'll happen eventually when I get a little more time on my hands. I'm more into writing these days, and in case you aren't aware, I'm writing a lot. So that will also happen. Ankita ji says, Cambodia's prime minister nominates Trump for Nobel Peace Prize after a peace deal with Thailand. What is the truth of this deal? Why doesn't he try to strike a peace deal between Afghanistan and Pakistan? Thailand, Cambodia, it's easy to do that, right? These two nations aren't that powerful. They don't have nuclear weapons. They don't have any massive armed forces. And the dispute is about a Hindu temple and multiple Hindu temples, mainly the Priya Vihar temple. And the US can easily bring about a ceasefire without actually resolving any issue, right? Trump is all about ceasefires. He doesn't resolve any actual matter. He resolves nothing. The issue still stands. The point of contention between Thailand and Cambodia is the Priya Vihar temple, which is a 1,000 plus year old temple. Both nations claim it. Both nations want it. They both crave it. Has Trump been able to resolve the problem, the core issue at the heart of the matter? No. It's a ceasefire, which means that we will fight maybe some other day. So that's what Trump does. He wants to add all of this to his resume. And he craves the Nobel Peace Prize. So if you want to please Trump, you have to nominate him for a Nobel Peace Prize, and he'll be like nice towards you, towards your country. So Cambodia's prime minister is the son of Mr. Hun Sen. Mr. Hun Sen is the long-term strongman military dictator of Cambodia. Now he has stepped into a more advisory kind of role where he still holds all the power. And his son is now the prime minister. Mr. Hun Sen's son. I forget his name. So Mr. Hun Sen's son is a smart man. Nominate Mr. Trump for the Peace Prize. The truth of the deal is that it doesn't resolve the problem. There's no real deal. It's just a ceasefire. That's it. Why doesn't he try to strike a peace deal between Afghanistan and Pakistan? Because you can't. Because you can't strike a peace deal between Afghanistan and Pakistan without resolving the issue which is causing the fighting. What is the core issue? It's a territorial dispute. It is far bigger than the issue with Kashmir. Afghanistan claims massive Pakistani occupied territory, Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, which historically should be Afghan territory because it is a Pashtun dominated region where Pashtuns haven't come in yesterday or day before yesterday. They've been living there for centuries. So that territory actually belongs with Afghanistan, and it is currently occupied by Pakistan. And the Taliban are Pashtun nationalists. They want their ancestral territory back. which is why you have a massive problem between Pakistan and Afghanistan, which is made worse by the fact that Pakistan is a terrorist nation, right? And also made worse by the fact that Pakistan treats the Pashtun people very badly. Trump can't resolve this matter. All he can do is order a ceasefire, or urge both sides to do a ceasefire. But that is only postponing the issue for tomorrow or day after tomorrow, right? So Trump is not really making any peace anywhere. He's just create, urging ceasefires everywhere. I did this, I did that. Come on, man. If you are really a peacemaker, you have to resolve the problems. What's the resolution to the Afghanistan Pakistan problem? There's only one resolution. Khyber Pakhtunkhwa needs to go back to Afghanistan. That is the only just resolution of the issue, which means we have to redraw the map of this temporary artificial nation, which will happen sooner or later. Shishir Upadhyay says, Upadhyay. Okay, Shishir Upadhyay says, why did Germany become the most immigrated country in the EU? You see, Germany is a fantastic nation which is under foreign occupation since 1945. Uh, you could argue that it's an artificial nation because there was no Deutschland before 1871. You never had a unified Germany ever before 1871. Even during the Roman times, when you had Arminius who fought the Roman legions in the year 10 AD, you do not have a unified Germany. You had various Germanic tribes who spoke similar languages and who came together to fight the Roman occupiers. Now, after 1871, Germany became an industrial powerhouse, and the nation with the highest standards in Europe, the best education system in Europe. Germans discovered quantum mechanics. Germans discovered relativity. It was mainly Germans who did this work. Of course, you had the French and people from Denmark and so on, but mainly Germans. And after 1945, after the end of the Second World War, Germany rebuilt itself and it became the industrial and economic powerhouse of Europe, the engine that drove the European economy, which is why migrating to Germany was very attractive if you were a person who came from a third world country or that sort of thing. Of course, you had to learn the German language. Well, you learn any foreign language, same thing, whether you learn English or German. So that's why Germany became a country that was very attractive for immigration. Now, after 1945, Germany had to be rebuilt. So a lot of Turkish workers were brought into Germany to rebuild the country, and they never left. So Turks became part of Germany's society. About 10% of Germany's population is of Turkish origin. Some Kurdish people also. Turks, Kurds, never friends, by the way. Okay. And after Germany became part of the EU has pushed in immigrants into Germany. Immigrants of certain kinds from certain nations, usually nations that are war-torn nations, Middle Eastern nations, typically military-age men with very few women or children. So that's a policy that the EU, the European Union, has imposed upon Germany. And that's how Germany has become the nation with the largest amount of immigration in the European Union. Yeah. They want to essentially end Germany and create a new kind of Germany. 6P70 Delta says, did you watch Mearsheimer and Tucker's podcast? I haven't seen it. I think he's spot on China. I think the government of India should hire him to get educated about the PRC instead of wasting energy on slogans like Vishwaguru, Atmanirbharta, Superpower. So I haven't seen this podcast. I don't watch podcasts anymore. I don't have the time to watch any podcasts. I know people who tell me that if you want to be a podcaster, you have to watch podcasts. I understand that. If you want to be a writer, you have to read also. You have to read a lot. And I do read, but I don't have the time to watch podcasts. So I haven't seen this one. So I don't know what Mearsheimer has said about China. Should the government of India hire him to get educated about the People's Republic of China? I don't think it's a bad idea. You can, hire consultants, hire people who have expertise in various domains. No, there's no harm in doing that. All these slogans like Vishwaguru, Atmanirbharta, superpower, etc. I think they are for public consumption, and the public, it gets enthused when these, by these slogans, Vishwaguru, um, which are actually pointless slogans right now. So I agree about that. Superpower, what? What are you talking about? Superpower, Vishwaguru. We are not even Vishwa student properly right now. Atmanirbharta, that is a very important slogan, and I hope we become more Atmanirbhar as we go on. But yeah, overall, I agree. Carla Daika, Carla Daika says, I hope I got your name pronunciation right. The racist stuff appearing on my ex Insta algorithm is laughable since I know my Indian relatives are not like that. Why are no, are we in the States being manipulated? See, what's happening on social media. uh, I see X every day, so I tweet very little these days because I don't want to be a spreader of negativity, and there's very little positive to tweet about these days, unfortunately. So anyway, coming to your question, if you are on X, I'm not on Facebook, I'm not on Insta that much. I have an Insta account, but I don't use it that frequently. So if you see X, there's this tremendous outpouring of racism against Indians. No question about it. Is this organic? I don't think so at all. I don't think so. It's I mean, I have seen these videos of these server farms and these things. You see, this is book rack behind me. Books. Uh, I have seen these videos with racks similar to these, but you have mobile phones on those racks, like thousands and thousands of mobile phones, each of which is connected to the internet, each of which is a bot, has a bot account, which pretends to be a real account on X. It's powered by AI, and you can use these bot farms to create narratives and amplify narratives about whatever. So it's possible that Chinese and Pakistanis have been doing this, spreading hatred about India, towards Indians, and amplifying this hatred, and eventually it's become mainstream. So now we don't need these bot farms to do it. It's become mainstream. Indians are like punching bags in the US. They don't fight back. um, they're not like, for example, the Arabs, the Muslims, who are going to fight back and come and harm you if you do something about them, or if you say something about their religion, right? Indians are absolutely docile. They don't hit back, so they're the best, ideal punching bags. And obviously Indians, if you look at the various demographics in the US, Indians earn the most, so there is going to be a tremendous amount of jealousy that's directed towards Indians. So my point is that I don't see this as an organic issue. I don't see this as an organic phenomenon. This has been artificially created and amplified, and now it's taken a life of its own. So now people, the ordinary Western person, the ordinary white person, let's say in the US, they have a negative outlook towards Indians. Yeah, so in case you have Indian relatives, you will know how Indians are, and whatever is being said about Indians, that's not quite accurate. Not all of it is accurate. Some things that they say about India, some of it is accurate. Obviously, India is a third world country. Even today, India still has a lot of issues, infrastructure and corruption and whatnot, allegedly, poverty also. But we have made huge strides in the right direction, but some of the issues still persist. Anyhow, my point is that all of this is a manufactured narrative that has now taken a life of its own, and most frustrated people need someone to punch at, and that's why Indians are the perfect punching bags if you're American. Divnur Singh says, funny how YouTube would not let me ask about Israel. Okay, I suppose there are certain keywords that if you use those, and then your comments or whatever get flagged, and it depends, yeah, on the moderators and what they have said as the keywords, right? Anonymous scientist says, I think Modi ji postponing a meet with loudmouth Trump is a good move. What's my view? I think it's a very good move. I agree with you. See, the Americans just now have imposed sanctions on various Russian companies that are going to affect India, right? Our purchases of Russian oil. So it's a hit on India. And right after they do this to us, if we go and meet Trump, And also, after all the fake, all the lies he's been telling about Mr. Modi having spoken to him and assured him about not buying in Russian oil anymore, then it's like we are condoning his behavior, and we are caving into him, and bending our knee to him. If Mr. Modi goes and meets with Mr. Trump after all this behavior, and if Mr. Modi does go and meet Mr. Trump, even if you ignore all that behavior, then Mr. Trump can make more claims after the meeting. Then Mr. Modi has promised me XYZ, he's promised me the moon, he's promised me the stars. And then again, the onus comes on Mr. Modi or on the Indian Ministry of External Affairs to either deny these false claims or just keep quiet, stay silent, and swallow this. It makes no sense for Mr. Modi to meet a guy who behaves in this manner. So I think it's a good idea. What Mr. Modi has done is the right thing. There is no point meeting with Mr. Trump right now, at least until this trade deal, if it ever gets done, is done. Once the trade deal is done, see, what Mr. Trump would like is that the trade deal, the major negotiation happens between him and Mr. Modi, and it should not be a negotiation. It should just be demands. I'm going to demand this, and Mr. Modi has to say yes. In a trade deal, it's not the principals who should negotiate. It is the officials and bureaucrats who are supposed to negotiate, go down, drill deep down into issues, and negotiate each of these issues one by one. That's how it is done. But Mr. Trump wants to ram it through from the very top. And that's why he wants to meet with Mr. Modi and get his immediate sign off on whatever deal he seeks. Okay, just sign this document, that sort of thing. So I think it's a very good thing that Mr. Modi has not gone for the ASEAN summit, so that he doesn't have to meet Mr. Trump. I think it's a good thing. Pranav Soni says, Sir, आप नीलेश ओक के द्वारा बताए हुए रामायण और महाभारत की टाइमलाइन के बारे में क्या सोचते हैं? What are your thoughts on this? And congrats on 300. Thank you very much, sir. I don't know. I can't say. There are all these different timelines. All of these, any of those could be right. And I'm not sure what the details of his timelines are, because there are now so many people who have made so many different claims on what is the date of the Ramayana, what is the date of the Mahabharata. Some are very near to where we are, maybe 1500 BC, around that time. Some are 3000 something BC. Some are like 30,000 BC. So many different claims. So right now, I'm not looking into all of this. And there's too much toxicity and too much fighting among each other. See, various, first of all, we have to understand it takes a lot of personal time. You need to invest a lot of your personal time in doing this research. So all of these people have done tremendous service to India by investing their personal time, which is money, into doing all this research, and they have all come up with all these different dates. So first of all, I commend all of them and I thank them all for their efforts. But the dates don't match. Like 5 people will have 5 different dates. And then they become emotional and they fight each other on social media. And that's a very unfortunate situation we have, that all these people who are actually like scholars are fighting each other, taunting each other on social media, calling each other names. Some are being egoistic, some are being toxic. So I have been seeing this for several years and I've just, tuned out of it. So I don't know which is correct, which is not. And I'll just, I'm staying out of it right now. That's all. So I don't know what to say about his dates. Maybe they're right, maybe they're not. I can't say, because I personally haven't looked into the calculations. Mr. Saxena says minimum wage is a norm in the US and the EU. How does its absence contribute to wealth inequality in India and hinder our path to prosperity? Do we have minimum wages in India? I suppose we should have at least something on paper. I'm not sure. Does India have minimum wages? Let's Google that. Does India have minimum wage law? Do we have this? Yes, India does have a minimum wage law, which was established in 1948. Wonderful. However, there is no single national minimum wage. Instead, the rate varies by state, and the states decide all of these things. It's determined by various factors. Okay. And both the central and state governments have the authority to fix and revise these rates, which Apply to lay workers in scheduled environments, blah blah blah. That's the deal in India. Everything is hazy and whatever. So it looks like we have a minimum wage law, and each state can decide what its minimum wage norms are, right? So there is, so you don't have an absence of this minimum wage law. We have it. Wealth inequality in India. India is one of the least unequal nations when it comes to wealth. I think it's the fourth least unequal nation, the nation with the fourth least inequality in wages, right? And look, you cannot have complete equality of wages, otherwise you're in communism, right? So, so I don't see this to be an issue. I don't even think it's desirable to have more equality among people. You need to have some inequality, and it's just natural for there to be some inequality in wages in everything. Have you ever seen two people who are exactly equal? No, even among twins you will have differences. It's just natural for there to be differences. So yeah, so I don't see this as a big issue. Swapna says, what were Norway's motivations for mediating in the Sri Lanka civil war? The Sri Lanka civil war. The Sri Lanka civil war was the LTT versus the government of Sri Lanka, wasn't it? And the LTT was a pioneer of various kinds of innovations like the suicide bomber, suicide vest, cyanide capsules, and whatnot, all kinds of horrific things. And the LTT, so the one misconception people have about the LTTE is that it was a Hindu organization, Liberation Tigers of Tamil Eelam. The fact is that the Prabhakaran family were all converted Christians, and that's why they were very amenable to being persuaded by the West to do various things. So Norway was a proxy. Norway was, you could say, a middleman. See, various European nations, they play the role of proxies of the US. That's what it was. It had no motivations of its own, beyond serving a larger master. Divnur Singh says, Jews bought TikTok literally. What now? Well, TikTok continues the way it is, or maybe some changes happen. What now? So now it's no longer under the control of China. It now the TikTok that's available in the West becomes a separate entity, and now whoever has bought it gets to control it and decide how the algorithm works and whatnot. So that is the deal now. Have Jews bought TikTok? I think you mentioned this earlier also. Who has bought TikTok? Let's take a look at this. Who has acquired TikTok? Enterprise tech giant Oracle, Silver Lake, and the Abu Dhabi-based MGX investment fund will be the main investors in TikTok's US business, controlling a roughly 45% stake in the equity, while ByteDance investors and new holders will own 35%. Okay, Oracle, Silver Lake. But I hear that Jews have bought TikTok, so maybe there is something to it. I haven't looked into it in detail, sir. Okay, Anonymous Scientist says, how was your Diwali crackers? I personally did not burst crackers, but everyone around me did that, so it was great. Diwali is always great. Pranav Sharma, thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. Amisha says, how did humans mostly become right-handed? I don't remember right now. I hear that polar bears are mostly left-handed. I don't remember what the reason is right now. I'll have to look into it. Let's quickly Google it if Google has an answer. Why did humans become predominantly right-handed, mostly right-handed? What is the reason? Left hemisphere of the brain, which controls something or the other. Language, fine motor skills, connected. Left hemisphere dominance for tool use and later language. Okay, something to do with the hemispheres of the brain. The left hemisphere is the more mathematical hemisphere. controls the rights, and the bodies are cross connected and so on, that sort of thing. So I'll have to look into this. I don't remember exactly. Maybe I would have known the answer in the past when I was much younger. Looks like it has something to do with brain hemispheres. Divnur Singh says, explain the Balfour Declaration, P.S. Rothschild. The Balfour Declaration was, what was it? It was the support for a Jewish nation. Lord Balfour was a prominent politician. I think it's 1917, is it? And he was a prominent politician of some kind in Britain. And they needed Jewish support for something, and that's why they expressed support for the creation of a Jewish nation somewhere. I suppose various parts of the world were considered for creating a Jewish nation. Madagascar was considered once, but eventually Israel was created in the ancient Holy Land, the ancient ancestral land of the Jewish people. Rothschild, I'm not sure what the connection is. I'm sure there must be some connection. Don't know for sure. So yeah, that's what I can tell you off the top of my head about the Balfour Declaration. Yeah. Aman Anan Rai Fimate says, how did bullets pass through propellers of planes? Yeah, so during the First and Second World Wars, mostly during the Second World War, you had fighter planes which were propeller driven fighter planes. You did not have the jet engine until late in the Second World War, and it was the Germans who developed the first jet engines. So you had fighter planes with propellers, like the Spitfire, for example, and these fighter planes also had cannons, guns, and bullets would be fired from these cannons. And in front of the cannon, you will have the propeller that's propelling the plane. So you would have to fire the bullets through the place where you would have the propeller doing its thing. So how did bullets pass through propellers? So they did not pass through the propellers. I suppose the bullets were timed in such a manner that they coincided with the time where the propeller was not present exactly in the path of the bullet. The propeller would have a certain period of rotation. So let's say it rotates, let's say 1,000 times a minute. No, that's too less. Maybe 10 times a second, for example. So and let's say the cannon's rate of fire is also 10 times per second. I'm just giving a hypothetical example. So you can time it in such a manner that when you press the button, the big red button for the cannon, it will fire in such a way that it doesn't ever hit the propeller blades. So yeah, I suppose that's how it was done. Pratar Dana says, this Diwali felt special. Did you feel the same? I really enjoyed this year's Diwali. Did it feel special compared to other Diwalis? I'm not sure about that, but it was great. And this time there was no ban on crackers that I know of, which is also a good thing. So people really enjoyed bursting crackers. Yeah, I hope everyone enjoyed this. Divnur Singh says, US News ranked Israel higher than China in military strength recently. India is not in the top 10. Okay. Anybody can come up with rankings. If you are a media outlet, you can create your own rankings of whatever you want to create. So military strength, naval strength, air force strength. Recently, somewhere I hear that the Indian Air Force is ranked the second or third most powerful air force, or second most powerful air force in the world, which makes no sense whatsoever. But there was this hue and cry about that in the Indian social media or Indian Twitter or whatever. So, what are my views on this? I don't care. Anybody can create rankings. And Israel higher than China in military strength? Well, that is a little laughable. Of course, that's a little laughable. Even if you look at nuclear capabilities, Israel would have what? 70, 80, 100 nuclear weapons, maybe 200 nuclear weapons. Well, China would have at least 600. And overall, China's economy and military capabilities far surpass that of Israel's. So that obviously makes no sense whatsoever. Shaswat Jina says, what is the history of Kalinga? It's underestimated. The history of Kalinga will take hours. It will take like multiple semesters of a university course to teach. The history of Kalinga. How can I explain the history of Kalinga here? Kalinga is history goes back as far back as Indian history, and Kalinga was the part of India that was instrumental in connecting us with Suvarnabhumi, with the Far East, with Southeast Asia. Right? It is merchants from Kalinga who first ventured out and crossed the Sea of Kalinga or the Bay of Bengal, how it's called today, and by ship about 3,000 years ago at least. And they started trading with Southeast Asia, which is how you had the emergence of various Indianized, Hinduized kingdoms and empires in Southeast Asia, all thanks to the great merchants of Kalinga. So the history of Kalinga is spectacular, fantastic, but you can't explain it in 2 minutes here. Divnur Singh says all American presidents descend from one man, some English kind named John, except Van Buren. Let's see. Do all American presidents descend from one man? Do all American presidents descendants of King John? Really? Who's John? No, all US presidents are not all are descendants of King John of England. Who was King John of England? Who is King John of England? Okay, it's not explaining that. Let's see King John of England. Who was that, first of all? King John. Okay. Are you talking about Edward Longshanks? No, that was Edward. Okay. King of England from 1199 to his death in 1216. He lost the Duchy of Normandy and most of his, etc. So a lot of these guys are descendants of King John. Okay. Many presidents share a common ancestry. Barack Obama and Martin Van Buren have non-English ancestry that is not descended from him. Most are related to King John. Very interesting. So is Trump related? Is Trump a descendant of King John? Is he? Let's see. Yes, he is. Fascinating. Likely through his Scottish-born mother's lineage. Very interesting. This is quite a rabbit hole that you have pointed out to us. Very interesting. Very interesting. What's the significance of this? I'm not really sure. I'll have to look into it. Divnur Singh, let us not discuss this. All right, sir. Thank you, sir. Deadshot Daikiri says, why are we more inclined towards being followers? For example, we tend to go out of our way to follow the internet trends. One dude says, thanks for your attention to this matter, and tons of others follow. Yes, everyone follows trends, don't they? Why are we more inclined towards being followers? Because it's hard to lead. It's hard to lead. You need a tremendous amount of originality in you, first of all, to lead. See, most people don't even know who they are. Do you really know who you are? Can you spend 10 days alone without talking to anybody else? That's the only real way to find out who you really are. What are your own real thoughts? Most people, you will find, have thoughts that are the carbon copies of something they've heard here or there. None of their thoughts are original. None of their beliefs are original. Their beliefs also they have acquired from here or there. Oh, I like this person. This person is very popular. Let me find out what they think about this issue or that issue. And then I'll make it my belief. Right? Because thinking is hard work. Thinking is painful. It hurts to use the brain. Right? Most people have no original thought. Most people have no original beliefs. They have no original ideas. And it's not their fault because the education system, etc., does that to you. So if you have the situation, most people will therefore want to just follow. So leadership is very uncommon, and most people don't even know what leadership is. Leadership actually is service of all these people who have no thoughts of their own. uh, so it is human nature that we most of us tend to want to follow. Most of us have no original thoughts of our own. Most of us find thinking to be very difficult, right? Most of us want to be like everyone else. We want to fit in. We want to be comfortable. We look around. Okay, if I think this way, will everyone approve? Will my peers approve? If I do something that is different from what they think, will that hurt me? Will they no longer be my friends? Do I have the courage to stand out and be different? Most people don't have this. That's why everyone wants to be followers. Most people. Very few people want to be leaders. And most people, when they want to lead, they want to actually manipulate. They don't want to serve. So that's human nature, you see. Human nature. Rahul G says, as of late October 25, Sir Creek activity among India and Pakistan. I have no idea. No idea whatsoever. I am not keeping track of that. If something happens, we'll see. Lavanya Shah says, if you want to guess based on your knowledge and instincts, by what year will we see the planet free from the Anglo-Saxon led world order, Gehra Rajya? If I want to guess based on my knowledge and instincts, by what year will we be free of the world order that is currently in existence, which is led by the Anglo-Saxons? When will that happen? That's a good question. When do I think that will happen? I don't see that happening anytime in the near future, unfortunately. I'll tell you what my thinking process is. There's only one nation that has currently the capability to make life interplanetary. If they are able to send missions and colonists to the moon and Mars, then they are here for another couple of 100 years at least, in the pole position, in the leadership position. So I don't know, or maybe something changes very rapidly. It is very hard for me to look into the future and say what could happen based on my instincts. I don't know. 50 years? I'm being a little hopeful here. Yeah, I'm just making a wild guess. Maybe 50 years. Maybe it won't be that long. Maybe some things will change. Maybe 30 years. Okay, let's see. I don't know. Fast Snail says, what's the secret? What is secret information declassification? What are criteria for that? Secret information is declassified when it is no longer dangerous. Why is information classified? Why is it kept secret? Because it is dangerous to those who are in power. Okay? If that knowledge becomes widespread, if it becomes common knowledge, then it will be dangerous to the people who are in power, or it will be dangerous to your country. So information is kept secret only if it compromises you, if it compromises the country, or it compromises those who are in power. When it no longer has that power of compromising you or the country, then it can be made secret. So one example is the Netaji thing. Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose most likely did not die in the so-called plane crash, of which there is no actual record in Taiwan. Most likely he was alive until 1985. But why is the government unwilling to accept this? Why is it unwilling to declassify the documents that they would have? Because these documents are still dangerous. They can still cause trouble too, perhaps. I mean, nobody in power will be singed by this, right? But maybe the country will face some problems, because the West will attack the country for glorifying a person who they will claim was a supporter of Hitler or something like that. So, that's the deal. So secret info is declassified when it is no longer dangerous, or it can no longer compromise the people who are in power or the country. 6, P70 Delta says around 15,000 Ukrainian civilians are dead peanuts compared to Afghanistan and Iraq, but the US is a democracy valuing human life, and evil Russia having complete disregard for human life. That's how it goes. All people aren't equal, you see. All people aren't equal. That's how it goes. People with certain skin colors are more equal. That's the hypocrisy of the West and overall of all human beings. You tend to prefer people who are more like you. You will always prioritize your people, your country people, and so on. So, yeah, you see what happened in Iraq when the Americans liberated Iraq. How many Iraqis died? Civilians, more than 1 million. Those you don't talk about. Entire cities were flattened. You don't talk about that, right? Because you're bringing in democracy. So that's how it goes. That is the way of the world. Divnur Singh says, "Are Chinese the best businessmen?" That's what American businessmen say. In the 1970s and 80s, American businessmen used to say that there is no better businessmen than the Japanese. The Japanese are the toughest negotiators. They do business in such a hardcore way that we Americans can't deal with them. That's what they used to say in the 1970s and 80s. Then the Americans dealt with Japan. Now China is up here. And right now, because of the leverage that China has that other countries don't have, right? That's why China is right now in vogue, and the Chinese are the best businessmen. So my point is, why do we have to base our understanding on who the best businessmen are based on what one nation says? You don't necessarily have to do that. Of course, the US is the most consequential nation in the world right now. It's the nation that matters the most. It's the nation which historically the past century or so has had the highest standards. So it kind of makes sense to listen to what they have to say. And if they regard the Chinese to currently be their, the toughest peer competitors they have, then maybe the Chinese are the best right now. So as a nation, the Chinese nation is the biggest competitor to the US right now, and maybe their business people are the best in the world right now. Anonymous scientist says, why are our countrymen insecure, naive, and emotional? The moment your view differs from theirs, they start fighting. It's the fault of the education system. It doesn't teach you how to think rationally. Critical thinking. You're not taught any of these things. That it's okay to have different opinions. It's okay to have different viewpoints. Try and understand the other person's viewpoint. Maybe you will learn something from them. Maybe they will learn something from you. You don't have to react to everything emotionally. Be analytical. Try and understand what that viewpoint means. But none of this is taught to us in school, in college, in university. Right? So that's why Indians are insecure, naive, emotional, and so on. And that's why, unless we reform the education system, this country is going to go nowhere. Dr. Ritabrata Debnath says, although the truth will never be out, but doesn't the CIA seem dumb enough to try assassination of Mr. Modi, knowing his successor will be more hardliner? There is no guarantee of anything. First of all, there is no evidence there was an assassination attempt of Mr. Modi or a ploy to assassinate him. That's all speculation on social media. I have not seen any evidence that could actually point in that direction. But let's say, hypothetically, assuming that maybe hypothetically there could be some truth to it. Okay, and hypothetically there was this ploy. So when you want to do, let's say you want to assassinate a world leader, you don't make a plan to assassinate somebody unless you have a succession plan that you think will succeed. And there is no guarantee that if something happens to so and so person somewhere in the world, that a more hardline successor will come up. No guarantee. So maybe they have some kind of plan, action plan, contingency plan, whatever you want to call it. So yeah, this is all speculation. Okay, Arkadiusz Dvarshvili. Arkadiusz Dvarshvili is a Georgian name. Okay. Would you eat raw food and turn liquidarian for life? Why? I would not. Why would I do it? Why? Why? Raw food, I would never eat raw meat. That would be madness. Raw vegetables and fruits, of course, I'm happy to eat that. Turn liquidarian for life. No. Why would I? Is there any benefit of doing that? No. Teen Talks Dharma says, congratulations, thank you very much. Why doesn't the US do military parades like Russia, China, and India? Is there some link from the past? I have no idea. Why do they not do parades? Well, they do parades, right? Don't they? Trump recently had a military parade. Donald Trump recently had some kind of military parade, which did not really go out very well, which kind of indicates that the US doesn't really do parades. So why don't they do military parades? I suppose if you're the most powerful nation in the world, and if you're a nation that's accustomed to hiding its instruments of power, then it makes sense not to do parades. Yeah. Let the wars do the talking for you. No need to display what you have. Just deploy it in warfare and win. 6P70 Delta says YouTube may decide to delete the Nur Singh's account. You never know what YouTube will decide. Vishnu says, if Turks are of Central Asian origin, why did many Western Gokturks, Tatars have 100% European ancestry, which is ancient, even before migrating to Anatolian lands and settling there? See, migrations aren't like straight arrows. Human migration is like a back and forth process. Okay. If you look at the Tarim Basin mummies, which are found in present day Xinjiang, currently occupied by China, you will find that those people who lived about 3,000, 4,000 years ago, they look like present day Western European people. Many of them have blonde hair or red hair, light colored skin, probably had light colored eyes. But if you see their language and their religion, it was Indian. So that's very weird, isn't it? So various kinds of genetics have spread across Eurasia over thousands of years. The Turks, they originate in the region that is present-day Mongolia. Their ancestors were called the Shonu or the Hunnu, the Huns. And they spread across Eurasia as nomadic conquerors. And their descendants, some of them eventually came to be known as the Turks. Now, these folks, they migrated all across Eurasia, and they would have picked up all kinds of genetics along the way. So if you look at the Tatar people, like you're mentioning, some of them have very slanty eyes. Some of them look like Europeans. One example is Marat Safin and Dinara Safinova, the siblings who are Grand Slam champions. Marat Safin, Dinara Safina. These two are siblings. If you see here, these two are brother and sister. Now, as you grow older, you will see more Tata. So, do they look European or Central Asian? I think they look kind of mixed, don't they? But if you see Marat Safin when he was young, he looked less Central Asian and more European. Grand Slam, US Open. Let's see. Which one did he win? Grand Slam. Here, does it look? He has blonde or light colored hair, and that sort of thing. He looks more European here. So the point is that all these people, if you're a nomadic people, you're gonna pick up all kinds of ancestry, all kinds of genetics during over the course of centuries, and that's how it goes. All right, okay. Divnur Singh says, what is Cherenkov radiation? Cherenkov radiation. Okay. So that comes when you break the speed of light in a certain medium. Yeah, the speed of light. So let's say, so we know what the speed of light in a vacuum is. It's roughly 300,000 kilometers per second. 300,000 meters per second, uh, kilometers per second. 300,000 kilometers per second. No, meters, kilometers per second. Okay. So that is the speed of light in vacuum. One second, let me just remember whether it is speed of light. Speed of light. Meters per second, 300,000 meters per second. You don't talk about kilometers, you talk about meters. Okay. So we know what the speed of light is in vacuum. But the speed of light in, let's say, glass will be different. The speed of light will not be the same in glass as it is in vacuum. The speed of light will not be the same in water as it is in vacuum. And it's possible for the speed of light to break that limit in a certain medium. And that is what gives rise to this radiation, which is called Cherenkov radiation, which is this bright flash that you suddenly see. Blue flash, typically. So you can see, if you want to see what it looks like, okay, Cherenkov radiation. If you look at the images, this is what it looks like. And that's how it originates. Okay. Deadshot Daikiri says, Salut encore. Okay, salut. Are we still sovereign because and haven't sold out because the insanely corrupt politicians already have infinite money to be farmed inland? Look, there are different ways of looking at sovereignty. And you can complicate it as much as you want, or simplify it as much as you want. The way I look at sovereignty is from 3-4 different perspectives. One is territorial sovereignty. Second is economic sovereignty. So economic sovereignty is, do you control your own money? Do you control your own currency? So India does control its own currency, doesn't it? Right? We have the Indian rupee that we entirely control. When it comes to territorial sovereignty, we control our borders. We have full control over our borders, so we have that as well. When it comes to legislative sovereignty, we make our own laws, so we are sovereign there as well. When it comes to policies, so we decide what policies will be implemented in our nation, and nobody else does. So if you look at all these different perspectives, we are still a sovereign nation for sure. Yeah, sure, you can have issues, and we do have allegedly issues such as corruption that are a big problem in India and that need to be resolved. And corruption can have the effect of various people potentially becoming assets of foreign countries in your nation, right? So that is there. So it does compromise the nation, but it doesn't encroach on our sovereignty entirely. So every nation has these issues. Even the US will have some people who will secretly be working for some other country, but that doesn't prevent the US from continuing to be a sovereign nation, right? So these are issues that compromise national security, national interests to a certain extent, but until and unless it becomes a widespread epidemic scale problem, you're still sovereign. Bhaskar Kayatwal says, Dear sir, the questions weren't sent to yesterday's live stream. I sent 8 to 10 questions to this particular 300th episode, but yesterday. Well, if the questions have been sent, then I should be able to see them. And right now I can see 149 super chat questions, and I'm going through these one by one. So, and I started with the first one. So let me see. The first one is not yours. So maybe if you sent those yesterday, maybe they disappear. I have no idea. See, if that's happened, I apologize, but that's something that YouTube controls. I don't control it. And I am simply taking every single super chat question I am seeing. So, yeah, in case your questions aren't there, I apologize, but it's not in my hands. And maybe in the future, maybe you should do it when it's live, right? So if I see it, I see your questions, I'll take them for sure. But I don't think I'm seeing any questions from yesterday. All right, sir. Shaurya says, why destroy EU and Japan introducing Muslim human crisis by the US? Listen, I will talk about immigrants. I will not talk about religion, all right? I don't talk about religion. I don't talk about that specific religion, first of all. Now, if you are talking about bringing in illegal immigrants of various kinds into Europe or Japan, why do that? See, if you consider a nation to be a dangerous nation, for example, Germany, if you consider that Germany is a potentially dangerous nation, they were able to produce something like the Third Reich. They were able to produce Nazi Germany. And if we are not careful, maybe in the future something like that will happen again. Then you go to the root cause of Nazi Germany. Their belief that the German people are the master race, a superior kind of human being. That's what caused Germany to become the Third Reich, Nazi Germany. So how can you prevent this from happening? By changing the race, by bringing in outsiders into your country and having them interbreed with your people, so that you no longer have that master race. Maybe that's one reason. I'm just speculating here. I don't have any real answers because I don't know what's going on in the minds of the people who are planning and executing this. But maybe that is one of the causes why. One of the reasons why they want to do that. And similarly in Japan, maybe something similar. I'm just guessing. I don't know. But possibly, yeah. That sort of argument does make sense logically, perhaps, yeah. Rajat Rastogi says Indian diplomats say that that India will be a $30 trillion economy in the next 30 years. What do I think? Where will be the US in the next 30 years? What will happen to China? You ask me to make predictions about the future, you can't. Indian diplomats say all kinds of things. TK, good, wonderful. What will most likely happen? Where will India's economy be by 2050? Look, right now it's a 4 point something trillion dollar economy in 2025. In 2014, we were half of that. So in 10 years, we've doubled roughly. Okay. What was India's economy? How large was the Indian economy in 2015? USD trillions. How many? 2.1 trillion, right? And today we are what? 4.3, 4.4 trillion. So India's economy has doubled in 10 years. Right now it is 4.5, let's say. So in another 10 years, by 2035, let's assume it doubles. So it's 9 trillion. Then another 10 years, will it double? Let's say it doubles hypothetically. Okay, we are doing the exponential thing. So by 2045, we are 18 trillion. So it is possible that by 2050, we could be a $20 trillion economy. But a lot can happen. We could become a $50 trillion economy, or we may still remain a $10 trillion economy, depending on so many different factors. Maybe the leadership is a very important factor. Right now, we have someone like Mr. Modi that we are very fortunate to have. What if somebody else comes to power in 2029 or before that? And maybe then we make a complete U-turn and our economy slows down. That's also possible, right? Depending on how you people vote. So I am confident, I am hopeful, I would say, that we will be at least a $20 trillion economy by 2050. Where will the US be? It will most likely still be the most powerful nation in the world. What will happen to China? China will still be the second largest economy, if not the largest economy by that time. If things go on track, stay on track the way they are right now. But you never know what the future will bring, you never know. Divnur Singh says Ravan had the knowledge of four Vedas. If Rig Veda is just 1500 BC, Ramayana happened just 3000 years ago. Does not make sense. No, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. So, look, these timelines don't make any sense. They have been force fitted into Eurocentric notions of how the world is supposed to be. When Max Muller made this claim that the Aryan invasion, the so-called Aryan invasion, happened around 1500 BC, he was trying to force fit everything into this biblical timeline of the universe's age. According to Christianity, according to the Bible or whatever their texts are, the world was created about 4,000 years ago by God in a period of 7 days. 4004 years ago or something like that. So, and that's why people like Newton used to be astonished when Egyptians seemingly claimed that their civilization was like 5,000 years old, and the Europeans would say, how can it be? Because God made the world 4,000 years ago. So how can you even claim that your civilization is 5,000 years old? So all of these dates that are currently mainstream are because of the force fitting that was done by people like Max Muller to force fit everything within the biblical time frames. So this dating of the Rig Veda of 1500 BC or whatever, it makes absolutely no sense. The Rig Veda was most likely written closer to 6000 BC than to 1500 BC, based on what we know about the Saraswati and when the river was last in its prime. So the Ramayana clearly happened significantly before 1500 BC, that's for sure. Harsha says, I was reading an article that shows that 60% of women leave their man if they are incapable of providing capital. So what is this unconditional love crap views? Well, okay, I'm not sure where this article came from and how they decided that 60% of women will leave their man if they can't provide capital. But from a biological evolutionary perspective, it kind of makes sense. Right? It kind of makes sense that a man has to be strong and capable of providing for a woman and her offspring and his own offspring. So from an evolutionary perspective, it kind of makes sense. But from a civilizational perspective, maybe not so much so, right? You're supposed to be unconditionally loving each other or something. So you know what? I would have to see the article and what was their research methodology, and so on, and maybe it doesn't make sense. I don't know. Divnur Singh says, what was the Iran Contra affair? It was this Iran Contra affair. This is from the Reagan era, isn't it? Somewhere around that time. And there was this guy called Oliver North who testified with his hand out like this. Oliver North. Let's Google this. You're bringing back memories from the time when I was a little kid. Oliver North, American political commentator. What was he? What's he known for? What is Oliver North known for? Come on, Google, do your thing. He testified or something. Iran Contra affair. Iran Contra affair. Yes. He maintained a public blah blah blah. Arms for hostage. All that stuff. Yeah, that's fine. But he testified. Let's see, testifying. There he is. Yep, there he is. Yeah, so it was some kind of corruption scandal or something. In 1979 you had the Islamic Revolution in Iran, and the government of Mohammad Reza Pahlavi, who was a US asset, it was overthrown, and the regime of the Ayatollahs took over, which still continues in Iran. And when this happened, the Iranians, they stormed the US embassy and they took a bunch of diplomats hostage. And that hostage crisis went on for like 2-3 years. And around this time, you had some kind of bribery scandal or something. I don't remember the details of the Iran Contra affair. If you want, we can look it up. But it was something from that time. Iran Contra affair. What was this thing? Yeah, arms trafficking to Iran between 81 and 86. And what was the objective? What was? Yeah, secret sales of weapons to Iran, exchange of release. Yeah, that sort of thing. Yeah. So I kind of was in the right ballpark. um, some kind of deal with Iran, some kind of sale of weapons or whatever, in exchange for releasing the hostages. Yeah. Pratar Dana says, is in the US, Republican politicians got a backlash for Diwali wishes. Have they opened a can of worms? Maga Gore Isai's Magha Gore Isai's gone full Azov mode. YouTube won't let me super chat. Okay. In the US, Republican politicians, some of them got a backlash from their own constituency, from their own voters, for wishing for Diwali wishes. Have they opened a can of worms? See, in the US, the conservative people consider the nation to be a Christian nation. And it is kind of a Christian nation, isn't it? The US was founded in what, 1776, by Christians. And yeah, overall, it's been a Christian nation. And when you wish people for a polytheistic religion's major holiday, it will definitely offend the Christians, the Christian conservatives. And so, yeah, the politicians who have done that will most likely have got a significant backlash from their own voters. It is what it is. That's how it goes. Have they opened a can of worms? No, it's not a can of worms. Yeah, it's not surprising at all. And see, the thing is that if you're Indian in a Western nation, you, despite the fact that the law gives you equal rights and so on, if you are a citizen of the nation, you are kind of still gonna be kind of a second class citizen implicitly. Yeah. Unless you're a white Christian, you're gonna be a second class citizen. I mean, the Latinos know that, the natives know that, and Indians are also discovering that now. It is what it is. Ansh says, to fulfill its full potential, Bharat needs a robust government system. For a robust system, we need excellent education system, which in turn requires a robust system. Are we trapped in a catch-22? So what needs to happen first is the question. For a better system, do we first need to create a better education system? No. The question really is, what comes first? A better education system or a better system of governance? I would say a better system of governance comes first. Otherwise, the education system will never be reformed. Because in the current system, this is the best form of education that we can have. The politicians who have come to power in the current system, the current flawed system, they would not want to change the education system, because that will then inform the citizens of how bad the current governance system is. So it doesn't make sense for them to reform the education system. So what first needs to happen is that the governance system itself needs to change. Then other things will change. See, that's the thing. Divnur Singh says, if we cannot go further from the North Pole, is it same with time and the Big Bang? There was no time before the Big Bang. As far as we know, time is a big mystery. It's an interesting question you're asking here. Time is a big mystery. We don't know where it comes from. We don't know whether time is an emergent phenomenon that emerges out of space-time or emerges out of something that is part of the universe, or time is maybe even external to the universe itself. We have no idea. So you are right, we can't go further north of the North Pole, no question about that. Time and the Big Bang. Did time begin with the Big Bang? What has caused time? Is time a consequence of quantum entanglement and decoherence? And all of that obviously comes with the beginning of the universe, which is the Big Bang. So I would say it is likely, but I'm not sure about this. No one is sure about this, that time began with the Big Bang, with the expansion of space-time itself at the very beginning. Because we think of, Steve Weinberg has a book called The First 3 Seconds. It's about the first 3 seconds after the Big Bang, assuming that time begins with the Big Bang once again. So most probably there was no time before the Big Bang, and time began with the Big Bang itself. But who knows? Maybe time is external to the universe itself. We don't know. We don't know for sure. Netstat Grep says, why are elites building bunkers all of a sudden? I don't know, sir. Are elites building bunkers? What does elite mean? Do you mean the billionaires in the US? Because I don't know if any elite in India is building bunkers. Maybe you're talking about the US. So does Elon Musk have a bunker? Does Bill Gates have a bunker? Does I don't know. I don't know. Ansh says, in my opinion, in 200 years, the British were able to colonize Bharat much more thoroughly than the Turks could in 800 years. I agree with you, sir. I agree. What do you credit their success to? The Turks tried to destroy our culture and civilization through violent means, through the sword. The British did that with bureaucracy. They passed laws. They changed the education system. First of all, they abolished the indigenous education system that gave India so much, everything we had. They abolished that. And then they imposed their own colonial education system that was designed to churn out clerks and peons. And they made it such that unless you have a degree through the colonial education system, you can't get a job. And they made English the language through which you can get jobs. Because of that, Indians had to become anglicized. And if you become anglicized and if you go through the education system, you will start worshipping the British. So that is what they did. They did more through the power of the pen than the Turks could achieve through the power of the sword. Right? Very, very intelligent, very smart, very insidious. That is why, even though the British are gone, their system still continues. And we are getting more and more colonized today. Right? That's the deal. Galluver says, what is time? Does it make sense before knowing what is Planck time? The Planck time is the shortest unit of time. See, there's something called the Planck units. Planck units are made up of the fundamental constants of the universe, such as G, H, and C. H is the Planck constant. G is Newton's constant of gravitation. C is the speed of light. And using these, and they all have different units. And using these fundamental constants, you can construct fundamental units of length, breadth, mass, temperature, etc. So you have the Planck mass, you got the Planck length, you got Planck time, which are all constructed out of these fundamental constants. So Planck time is a unit of time. It is a very, very, very brief unit of time. It's about 10 raised to minus 44 or 45 seconds. Okay, let's verify whether what I just said is correct or not. Planck time, if I recall correctly, if you calculate properly, it's about 10. It's of the order of minus 10 raised to minus 44 or minus 45 seconds. So let's see. Planck time, 10 raised to minus 44 seconds, right? It's of the order of 10 raised to minus 44 seconds. It's the smallest unit of time that can be measured. Well, you can't really measure it. Hypothetically, theoretically be measured. You can't actually measure something of, that brief. Okay, Nationalist says top 10 biggest historical lies fed to Indians. I'll tell you the top one: non-violence. Non-violence is the best thing, right? Non-violence will turn you into losers. Non-violence is a lie. It's a myth. Don't ask yourself what would Gandhi do. Ask yourself what would Kali do. Why do all our gods hold a weapon? If non-violence is the best thing in the world, then why do all our gods hold weapons? Maybe because Hinduism is evil, right? Again, there we go. So these are some of the biggest lies. Historical lies. Yeah, non-violence works. Non-violence doesn't work. Non-violence turns you into slaves. Okay. Biju Sai says, the more I read about World War II, the more I realize that Italy was actually more of a burden on Germany. What do you think? Italy was a junior partner to Germany. Germany was the major power. in Europe, and Japan was the major power in the East. Italy was a junior partner to Germany, but it was ideologically aligned with Germany, which is why the two nations were on the same side, right? The Axis. So I agree with you. Italy was a junior partner, and maybe you could say a burden to some extent on Germany. Rajat Chatterjee says, why does dipole from cosmic microwave background match with Earth's equinox in ecliptic when there is no connection between these? I'm what? Dipole from cosmic microwave background. The cosmic microwave background radiation is photons. Photons. It is the leftover light, the afterglow of the Big Bang. It's photons. There's no dipole there, right? So I'm not sure what you have read, but you need to first have clarity about what you have read or heard. The cosmic microwave background radiation is just photon. It's just light, but it's extremely cold light, extremely low energy, right? Um, it's about what 2.4, 2.5 Kelvin, the temperature. What is 0 Kelvin? It is absolute zero. CMBR is about 2.5 or something Kelvin, and that's it. There's no dipole in there. So yeah. Divnur Singh says, why is Scotland and Ireland the home to whiskey? Well, Scotland is home to Scotch whiskey. Ireland has its own whiskies. The Americans have their own whiskies, right? I mean, what is Jack Daniels? It's Tennessee sour mash whiskey. So even the US has its own whiskies. What else do they have? Whatever else they have, rye whiskey and whatnot. Irish whiskey. What are famous Irish whiskies? I'm not really sure. I know about Scotch whiskies. Various Islay Scotch and peated Scotches and whatever else. And what are whiskies made from? Hops, right? Hops. At least in Scotland, they're made from hops. Ireland, I'm not sure what they're made of. And in the US, what is Jack Daniels made from? Let's I don't. Let's see. What is Jack Daniels made from? Oh, it's made from corn, rye, and malted barley. Okay, what is Scotch whiskey made from? Oops, what is that? Made from Scotch. Scotch whiskey made from. It's made from water, cereals, and yeast, malted barley. So what is made from hops? What alcohol alcohol is made from hops? Is it beer? It's made from it's beer. Okay, so yeah, I don't know what rabbit hole I'm going into, but okay. So I suppose every nation has its own brand, its own favorite kind of alcohol, and yes, Scotland is Scotch whiskey, Ireland has its own whiskey, and the US has its own whiskeys, I suppose. Okay, 6P70 Delta says, does power come from violence rather than money? As a person with a truck full of Kalashnikovs would be more powerful than one with a truck full of money. Well, you have hit the nail on the head, sir. Power comes from the capacity to unleash violence if required. You are absolutely right. A truck full of cash it doesn't give you the kind of power that you get from a truck full of Kalashnikovs, right? Imagine you have 100 guys, each of whom carries a suitcase full of dollars. And then you have 100 guys, each of whom carries a Kalashnikov and sufficient ammunition to do a lot of damage. What makes you more powerful? It's the guys with the Kalashnikovs, right? So power comes from the capability to unleash violence on demand. That is the truth about power. It's like what Mao Zedong said: political power flows out of the barrel of a gun, right? So, yeah, violence is the key, or the possibility, the potential to do violence. Anonymous scientist says, is it possible to test multiverse theory and Professor Alan Guth's bubble universe theory, maybe some observation through James Webb? It is not possible to test any multiverse theory ever through any observation, because to test the multiverse theory, you have to prove that there are more universes than the one we live in, which means that you need to find data, you need to collect data from beyond our universe, which is impossible, right? So it's not possible to test the multiverse theory. Bubble universe, I'm not sure about that, but no matter how far you crank up the James Webb telescope, how do you find any evidence of universes beyond our own? We don't even know what lies beyond the observable universe, that bubble that we live in, because there is a certain horizon, the observable horizon of the universe, which is about which has a radius of about 45 to 47 billion light years. We can't see beyond that. So the universe we live in itself, we can only see a small part of it. So how are we going to see something that's beyond our universe? It's impossible. So yeah, you can't test it. Unfortunately, you can't. Swastik Mahesh says, how much is India's power projection capabilities? So how do you define power projection? Power projection means the ability to project power far beyond your territory or beyond the territories you control, right? So in the case of the US, power projection is done through the various military bases the US has in territories that are not its own. For example, the US has more than 130 military bases on Japanese territory, which is not US territory. So that's how it's able to project power in that region. It has a military base in Diego Garcia, south of the Maldives. That's how it's able to project power in the Indian Ocean region, and so on. So that's how the US does it. Does India have any such power projection capabilities, any extraterritorial military bases? Maybe a few. So our power projection capabilities aren't great. Another way of projecting power is through missiles. So what are the longest range missiles we have? The publicly available information is that the Agni 5 has a range of about 8,000 kilometers, roughly. So that's how far our power projection goes, more or less. But obviously the actual range may be different, which is a different story. Gallagher says Burevestnik missile. Burevestnik missile. Does this change the game once and for all more than Chinese FOB's deployment? Burevestnik missile, is it that nuclear powered missile that you're talking about? Let's Google it. Burevestnik. Yeah, there you have it. Burevestnik missile. It's a nuclear powered cruise missile. Oh, really? Did they test it today? That's fantastic. That's interesting. Okay, they tested this today. This missile was first announced, I think, in 2019 or 18. So what's the deal with this missile? I think we know what cruise missiles are. I think you all must be knowing what a cruise missile is. A cruise missile is a missile that kind of flies like an aircraft. Okay, it's not a ballistic missile that has a parabolic trajectory that exits the atmosphere and then re-enters and then impacts. A cruise missile flies like an aircraft. It's got wings. It flies at aircraft speeds, or maybe higher, maybe lower, whatever. And so it plays a totally different role. And these missiles typically have engines that are similar to aircraft engines, or maybe sometimes different. So this missile that we're talking about, the Burevestnik missile, it has nuclear propulsion. What does that mean? It's not a nuclear tipped missile necessarily. It may not necessarily have a nuclear warhead. It may have a conventional warhead, but its propulsion system is nuclear in origin. Typically, you would have something like a nuclear ramjet, nuclear powered ramjet. So it'll have a nuclear power plant in it, which produces heat that powers a ramjet, or possibly even a scramjet. So let's Google this. Okay, Burevestnik. What is the propulsion like? Burevestnik missile propulsion. Is it a nuclear ramjet? What is it? Nuclear armed cruise missile, blah blah blah. Propulsion. What is it? Design speculation. We don't know. Of course, we don't know. Okay, let me just search for ramjet. Ramjet. It could possibly have a ramjet. Yeah, but it's so classified that we don't really know what the deal is. And it's definitely not a Bassard ramjet. So yeah, it definitely is a game changer. Because see, what's the deal with this missile? If it has nuclear powered propulsion, it means it doesn't need to be refilled with kerosene or whatever chemical fuel is used in standard propulsion. Which means that this cruise missile can fly for months, on and on and on. And then one day, without warning, it can go and hit the target. That's a game changer. Nobody else has this capability. Yeah, totally game changer. Shashank Kukhate says, Peshwa Bajirao remained undefeated throughout his life, shattered the Mughals and transformed the Maratha kingdom into an empire. Can he be considered India's greatest military general ever? One of India's greatest military generals. I would not say that he would be the greatest ever military general. One of the absolute legends. Okay, no question about that. But we have other legends. We have, for example, Samudragupta, whose entire life, Emperor Samudragupta, whose entire life was an extended military campaign, and he never lost. And he conquered more. We also have Kanishka, who defeated everybody, who conquered an empire that boggles your mind from the Caspian Sea to the Aral Sea, including the whole of present-day Xinjiang, which is part of China. He defeated everybody who came his way. So we've had many legends. So we have to put things in the right perspective. All right, friends? James says, James Princip is the man who deciphered your Brahmi script, found your history. We civilized you, taught you your own language, of course, yet you still hate us, superior British. Yeah. James Princip, right? He's the guy who deciphered the Brahmi script. Is he? Yes, I suppose. Found your history, right? See what happened is this. This is what happened. India was the nation that invented education. India wasn't the nation. India was the civilization that invented education. We invented the concept of the school, the college, the university, especially the university. We had the oldest libraries. We invented the concept of the library before anybody else. So we had our own records of our own history. And then what happened is that we were invaded and occupied by the Turks. And what the Turks did was they destroyed all our universities and burned all our libraries. So we lost all the written records of our history, and whatever was left, we had to pass it on orally. Then the British arrived in India later on, right? And once they took over India, they said that you guys have these fake histories, these legends. Everything is done orally. Everything is passed on orally. So we will teach you what your history is. And then they proceeded to write our history for us and teach us their version of our history, and that's something that is still being taught to us, to our children, to children in schools, colleges, universities today. So I don't know much about this gentleman, James Princip, but okay, let's quickly look at him. James Princip. 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 Who's this guy? Princip. Prinsep. He was an English scholar, etc., etc. Kharosthi, Brahmi script. Okay, so I'm sure he was interested in these matters, right? And he would have deciphered the Brahmi and the Kharosthi script. So good for him, good for us, good for all of us. So yeah, some of this was done by the British, but the British also did other stuff which was very nasty, wasn't it? Like genociding 200 million plus Indians, right? Engineering hundreds of artificial famines, and so much more. So you see, just because a couple of things happened because somebody was curious about Indian history doesn't mean that you civilized us and taught our own language and so on and so on. But you know what, James? I appreciate you, James. I appreciate you for bringing these things up. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Divnur Singh says, so I told this white guy that Jesus looked more like me than him. And I believe I became the villain in the people around somehow. You see, everyone wants to see God in their own form. If you go to Southeast Asia, they have statues of Gautam Buddha there. Those look Southeast Asian. You go to China, they have statues of the Buddha in China, and over there, the Buddha looks Chinese, right? So that's how it's going to be. You will find paintings of Lord Shiva and Goddess Parvati in Central Asia, and there they will have slanted eyes. So that's how it goes. You see. So today Christianity is the primary religion of the white people, and because of that, they would want Jesus to look like them. So I believe that Jesus was the standard depiction of Jesus as this person with a beard and long blonde hair. I believe it was modeled on one of the Borgias of the Borgia family, right? Cesare Borgia, was it? What did he look like? Cesare Borgia. So this is what the guy looked like, Cesare Borgia, and I suppose that family commissioned some artist to depict Jesus in the likeness of Cesare Borgia, and that's how that image has been passed on. And today, most Europeans believe that Mr. Jesus was this white man with Italian-looking face and long blonde hair. And if you dispute that, then you're going to become the villain, of course. Yes. Abhishek Srivastav says, what went wrong in the 1857 war? Who was Tatya Tope? I remember when I was a little kid, we were taught about Tatya Tope. Some reference to a freedom fighter called Tatya Tope. I don't know about his life history, so I won't be able to answer that. What went wrong in 1857? We weren't united. And some of us fought for the occupiers. That's what went wrong, you see? So the moral of the story is we have to be united. We have to look out for each other. We still have the same problem in India today. We still have brown coolies writing articles, anti-India articles for Washington Post and whatnot. And proudly saying that, you know what, I'm proud to have written this article, to have done this investigation on so on and so forth. We still have these Mir Jafars in the country, right? These are the things that went wrong for us historically. Shashwat Mishra says, we seem to overhide the capabilities of our weapons. It makes our weapons look substandard on paper, whereas other countries, especially China, seem to hype up their weapons, which enhances the export. I'll tell you what enhances the export of weapons: performance. So, and once again, performance in a battlefield, it's not being telecast live. So if you're watching a cricket match, you know that so and so guy has performed well and so guy has not performed well. We know exactly who performed in what way. Rohit Sharma did this. Virat Kohli finally got some runs, right? That sort of thing. But let's say you use 20 different weapons on the battlefield. You don't quite know which one is performed well. But if you win the battle or the war, then most likely your weapons are better, right? So if you want to enhance the export of your weapons, you've got to fight wars, you've got to win wars. If you consistently win, your weapons are going to be in high demand. So if you want to export weapons, one way of doing it is to do marketing. A lot of marketing. We have the best weapons, blah, blah, blah. Enhance, exaggerate the capabilities of your weapons. Another way of doing it is to win. So, for example, when we had Operation Sindoor, we did not really gain any territory. In my opinion, the only measure of victory is how much territory you gained. Otherwise, it's just pointless, because if you take out some aircraft and crater some airfield, those that can be repaired. The aircraft can be replaced. Territory is what you need to win. Now, one thing we know for sure in Operation Sindoor is that our air defense system performed spectacularly. We now can factually state that we have the world's best battle-tested air defense system. So that performance is what gives you export orders. When it comes to hiding the capabilities of your weapons, I think that's a good idea, actually. Don't reveal what your weapons are capable of. Reveal that only on the battlefield by winning. That's what you have to do. Teen Talks Dharma says, is there a way to regulate alcohol consumption in a state? Because we know banning it doesn't work. Spreading awareness also fails because people think it's cool. Alcohol clearly is not a very good thing. People who abuse alcohol, they will create all kinds of trouble for themselves and for the world. So the thing is, if you try to regulate something, then it becomes even more desirable. You see, if you ban something or if you regulate something, it becomes more desirable. And there are some states in this country, in India, where alcohol is banned. Oh, please go there. Please go to those states and see what happens on the ground. Is there no alcohol consumption in those states? On the contrary. Okay. So my point is, all these things are pointless. People will do what they do. The only thing we can ensure is that people, in some states, one hears that there is too much alcohol consumption. So something should be done about that. And there must be reasons why certain states have excessive alcohol consumption while other states don't have that issue. There must be something locally, relevant over there in those states, why you have excessive alcohol consumption. For example, I have heard, I'm not sure if I'm right, but a certain state in the southern part of India seems to have an issue with alcoholism. So what's the reason? There must be something local to that state, which is why maybe alcohol is available for very cheap over there. Maybe it is locally made alcohol which is very cheap. I'm not sure what it is. So one way of regulating alcohol consumption is to make it expensive, right? Make it expensive. Don't ban it. Make it expensive. Impose extra taxes or whatever on it. That's one way of doing it. Banning it doesn't work. Spreading awareness. Everyone knows cigarette smoking is bad, but people still smoke cigarettes. I've seen doctors who smoke cigarettes. I've seen dentists who chew pan. So spreading awareness makes no difference. The only way of doing it is to make it more expensive. Make it more expensive. Divnur Singh says, was the phalanx of Alexander superior to Roman legionary warfare? What about Mongol pony blitzkrieg? The Macedonian phalanx. Yeah, that was quite a thing, right? That was quite a thing. You would have these soldiers called hoplites, if I'm not mistaken, who had these like spears that were like 3 times the length of a man. And you would have these hoplites would deploy the spears right in front of them, and you would have their companions who would be waiting in the arms behind them. And that was almost an impregnable kind of maneuver, until it was not, right? Until it was defeated. So it was. So was the phalanx superior to Roman legionary warfare and the Mongol Puni blitzkrieg? I think the phalanx was relevant for its time period. The Roman legionaries would have made short work of the phalanx because they had other weapons. They had ranged weapons. And the Romans, they were able to solve all problems, whether these were engineering problems, whether these were tactical problems. What is the use of phalanx if you can be destroyed at a distance? Tell me. The Romans would bring in catapults, which would take out your phalanx from a distance of 500 feet. Then what do you do with the phalanx? So I would say that the Roman warfare, the Roman legionary warfare, was superior to anything the Europeans invented in other parts of Europe, because the Romans did defeat the Greeks. They conquered and occupied Greece. Roman Pony blitzkrieg. If the Mongol Pony blitzkrieg, the Mongolian way of warfare was, definitely ponies and archery. They would have made short work of the Romans, the Mongols. They would have punched holes through whatever the Roman legions looked like. The Mongols would have defeated them. The Romans, there was an innovation that was ahead of its time. So I would say the legionaries would defeat the phalanx, and the Mongols would defeat the legionaries. Karan says, are Afghans really our stock people? I've seen some of the Afghan immigrants kind of look like Italians, blue eyes, blonde hair, etc. Easily differentiated from local Indians and Pakistanis. They have mixed Iranic and Central Asian DNA. The original Iranian DNA, the original Iranian people were not blonde or blue-eyed. Today you will see some people in Iran who are blonde and blue-eyed, because those people were brought into Iran during the Turkic occupation of Iran from the Caucasus region. The true Persians aren't white people. They aren't blonde. The true Persians are dark-haired, dark-eyed people with light brown skin. Okay, please understand that first of all. Today's Persia is different. Today's Persia is the consequence of almost 1,000 years of Turkic occupation. Who was Nadir Shah? You think he was Persian? He was a Turk. Who was the Shah of Khwarazm when Genghis Khan invaded Khwarazm? He was a Turk. He was not Persian. Persia itself was under Turkic occupation, and a lot of people from the Caucasus region and Central Asia were settled in Iran, which completely, permanently changed the demographics of Iran. So before the foreign occupation of Persia, the Persians looked like people from Western India, maybe slightly lighter skin. Now coming to Afghanistan and the Pashtun people, even if you look at Afghanistan today, it's not one ethnicity anymore. You have the Turkmens, you have the Uzbeks, you have the Tajiks, you have the Hazaras, and God knows what other. You may even have Kyrgyz in Afghanistan. Those are not the original people of Gandhar. The original true inhabitants or native people of Afghanistan or Gandhar are the Pashtuns. Now, even among the Pashtuns, you will find some people who look very strikingly almost like Europeans. Sure. But what does the average Pashtun look like? If the average Pashtun were to walk around in Delhi, nobody will look at them twice. That is a fact, right? So why do some Pashtuns look so different? Because that's the nature of the genetics of the subcontinent. The further north you go, the further you will have influence from outside. A great example is the Tarim Basin mummies. Let's see what the Tarim mummies look like. So before I show you what they look like, the Tarim mummies are most likely the Tushara people. Tushara, the people who were called Tushara in the Mahabharata. In English, they are called Tokharians. The The Tokharians are the ancestors of the Kushan people. The Kushans are now assimilated among us, right? Among us, among the Indian people. So the Tokharians, they their language was similar to our language. It went ka kha ga ga na that way, and the religion was some form of Hinduism. But their genetics were very different. But the genetic lineages were R1A1A, which is essentially the same as what we even have today in India. So if you want to look at the Tarim mummies, this is what it looks like. Okay, let's look at this. Tarim mummies. So let's take a look at the Tarim mummies. You see that some of them look Central Asian, but many of them look like they're, European. And yet they were culturally Indian. So that's the deal. So overall, to answer your question, after going roundabout in explaining all the other details, the Pashtuns are our people. The Pashtuns are an extension of the northern Indian population. Even if you go to some parts of UP, etc., you will find people with blonde hair, sometimes, very rarely, and blue eyes. So it's not that unusual, actually. All right. Divnur Singh says Jesus' birth is historically uncertain. Why base modern chronology on it and retro calculate epochs like the Seleucid? Doesn't this question the system? To be entirely honest, there is no hard evidence of the existence of Mr. Jesus. Right? There's no hard evidence. There's no archaeological evidence of the existence of Jesus, but that doesn't necessarily mean that he did not exist. Right? But like you say, his birth is historically uncertain, but we have based all our modern chronology on that, the BC AD system. So the year of his alleged birth is 1 AD, not even 0 AD, it's 1 AD. So AD is Anno Domini, the year of our Lord, and BC is before Christ. Now they have changed it to BCE and CE, before Common Era and Common Era, which is nothing but putting a new branding on the old thing. So why is the entire modern chronology based on the birth of someone who we don't even know existed? It's because the world is Eurocentric. Right? The past 500 years, it's the Europeans who were Christians who have dominated the world, and they have shaped all of this in the way they wanted. So yeah, see, even today you will see that we still kind of live with some of the consequences of the Roman era, the Roman Empire, the Roman period. For example, the names of the months. August. Why do we have a month named August? Why is the 12th month called December, which is named after Dis, which is 10? Should be not called December, should be called 12ember or something, right? But it's December. So all of that is the legacy of the time when the Romans ruled Europe and the overall extended region. So because the world is Eurocentric and the Europeans have ruled the world, that's why we have these issues, which don't really make a lot of sense. Harshay says, is keeping two wives considered as cheating? Like, if it's done mutually, is it better than today's hookup culture, etc.? Just a thought. It's entirely up to you. If you have two wives and both of those wives are happy with that, then I suppose it is not cheating. It's not. If it's done with the consent of both of your wives. Is it better than today's hookup culture? I would say it is better than today's hookup culture, for sure. Absolutely. Hookup culture is an abomination. Yeah. So yeah, if you would like to be in a situation where you have two wives who are both okay with it, then I see nothing wrong with that, in my opinion. Varun says, schematics, POV, Yahweh, lightning god, wife is El Ashura. Indra Dev, lightning god, wife is Ashura. What? Indra Dev, lightning god's wife is Ashura. Is Jesus son of Indra? Garuda, Haruda, Horus? Why? I have no idea, sir. I don't see the. I don't think there's anything in common between the Indian gods and the Semitic gods. And when it comes to Egyptian gods, I'm not sure if there's a connection. There have been all kinds of claims and so on. There have been writers such as, what his name, Oak, P and Oak, who have made all kinds of claims similar to what you're saying here. Indra Deva's god is Ashura. Okay, let me just Google this. Who was Indra's wife? Who is Indra's wife? Indrani. She's the daughter of a Asura. Okay, that is fine. Asur is a concept from our culture. Lightning god. So look, my point is that, you know what, the way I see it, I don't see any connections between Aryan gods, our gods, and the gods of the Semitic people. Yahweh. They now are monotheists, right? The Egyptians were polytheists, but I personally see no connection. Ansh says, you call Pakistan a temporary nation, even if we militarily take over. What do we do with people who have learned this adversarial ideology? I'm not sure what we do with that. We can't assimilate those people back into our population. It could have been done in 1947 if we had very quickly, in 5-10 years, reintegrated Pakistan. Then it would not have had that much of an effect. But today you have people who have been living in Pakistan for several generations, regarding India as the mortal enemy, and who are taught to hate Hindus, their own ancestral culture, Hinduism, from the time they're children. The education system, teaches them to hate Hindus. How do you bring that big population back into the Indian population? You can't. It'll take maybe 100 years to de-radicalize that population. So I do call Pakistan an artificial temporary nation. And what needs to happen for peace to return to the subcontinent and for the wounds to heal is for, first of all, for Pakistan to break up, because it's an artificial nation. Khyber Pakhtunkhwa needs to return to Afghanistan. Sindh needs to become independent. Balochistan needs to become independent. Punjabistan can do whatever it wants. POK, etc., can return to India. Even that will be an issue, but yeah, that will return. And then let that ideology of hatred, which is poured through the education system, end. And then maybe in 50 years, 100 years, we can look into it, whether we can reintegrate that population with their own people, which is us. But yeah, immediately it's not possible. What do? They hate us. Many of them are terrorists or have terrorist kind of mindset. You can't integrate them with the Indian population. It'll be a disaster. You're absolutely right. Okay, Caution World says, can the USA do something similar with India to get their way, like they are doing with Venezuela? If yes, why? If not, why not? Can having nuclear weapons save India? So what are they doing with Venezuela is the question. What is the US doing with Venezuela? They may be on the verge of conducting a regime change operation in Venezuela. They can even invade Venezuela. I remember in the 1990s or something, it was late 80s, early 90s, the Americans invaded Nicaragua, right? And captured the leader of Nicaragua and installed a different government there. His name was Manuel Noriega. I suppose he's still in prison in the US. So they certainly can do that in any country in the Americas. They may do that in Venezuela. Can the US do something similar in India? Well, they certainly can try that. And the might of the US military is way greater than that of India. So let's say hypothetically, in a completely absurd hypothetical situation, the US decides to invade India. They'll win. That is guaranteed. They'll win. Even if we have nuclear weapons, they'll win. And if we dare to use nuclear weapons, they will totally destroy India. Um, so they certainly can do that, but is that what they would like to do? No, they would not like to do that. They would like to control India without destroying India. They would like to control India by having a proxy puppet government in India, which is actually controlled by them. That way, they can actually avail of all the resources of India, including the population, manpower, and whatever else, without destroying. See, it's one thing to destroy a country and defeat it that way. It's another thing to control it without touching it. So the ideal situation is you win without firing a single shot and you control everything. That's better. So that's what they would like to do actually. E. Rahul says child marriage in India was due to the average lifespan of people back then, due to 1000 years of operation question mark. By 18, people had lived half their life. That was by the end of the British occupation of India. We don't know what the average lifespan of Indians was 1000 years ago. We don't have any statistics, any data, any records. If those records existed, they have been long destroyed. But we know that by the time the British left India in 1947, the average lifespan in India was what? 30, 31, 32? That's it. That's how badly they had destroyed India. So the average person would live 31 or 32 years. Which means that by 18, people had lived half their life. And is that why you had child marriage in India? No, absolutely not. That has nothing to do with that. Child marriages happened in India even before 1000 years ago. That's a different story. It was a cultural thing. You had child marriage all across the world. Like I showed yesterday by giving about 100 examples from Europe, right? And the West. But does it mean that if let's say one family arranged their son's marriage to the daughter of another family when both children were 8 years old, does it mean that they would go and have sex? Obviously not, right? That would not happen. It was simply an arrangement, and they would start living together when they would be maybe 15, 16, something like that. So yeah, we have to be very careful not to examine our own history from a Western perspective, right? We have to understand our own culture first of all, which now is becoming more and more alien to us. We don't even understand our own culture anymore. It feels like something foreign to us now. That's what the education system has done to us. Divnu Singh says, so did CIA kill Homi Baba? Possibly. Homi Baba was traveling by aircraft. When the aircraft crashed, the aircraft carrying Dr. Homi Baba, it crashed in the French Alps. And the wreckage was not discovered and investigated until a few years ago. And this plane crash happened what, like 50 years ago, possibly, something like that. And some former CIA agent had boasted that we killed Homi Baba. So it is kind of like circumstantial evidence. They will never admit that, even if they have done it. But it's possible that something like that may have happened. But there is no 100% incontrovertible evidence that they did this. So it's a possibility. But I can't say for sure. Sumit says, why is Abu Zayed Ahmed's mind-body separation in cognitive psychology cited more than Patanjali's 2nd century Indian work on mind, body, and soul? I don't know who Abu Zayed Ahmed is, but why is Patanjali's work cited less than somebody who's done something more recently? One is recency bias, and secondly, Patanjali was Indian. We don't even know if he was a 2nd century person, right? Do we know for sure that Patanjali lived in the 2nd century AD or BC or whatever? We don't know for sure. That's what the Westerners claim, and that's what we go with. We don't know for sure. So look, there is this Western tendency to downplay any Indian achievement. Right? That's there. They will always try to, give the credit to somebody who is not Indian. For the longest time, they said it was Arabic numerals. Now they say grudgingly that it's Hindu Arabic numerals. Why are they even Arabic at all? The Arabs themselves wrote that these were Indian numerals and Indian mathematics. Kitab al Hisab ul Hind. I mean, can it get more plain than that? Right? The Arabs were very clear that this was Indian mathematics. They never claimed credit for the mathematics or the science or the astronomy. It's the Europeans who ascribed it all to the Arabs. So yeah, that's the deal. UMX says origin of Marwaris. Can you speak Marwari, sir? I can't speak Marwari. Origin of Marwaris, it's the origin of Indians. What next? Origin of Noida. Origin of people from Noida. Origin of people from Faridabad. Come on, we're all Indians. We're all Indians. Our origin is the same. India was settled about, I don't know, about 75, 80,000 years ago. That's our origin. That's our origin. All of us. Abhiday Singh says, your thoughts on the recent mummified fossil of a dinosaur found in Canada with its skin and organs intact. And my topics in JP Dialogues, a mummified dinosaur in Canada. Let's Google that. Okay. Mummified dinosaur in Canada. Really? Let's take a look at that. What's it look like? Let's take a look at it. Oh, this is not a mummified dinosaur, bro. This is a fossilized dinosaur. It looks like a mummy because it's so exquisitely well preserved. It's one of those armor-plated dinosaurs. Do we have an actual mummified dinosaur? Dinosaur mummy discovered in Canada. Let me see. News. So this is, it's got skin, armor, pigmentation, etc. But it's still a fossil. It's still a fossil. And this was found more than a decade ago. Organs intact, really? Organs. Really? You have organs intact? Remarkably preserved internal organs, specifically its intestines. Fascinating, fascinating. So it's the same one we're talking about, this guy. Right. So what's my thoughts? Sometimes you get these things. But it's still a fossil. It's not a mummified thing. What's the definition of mummification? It's the preservation of the original tissue. What's the definition of fossilization? Fossilization means the replacement of the original tissue with minerals which retain the shape of the original tissue, but it's not the preservation of the original tissue. So I am not blaming you, Abhiday Singh, for saying this. It's the media that is misreporting the find. It's not mummified. It's fossilized, but it's very well fossilized. But there have been discoveries of, let's say, T-Rex skeletons in which the tibia, not the tibia, femur, it's probably the femur bone, which is a major leg bone. It broke by mistake, and when it broke, there was soft tissue inside, which was still present. That was weird. I'm not sure if they were able to extract DNA. Probably not. Okay, let's Google this. Okay, soft tissue T-Rex femur. Yeah, check it out. So flexible blood vessels, etc., were discovered in the bone, inside the bone of the dinosaur, but they were not able to discover any DNA. I'm sure if they did discover the DNA, they will not have publicized it. So that's interesting. It's happened more than once that soft tissue has been discovered in the bones of dinosaurs. That's more interesting than this so-called mummified dinosaur, which is simply a well-preserved dinosaur. Okay. 6P70 Delta says Bashkirs are said to have the highest R1 concentration. Direct descendants of Yamnaya, perhaps. Why do some people from Caucasus look somewhat like Indians? Okay. The the most prevalent haplogroup among the Yamnaya people is R1b. R1b. And the most prevalent haplogroup among the Indian and European people is R1a. But both are descendants of R1. So, yeah. Now the Bashkirs. But if you ask me, okay, let's take a look at this. Okay, R1b versus R1a distribution. R1b distribution. R1b distribution. It's like out of India. You can see everything except for India. And R1a, if you look at that, you will find a totally different story. India and parts of Russia and parts of Europe, where you have the highest distribution of R1a. Now, if you go for R1 itself, R1 distribution, what do we find? You're going to find a combination of R1a and R1b. Right. So, does it mean that the Bashkirs are direct descendants of Yamnaya? I can't say for sure. So do we have more people who belong to R1b compared to R1a? No. R1a dominates over R1b in terms of population. You have more than 1 billion people who are part of the R1a haplogroup that many Indians belong to. So, so maybe it's R1a, which is not Yamnaya. Yamnaya is a sister haplogroup. R1b is a sister haplogroup of R1a. Now, why do some people from the Caucasus region look like Indians? You will see many people from the Caucasus who look like Indians, especially Armenians and Georgians. Right? Many of them look like Indians. There is some ancient connection. The Turks hate the Armenians, and the Turks like to call the Armenians Indians, and they use it as an insult, apparently. Right? There is some connection. I'm not sure what the connection is. I know for sure that you had Hindu temples all across the Caucasus and Central Asia before 1 AD. And in Armenia, some of these Hindu temples were converted into churches about 2000 years ago. Because Armenia is one of the oldest countries to become Christian. And today, because of the Armenia-Turkey thing and Azerbaijan thing, those churches have now been demolished and mosques have been built on top of those. So Hindu temple to Christian church to Islamic mosque is what the state is today. But the point is that there is some ancient connection between the people of India and the people of especially Armenia and Georgia. Divnu Singh says, basically confirmed news that Israel pays 7,000 for one pro-Israel post to famous influencers in the West and in India as well. By the way, can't trust anyone. Why should they not do it? If people are up for sale, if media outlets are up for sale, why would you not do that? $7,000 is not a whole lot of money for a post that is pro your nation. I would say, why doesn't India do this either? India also do this. India should also do this. Why shouldn't India play the game? The Pakistanis, the Chinese, they pay influencers to put out various narratives on social media, right? The Americans also pay influencers who take all shapes and forms. What kind of influencers? Business people, politicians, YouTubers, including people who stay in Germany and so on. So why can't India also play the game? I don't understand that. Why does India have to stay out of this? India should also play the game. And I have absolutely nothing against Israel doing this. They're doing the right thing. They're doing whatever is in their best interests, as should everybody else. Pankaj says Indians are still called Kaling in Southeast Asia, but we don't know much about Odisha's contribution in Southeast Asia. Your opinion, please. Yeah, if you go to Indonesia and Malaysia, Indians are called Kalinga today. What is Kalinga historically? It's Kalinga, right? But it's now called Odisha for some reason, but historically it was called Kalinga. So Kalinga has had this tremendous contribution in Indianizing and Hinduizing the whole of Southeast Asia. Um, the people of Kalinga were traders, merchants, and they were seafarers. Ships from Kalinga used to cross what is now called the Bay of Bengal. It should be called the Kalinga Mahasagar, and they used to go to what they used to call Suvarnabhumi, which is Thailand, and eventually Indonesia, Java, Sumatra, all of that, and even Vietnam and so on. And this was going on for at least 3,000 years before today. So around 1000 BC, at least, even most likely before that, you would have ships crossing from Kalinga, all and crossing the Bay of Bengal, and trading with Thailand, Cambodia, Vietnam, etc. And over the years, this had the effect of slowly, gradually Indianizing and Hinduizing the whole of Southeast Asia. And lots of people from India settled over there. The kingdom of Funan was founded by a merchant from Kalinga called Kondinia, who married a local princess. And that set up the kingdom of Funan. Similarly, you had the Champa Empire, which was a maritime thalassocratic empire, which was completely Indianized, which was based out of Vietnam. So the people of Kalinga have done tremendous work towards Indianizing Southeast Asia. And today it's all forgotten, which is sad. Arun Kumar says, I am proud of Indian ancient achievements, but terms like Agnivarn are metaphorical. Rasa Ratnakara mentions sulfur and saltpeter for alchemy, not explosives. No evidence like sources of usage of gunpowder exist before the Mughals. Okay, thank you, sir, for your opinion. Thank you, sir. Divnur Singh says, we are ruled by the people we are not allowed to oppose. How true is this? What would that be? I wonder who are these people in India. We are ruled by people we are not allowed to oppose. Well, generally in any country that you are in, whether it is in Asia, whether it's in Europe, whether it's in Africa, you're not really allowed to oppose the government, are you? You can express an opinion that is contrary to what the government says. You can, if you're in a democratic country, you can register a protest, and if your protest is approved, you can go and demonstrate on a certain day and certain time. But you can't really oppose the government, right? I suppose that's the case everywhere. In India, you have way more freedom than in the West. If you live in the West, you know it's a police state. And if you cross certain lines, they're going to shoot you. No questions asked. That's not the case in India. In India, you have way more freedoms than that. And you actually can abuse the government and oppose the government in so many ways. I mean, look at all these various people who are opposing the government all the time. So it depends on the country. It depends on the system. In China, you dare not oppose the government. It's gonna end up very badly for you. In Japan, you can do certain things against the government, opposing the government vocally, verbally, etc. In France, to some extent, you can do it if you belong to certain communities, and so on. It depends on the context. It depends on the geography. It depends on the country. Can you oppose the government in the US? Well, yeah, you are allowed freedom of speech, and certain things you can do, but certain things will get you shot, no questions asked. It depends. Dave says, congrats for 300 live streams. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Watching your videos since 2021. Well, thank you. And currently also reading your books. Learned a lot. Thank you very much, sir. I really appreciate you and all the viewers. Thank you very much. Thank you. Vishal Natha says, what's quantum chromodynamics? Is it significant in understanding dark matter and energy? Quantum chromodynamics is the study of the strong nuclear force, color charges. So the strong nuclear force, you're talking about quarks there. Quarks are the constituents of the protons and neutrons. which make up the nucleus of atoms. Quarks are not constituents of electrons, by the way. The electron is a fundamental particle. But the proton and the neutron, they are not fundamental particles. They are made up of quarks. And there are 6 kinds of quarks: up, down, top, bottom, strange, charm. Right? And quarks have color charges, which is why you have chromodynamics. And the mediators are the gluons. So that is what quantum chromodynamics is all about. It's about understanding the properties of quarks and gluons and all of that. So that's quantum chromodynamics. It has most likely no significance in understanding dark matter or energy. Dark matter is most likely something associated with gravity and possibly the weak force, possibly, but definitely not the strong force. And dark energy, we don't even know what it is. Okay, so quantum chromodynamics has essentially very little, if any, role at all to play in trying to understand dark matter or energy. Sharon says, given the Israeli influence across US politics and institutions, why no Jewish president yet? Does this prove that the real power lies beyond the Oval Office? It proves nothing. It's interesting that you are mentioning that there's been no Jewish president yet. Interesting. Yeah, probably there's been no Jewish president yet. You've had Christian presidents and one possibly Muslim president, Obama, possibly, not sure, but definitely no Jewish presidents. But that obviously the absence of evidence is not the evidence of absence or any such thing. So it doesn't prove anything as such, right? But Israel definitely has a significant influence in the US in politics and institutions, which is clear from the fact that the US gives its unconditional support always to Israel. There's no question about that. But is there a conspiracy behind that? And is Israel the real power behind the Oval Office? I would not venture so far as to claim that. It's possible, definitely, but there's no guarantee, there's no proof. Divnur Singh says, Fyodor Dostoevsky led me down a dark path. Worth reading? It's certainly. Dostoevsky is definitely worth reading, but not always the most pleasant experience. But you'd learn a lot about the human psyche from someone like Dostoevsky, for sure. Fast Snail says, are morning people more effective? I want to try. I'm not sure about that. I mean, getting up early in the morning and doing stuff is definitely great. I have personally been a morning person as well as a night person. You know, there have been times, significant periods of my life when I've been someone who wakes up really early, like 5 a.m., 4:45 a.m. I've done that for many years. I've also been a significant night person. Like right now also I'm doing it sleeping at 2 a.m., 2:30 a.m. But I'm going back very soon to being a morning person. So it depends on you. Do what is best for you. Do what suits you best. Some people can't wake up early morning. It's okay. Wake up late morning. Some people work best at 2 a.m., 3 a.m. That's also right. Some people are super creative in the darkness of the night. They do their most creative work at like 2 a.m., 3 a.m. when everyone else is asleep. They feel super creative at the time. If that's you, then you do that. Other people feel super creative early morning, 4 a.m., 5 a.m. when no one's awake yet. Whatever it is that works best for you, you should do that. And you should experiment. Try both and see what works better for you. Vinod Ringaraj, thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Shubham Vavare says, the earth is trillions of dollars in debt to whom? Jupiter. How to extract more tax from the ultra-rich without them leaving the country? I'm not sure who we are in debt to. I'm not really sure. It's all a scam, actually. It's all a scam. This entire debt thing. Jupiter, maybe Uranus. How to extract more tax from the ultra-rich without them leaving the country? Why do we have to regard the ultra-rich as bad people? See, ultra rich are bad people if your system is evil and corrupt. If your system is evil and corrupt, it means that only the evil and corrupt can succeed in it, which guarantees that the ultra rich are going to be evil and corrupt. But if your system is not corrupt, it's not evil, then it will ensure that good people succeed, which means that the ultra rich are going to be really good people who provide a lot of genuine value to society. And maybe your system is a mixed system, which has good aspects and bad aspects. It has corruption, but it has some redeeming qualities also. In that case, some of the ultra rich are going to be really evil, corrupt people, and some of the ultra rich are going to be good people. The point is, we know, you know, because India has gone through 1,000 years of foreign occupation, and the people who have succeeded have generally been crooks. That's why Indians generally see rich people as people who most likely have succeeded through cutting corners and possibly stealing. But that is a bad mindset to have. I would like everybody in India to be rich, to be ultra rich. Why not? And if that is the case, do you want everyone to be taxed very badly? So I would say that that taxation should be simple, and it should be transparent, clear rules, and it should not be like if you are richer, you should extract more tax from that person. It should be the same rules for everybody, same percentage for everybody. So if you are richer, obviously you'll pay the same percentage, but the output will be more. That's how it should be. Ajay Sharma says, how Hollywood dig media creates propaganda. I don't know what dig media is, but Hollywood, how does it create propaganda? By making movies that tell lies. It's as simple as that. Make, for example, who won the Second World War? It's the Soviets who won the Second World War. The better question is, who defeated the Nazis? It is mostly the Soviets who defeated the Nazis. They did most of the fighting, most of the dying, and most of the winning. But if you watch Hollywood movies, they will show the Americans as the great winners and the great champions and the great saviors of the world. So that's how you do propaganda. You tell lies through movies and TV series. That's how we do it. For example, the movie Dunkirk. Not a single Indian was present in the movie Dunkirk, when in the actual historical events, you had a lot of Indians there. So just erase the truth and show lies. That's how you create propaganda. Divnur Singh says AQI Delhi went hellish after Diwali. Is firecrackers really that important? It started after 1947. Ravan Dahan was started after in 1947. Indians have been bursting crackers for hundreds of years. That is a part of recorded history. The AQI in Delhi, it is hellish because of the burning of stubble. What is stubble? It is something that's burned by farmers after harvesting their crops, whatever is left behind. The stubble, let's say you're harvesting wheat. So you're going to cut the wheat plants and the stems will be left behind. So what happens with the stems? You want to plant a new crop now, but you have the stems of the wheat plants there, which have dried out. So what you do is you burn that. Burning that will also have the effect of fertilizing the soil. So burn all of that. That's called stubble burning. And stubble burning is practiced all across various parts of northern India. I will not take the names of the states unnecessarily. Take a flight from Delhi and look outside of the window. You will see lines of flames all over the place and big columns of smoke rising everywhere. That is what is causing the poor AQI in Delhi, and it's going to get worse every winter. It's not Diwali. It's not one or two nights of of bursting crackers that is doing this. It's very important for us to note this. Okay. So it is the stubble burning. It is the practices of various of farmers, widespread, large-scale practices that are causing this hellish AQI. It is not Diwali. Firecrackers, look, it's part of tradition. It's part of it's what we've been doing for centuries. So I would say let's not go after Diwali, and we have to find ways to address the real issue, the real problem. Kiran More, sir, thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Thank you. I was a big fan of your wicket keeping and your batting as well. Satellite says, if Russia, okay, there are too many emojis here. I'm not able to understand what's going on here. If Russia is a bear and India is an elephant, they get too strong. Any chance that eyes of China and USA teaming up together defeat Russia, India, and China? Um, no. The US and China won't team up. They are natural adversaries, and so is China and Russia, and China and India. So I don't see the Chinese and the Americans teaming up. Maybe they could perhaps, you know, it makes no sense for China to do something that will cause the downfall of Russia, because then the Americans will be able to give their undivided attention to China. So it doesn't make sense for that to happen. Yeah. Will the US get and China get together to do something to India? That is more of a possibility, but not Russia. No, not Russia. Shubham Vavare says, how to tell a statistic is made up or fake? Okay, how to tell that a statistic is a fake statistic? Uh, the average IQ of Indians is 72. That is one statistic that is very popular, right? How to tell? You have to look up the source of that claim. So okay, let's try and find this. Okay, what's the average IQ of Indians? What's the average IQ of Indians? The average IQ of Indians, where is it? Come on. 76 and 99. These figures are highly controversial. Exactly, that's my point. Highest IQ in India. So if you get this claim that the average IQ of India is 76, what's the source? What's the source? Oh God, the source of the claim that India's average IQ is 76. So we have to look at the research paper that has made this claim, and then you have to look at the research methodology. The controversial works of psychologist Richard Lynn and political scientist, which is the misnomer, Tattu Vanhanen. Okay? And these people, they took very small, tiny, small, unrepresentative samples, and they used that to represent the entire nation. You understand how you can tell lies through statistics? You go to, let's say, an orphanage where the children are, let's say, hypothetically malnourished and they are underage, not adults. And then you do some IQ tests in the English language and you apply those to those children who don't even know English. So they're going to perform very poorly. And then the average IQ comes out at 76 from a collection of, let's say, 20 students. And then you claim that the average IQ of Indians is 76. That's how you make up fake statistics, make fake claims, and then the world starts believing that. That's how we do it. All right? So you can tell this only if you understand how fake statistics are constructed. You have to understand these things. Otherwise, you can't tell. Otherwise, you'll be misled. So you have to educate yourself. If your teachers and your schools and your universities do not educate you, it is important that you take the responsibility yourself, that I will educate myself and I will learn how these things are done. All right. 6P70 Delta says Kushal and Abhijit are Mitra support Israel, stating that the historical homeland of Jews. It is, yeah, okay. But when it comes to Ukraine and Russia, a different set of logic applies. Ask them why this hypocrisy. Look, I don't know what other people say. I am not responsible for what they say. I don't know if this is what they claim. I don't watch podcasts. I don't do all that. And I'm not going to ask them why this hypocrisy or not or whatever. I am responsible for what I say. Right? And people have various reasons for coming to various conclusions. And they have the right to come to whatever conclusions they want. It's up to them. What is my perspective on Israel? It is indeed the historical homeland of the Jews. And Israel has the right to exist. And the people of Israel have the right to that nation. That is my clear unambiguous perspective. When it comes to Ukraine and Russia, I'm not sure how we can apply the logic of logic of Israel to Ukraine and Russia. Historically, Ukraine was also part of Russia. Ukraine means borderlands. Anyway, that's. I've spoken about this in depth, and what Kushal Mehra, Abhijit Mitra say or don't say, I'm not aware of it, and yeah, it's up to them. They have the right to make whatever, to have whatever views they see as right, and those views don't have to agree with my views. That's fine. Divnur Singh says Indian lobby in California managed to force Gavin Newsom to veto important bills prohibiting foreign nations from interfering in the state. Indian lobby in California managed to force Gavin Newsom to veto important bills prohibiting foreign nations from interfering in the state. So what's the effect of this? So first of all, the Indian lobby has forced Gavin Newsom. So they have something on him, do they? They have tremendous leverage, apparently. Otherwise, you can't force someone like Gavin Newsom to do something. And Gavin Newsom has vetoed bills that prohibit foreign nations from interfering in the state of California, which means that now foreign nations can interfere in the state of California. How is it in the interests of the Indian lobby? Unless India can interfere in California. I'm not sure. I'll have to look into this, sir. I'll have to look into this. Interesting. Vivek Singh says Indian defense is conducting a Triforce exercise in Rajasthan and Gujarat. Okay. Followed by a no-sail zone in Goa and Karwar. Is this just the preparation for something big? What are my views? Can't say. Look, if you want to do something big, you don't announce it. You don't telegraph it. If you want to do something big, like let's say do something to Pakistan, you don't announce it in this manner. You do it suddenly, quietly. But of course, if you want to do something big, then if you start moving the armed forces in a big way, then it looks like you're preparing for an invasion. So you could say it's just a military exercise that we are doing. So that logic also works. So is this preparation for something big? Maybe not. I can't say. I don't think something big will happen at this point in time. I don't think so. Maybe I'm mistaken. In which case, I'll be happy to say I was mistaken. If something big happens, I'll be actually happy. Right? It's high time something big happens. But I think it's unlikely. at this point. Rahul Ji says, why is Russia strategic conducting nuclear forces drill? Because you have to be always prepared. You have to why do nations conduct military exercises? Why is it done? To keep the armed forces in a state of readiness. The armed forces should not become complacent or lethargic. So always keep drilling, always keep doing some military exercise or the other, so that you're always fighting fit and ready. That's why you do it. And that's why this is being done. Dins says, will 1 year military conscription solve civic sense problem? It's not practical. Let me tell you why. India has a population of 1.4 billion people, right? How many people turn 18 every year? Let's ask Google. How many Indians turn 18 every year? Let's see. Approximately 12 million Indians turn 18 every year. Okay? 12 million every year, approximately. And obviously, half of them are going to be males. So let's say you want to do 1 year military service for every year for 6 million males. Can the Indian Armed Forces do all that babysitting and hand holding of 6 million men every year? Don't they have anything else to do, like taking care of the borders and whatever else? Not possible. Let's say you do only 10%. Instead of 6 million, 6 lakh. Even that is a huge number. Okay, you do 1%, but then it doesn't solve any problem. You see, it's not practical. That's the problem. Kanishka Kaushik says, how and when, or when and how did we go from Sanskrit to Hindi? Through many intermediate stages. Hindi did not suddenly appear one day out of Sanskrit. Before Hindi, you had other older languages, Prakrits, right? So one of the older Prakrits we know about is Pali. Pali was spoken about 2,500 years ago in the Magad region of Bharatvarsh. It was the language that was spoken by the Buddha to communicate with the local people, because Sanskrit was by that time already seen as a high language and not the vernacular language, the language that people spoke commonly. So that's why Gautam Buddha preferred to do his preachings in Pali instead of Sanskrit. So even 2,500 years ago, we had moved on from Sanskrit in terms of the vulgar language, the commonplace language. So you had multiple stages, multiple languages. For example, we have a language which is a very major language in India, which is the Marathi language. Did Marathi emerge out of Sanskrit straight away? No. 1,000 years ago, you had something called Maharashtri Prakrit, which is the ancestor language of Marathi. If you talk about Gujarati, 1,000 years ago, you had something called Gurjari, Old Gujarati, which is the ancestral language of not just Gujarati but also of the Marwadi and Mewadi languages. So you had multiple languages that emerged over time, and these flowed continuously and the languages changed and evolved over time. So that is how it happened. It is the upper-branchization of Sanskrit that happened. All right. Next, travel guide and tips says, what will be the outcome of the Trump Xi Jinping meeting? I think Trump will want to make some concessions so that Xi Jinping can start selling rare earths again. Most likely. I don't think Trump has a lot of leverage over Xi Jinping this time. Yeah. So most likely the US will offer to make some concessions to China. That's what I think will happen. Agoricasm. Okay. Says, what happens if Russia suddenly stops all crude, refined products and gas exports right around the winter? I guess Russia contributes about 10 to 12% of the world. It will cause a spike in demand and a spike in oil prices in the world. Yeah, it will certainly have a significant spiking impact on oil prices and gas prices, etc., around the world. See, which are the major nations that purchase Russian oil? One is India. India may be on the verge of potentially reducing some of the purchases because of US pressure. I don't know. Another one is China. And then you have India purchasing Russian crude and refining it, turning it into various other products like diesel and whatnot, and then exporting it to Europe and other nations. So that could also be hit. So if Russia suddenly stops all crude, all refined products, etc., you're going to have a surge in oil and petroleum product prices across the world. 6P70 Delta says, serious question, need detailed answer. Why TFR of Israel is so high despite TFR of Jews in Russia and US being around 1.1 to 1.5? No other high income nation has such high TFR. Look, I am not an expert in Israel and Israel's policies, but if the TFR of the people of Israel is about, let's say, 3 or 3.5, let's find out. Let's find out what is the TFR. Israel TFR. About 3 children per woman. So significantly higher than Western countries and other countries. Why is that so? I'm sure the Israeli government offers incentives to people to have more children. That's what I'm assuming. I don't know. I am not an expert in Israel policies and all that, but I'm telling you that most likely there are incentives that are given to the people of Israel to have more children. I cannot give you a more detailed answer than that. Rachit Srivastav says, I asked about Zero earlier. My friend's dad got fired after he founded team reported to US embassy. He founded. Cops came to his college, his scholarship revoked. Zero. What is zero? Let me find out. What is zero? Let me Google this. What is CIRO? Canadian Investment Regulatory Organization. I'm sure that's not what you're trying to talk about here. Ah, okay. I'm not sure what zero is. Your friend's dad got fired after he founded team reported to US Embassy. Cops came to his college, his scholarship revoked. Your cops came to his college. Which country is your friend's dad in? Is he in the US? Is he in Canada? Is he in Germany? Is he in some other country? Is he in India? I'm not able to understand what the context of what you're saying is, sir. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Divnur Singh says big Mayan owl god. Okay. Kukulkan, which Mayans invoked when fighting Spaniards, turned out to be a owl like dressed guy on psychedelic drugs who got killed in minutes. Okay. A god is an idea, and sometimes the idea is represented in the form of an idol or paintings or carvings of whatever. It's not some guy, right? Or if some guy is cosplaying a god and he's on psychedelic drugs, you're gonna get killed in minutes. Obviously, you fight the Spaniards who've got metal weapons that the Mayans don't have, Aztecs don't have. So yeah, right. Spade says, for the past 5 days, I've been getting tweets from anti-Hindu account. This has been happening since Diwali. Why are left-wing accounts always spewing venom against India? It's fashionable right now to be Hindu phobic, and there is no action. There is no consequences of being Hindu phobic. Look, if you are, let's say, Islamophobic, there will be consequences. You may be banned from the platform, or maybe somebody will come and take your head off. If you are anti-Semitic, there will be the platform may ban you, and there may be some legal action taken against you depending on which country you are in. If you are anti-Christian, I suppose nothing much happens to you, but something may perhaps happen to you, some kind of consequence of some kind. But if you are Hindu phobic, you can do it with impunity, and there's no consequences. And Hinduism is the last evil religion left, right? We are the last polytheistic religion standing, despite having been under foreign occupation for 1,000 years. We still stand, and that is unacceptable to the West. So makes sense. Divnur Singh says, can the drug cartels supposedly trained by ex-army men make a dent against US Army if they fight? No. No chance. But the point is, why would the drug cartels fight the US Army? Why do the drug cartels exist? To supply drugs to the US, right? And why are drugs available on every street corner in the US? Aren't drugs illegal? So why do all Americans take drugs at some point in their lives? Why is it a rite of passage or of passage in the US? Why am I giving you a French accent here? Why is it the rite de passage, rite of passage in the US? Why is it so? Maybe there's some connection. Maybe it is being done. Maybe it's being done on purpose. Maybe the drug cartels serve a purpose. Maybe they serve some clients. So why would they fight the US Army? That performative thing is done once in a while, but overall they play a role. Okay, Pratik Vora says, are mushrooms food of the future? Why is awareness limited? Are mushrooms food of the future? Mushrooms are fungi, edible fungi. Some of them, many of them are very dangerous. Don't eat those. Yeah, and they are pretty good sources of protein, from what I know. And they taste kind of like meat. Are they the food of the future? I'm not sure about that. What's the food of the future? The food of the past, I suppose. Why do we need a different food of the future? Yeah, I'm not sure if mushrooms are the food of the future. I'm not sure about that. Why is awareness limited? In India, people don't really eat mushrooms, right? Yeah, it's not been something we have been accustomed to eating traditionally. Not sure why, but it is what it is. Divnur Singh says this Soros guy has a god complex. He runs left wings of too many countries. Can't figure out if he is a pawn of the deep state or an enemy. He is not an enemy of the deep state. A person of that stature, if he tries to be the enemy of the deep state, he will not exist for too long, right? He certainly has a god complex. He once took down the British economy to a certain extent, and he has penetrated the cabinets of so many different countries through his assets. He's definitely not an enemy of the deep state, I'll tell you that. Meet Mistry says, what if we would want to contribute to our nation and culture as an atheist? Most of our cultural aspects are tied with religious scriptures and beliefs. Okay, so let's say you are an atheist and you want to contribute to the nation and its culture as an atheist. Most of the cultural aspects are tied with religious scriptures and beliefs. Okay, so you could contribute to the nation maybe as an engineer. You know, maybe you build roads, maybe you build highways, maybe you build bridges, maybe you design aircraft, maybe you design submarines, maybe you design, um, you know, ships. Maybe you design helicopters. Maybe you build helicopters, construct stuff. So that's one way you could do it as an atheist, right? But you want to contribute to culture as an atheist. Maybe you could be an architect and create new architectural styles. That doesn't have to be tied to religious scripture and beliefs. So I'm sure there are many avenues that you could explore, which are not necessarily tied to religion and religious beliefs and scriptures, right? It's possible. Paras Virdi is a new member. Thank you very much, sir, and welcome to the channel. I really appreciate your becoming a member. Thank you very much. Past Snail says, visited Hampi Heritage Site and was amazed by archaeological marvels. Highlights the greatness of prosperous Vijayanagar Empire of the 16th centuries. Urge others to visit. I would also urge others to visit for sure. I should visit it myself. I've never visited Hampi. I should. I've seen photographs and all that. So clearly a magnificent archaeological site. And of course, painful to visit, but we should visit. So I agree with you, sir. And I would also urge everybody, whoever can, please go and visit this wonderful, amazing archaeological site. And it'll give you an idea of how prosperous and how great the Vijayanagar Empire was and what was taken from us. Divnur Singh says, can God create a rock heavy enough that God himself can't move it? This sentence basically logically disproves an all-powerful God. Interesting. Is this a logical self-contradiction? Can God create a rock heavy enough then that God himself can't move it? So this would assume that God is a physical creature, right? Because if God is the designer of the universe, who has designed the universe, let's say coded the universe, and decided what are the rules that the universe will obey, then God doesn't really have to. Maybe the universe is far bigger than God actually is. Let's say God is a programmer. Okay, we're talking about the simulation hypothesis here. Let's say God is a programmer who has programmed the universe in a simulation. In that case, the simulation is a non-physical simulation. It is physical for us, but not for God. So I'm not sure if this sentence logically disproves an all-powerful God. It disproves an all-powerful God only if we assume that God himself is within the universe that he has created, and God himself is physical. If God is not physical, if God is not part of the universe, maybe God is outside of the universe, or God is the universe and is non-physical, then this logically does not disprove anything. So, think beyond. physicality. Paras Virdi says, thank you for your knowledge. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you so much. Divnur Singh says, what is the best argument for the existence of God for you? Ontological contingency argument, first mover argument? I don't know. I am a hopeful agnostic. I am not by any means an atheist. To be very honest, I think atheists are idiots. Yeah. No disrespect meant to anybody. It's just how I see it. But I have not seen any evidence of God, of the existence of God. I have seen a universe that exists, which follows a set of rules, some of which we understand, most of which we don't understand at all. But it has a set of rules. Now, does it mean that a God has created it? It doesn't necessarily mean that. Maybe there's no God at all, which would be very disappointing. So I'm hopeful that God exists and all that. But is there any argument for the existence of God? I'm not sure. I have not delved that deep into philosophy. Can't say for sure at all. Vivek Singh says, without Islamic and British rule, would India have become a global leader in science and technology? And how would the world look today? Well, that's an interesting question. Would India have become a global leader in science and technology? Did India have what the Europeans had? That burning desire, that burning drive, that urgency to develop technology at a fast pace, fast rate. I think one of the criticisms you could make of Indian civilization is that it was very content. It was very content that it knew a lot of things about the world. And maybe there was, to some extent, a lack of urgency. I mean, why did Indians never invent the bicycle? Why did Indians never invent the bicycle? It doesn't take a tremendous amount of technology to invent a bicycle. Why did that innovation not exist? A bicycle is something, see, the wheel existed for thousands of years in India. The wheel. So why didn't any Indian put two wheels together in that manner? We had steel, we had iron, we had metal for thousands of years, which you could have used for a chain. So, and you can even make a bicycle out of wood, right? So why didn't Indians ever invent the bicycle? So to some extent, it looks like there was some lack of urgency, lack of innovation, right? The Europeans, once they acquired certain technologies, they just took it to the next level in a very, very rapid time. I mean, in a very rapid way, in a very short time frame. We went from the dark ages to nuclear energy in just 100 years. India never did that, right? So I'm not sure if India would have become a global leader in science and technology. India was the greatest knowledge superpower. Yeah, we invented education. We invented the concept of the university. But maybe we lacked some of the urgency and some of the qualities of the Europeans, possibly. Yeah. Paras says, why not build a public system to track how government funds are spent across sectors? If everyone could see the money flow, could greatly cut corruption and laundering. What do you think? Okay. The idea is to build a public system that tracks how government funds are spent across sectors. A public system to track. Who will build it? How will we know what funds are being used where? Are you talking about a third party system which is not affiliated with the government? If you are not in the government, you don't quite know where the money is going, right? You know what the budget is, what the government has announced. You know how much money is allocated to X project, Y project, Z project, whatever, right? We know all that. But how is the money actually being used? How will we know it? You can only know it if you are part of the government, which means that the government has to create this public system to track the funds. But if there is allegedly any corruption in the government, will this public system be high fidelity? Will it be reliable? You see what the problem is. Ideally, you should have everything that is these systems should exist ideally. Everything should be transparent ideally, but it's not an ideal world, right? And if somebody decides, let's say within the government, to build a system like this, which makes everything available to the public in a transparent manner, if there are sectors of the government that are corrupt and that are very powerful, will they allow this to happen? Right? So in theory, it's a great idea. And if this system starts exposing where the corruption is, will that not cause a big problem for whoever is running the system? Right? So in theory, it's a great idea. In practice, it will never happen until we change the system and launch a war on corruption. Ashutosh Chobe, thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Sharma says American Senate has Roman eagle and fasces, which symbolize Rome's authority over America. Dollar also has the Roman eagle. Yeah, so you see, the West regards Rome as one of its foundations of Western civilization. Rome was not a civilization; it was an empire. But if you ask the people of the West, Europeans and European origin people, what do they regard as the 2 or 3 foundations of their civilization, which is not really a civilization? They will say it's Rome, it's Rome, it's Egypt, and it's Israel, as in the Jewish people, Jewish culture, Judeo-Roman values, Judeo-Christian values, that sort of thing. So if you look at the American Express credit card, I suppose I could show it to you. What you will find is that it has a Roman centurion on it. Let's see. Amex credit card. What's it look like? There you have it. What is this? It's a Roman centurion, Roman soldier. So yeah, it doesn't mean that Rome has any authority over America. Rome doesn't even exist anymore. It's Italy, which is a vassal state of the US. So it's the other way around, actually. Okay. IPK_1 says, but sir, Aryan invasion theory is true. 100% literacy, sir. I know, sir. I know. Aryan invasion theory is 100% gospel truth. Yes, sir. 100% literacy. 6P70 Delta says, hope you remember my question about Buryats. Did you see a knife duel between a Yakut and a Ukrainian soldier that even Elon Musk spoke about? Guess who won? It was the Yakut person. I remember. Yeah. I had seen that a couple of years ago. I think it was a couple of years ago. I don't remember your question about Buryats. What was it? I've taken too many questions today. But yes, there was a Yakut soldier who was fighting, who's a Russian citizen, and he got into a knife fight with a Ukrainian soldier. He lost a part of his ear or something, but he won. And he got an award from Mr. Putin, didn't he? Yeah, I'm aware of that, yes. Okay, Kiran Media says, congrats on the third 300th episode. Thank you very much, sir. Keep it going. Cheers, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you for your encouragement and your support. It means a lot. Thank you, sir. Divnur Singh says, Treaty of Tripoli says US is not Christian. My goodness, what is the Treaty of Tripoli? I'm not aware. Let's Google it. Treaty of Tripoli. What is that? Treaty of Tripoli. What's it say? Tripoli. Let's quickly see. It's between the US and the Barbary. Okay, 1796. Libya. Okay. Authored by Joel Barlow. And what's it say about Christianity? Okay, this is interesting. It's cited in discussions regarding the role of religion in the US government due to a clause in Article 11 of the English language translation that was ratified by the Senate and signed by the President, which states the government of the United States of America is not in any sense founded on the Christian religion. And modern translations of the official treaty confirm that no such phrase exists in the Arabic text. Okay, that's interesting. A pretty interesting historical curiosity, I suppose. And if the US, even if the US did sign such a treaty with Libya in 1700, whatever, is it binding? Does it change the nature of the US? I'm not sure it does. Not sure. So I'm not sure what the real truth is. Whether the Arabic text also has a thing. It looks like it doesn't. So I'm not sure why that English language version of the text, which says the US is not Christian, was ratified. I'm not sure why. Yuvraj Singh Shekhawat is a new member. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. Dib Yayan says, what's the story of AQ Khan, Abdul Qadir Khan? Abdul Qadir Khan was this Pakistani nuclear scientist who apparently was working in Europe in the early 1980s and who allegedly stole blueprints of a nuclear reactor or some kind of, was it centrifuges? Was it a nuclear reactor? What was it? I'm not quite sure, but some kind of blueprints he stole apparently, probably from the Netherlands. And he brought those back to Pakistan, and that's how he was able to start Pakistan's nuclear program, which culminated in the development, allegedly, of nuclear weapons by Pakistan. That is the story of AQ Khan. That's what we are told. I personally don't believe that Pakistani nuclear scientists had the capability to develop an indigenous Pakistani nuclear weapons program or even a nuclear energy program on their own, even with the help of blueprints donated by the West. So that's the story we are told, but most likely the Pakistani nuclear weapons are American nuclear warheads given to them on loan. Sandilia, thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Okay, next question. Arman Madhwani says, what are the historical and socio-economic reasons for Indians becoming carb maxers who don't prioritize protein? India is the only nation in the world where protein consumption is negatively correlated with disposable income. Wow, really? Incredible. One of the reasons why Indians have become carb maxers. If you see the typical Indian breakfast, it's carbohydrates. It's going to be aloo paratha, which is all carbs, with I don't know, some dal or some chole. If you look at Indian breakfast in southern India, it's going to be idlis and dosas and all that. It's just carbs, carbs, carbs. If you look at your regular lunch, it is roti, which is carbs. You have dal, chawal. Dal has a little bit of protein. Chawal is all carbs and some sabzi. Why is it like this? One of the reasons why our diet became carb centric is because we faced several hundred years of artificially engineered famines that were imposed on us by the British. So we had to eat whatever was available, and that became somehow carb centric, carbohydrate centric. Another reason is religion. We became very pacifistic. No meat. Right? No meat. And we now imagine that our ancestors were all vegetarians. Maybe this is the influence that Buddhism, that Bauddha Dharma had on Indian life. See, Bauddha Dharma emerged about 2,500 years ago during the life of Gautam Buddha, but it was an obscure fringe path of Dharma. It was an obscure and very fringe dharmic path in India, until it was catapulted to national and global eminence by Emperor Ashok. And Bauddha Dharma, Buddhism, is all about non-violence and not eating meat, etc. And that became mainstream in India as a consequence. And today, Indians imagine that their ancestors did not eat meat, and Lord Ram did not hunt a deer, and so on. And what I'm saying right now will offend a lot of people who are watching right now. I know that. And so on. So these are some of the reasons why Indians have become carb maxers. that we believe that we should eat carbs only. Don't eat protein. Meat is evil, and yeah, that sort of thing. So multiple reasons. One is the starvation diet that we had to adopt, which became part of our tradition and culture. And secondly, this thing about not eating meat. Okay, Divnur Singh says, was the B2 designed by an Indian who then betrayed the US and gave the designs to China? I think it was a Parsi person. He did not design the entire B2 aircraft. He designed the stealth technology. Right? Let's quickly Google it. It was a Parsi engineer. Parsi engineer, B2 stealth spy. Okay, that should be enough keywords. Okay, Noshir Govadia, Indian born Parsi engineer who was instrumental in designing the propulsion system for the B2 stealth bomber, and he was later convicted of espionage and selling classified information to China. Yeah, so he was a Parsi, obviously of Indian origin, and he's the guy who is now in prison. I think he's still alive. So he's in prison, and he's been sentenced to about 30 something years in prison. Amisha says, is Tarkhan dress the world's oldest woven garment? Is it? What is the Tarkhan dress? I'm not aware of it. Let me see. Okay, let's see. Tarkhan dress. What is that? Okay, Cairo in Egypt. It's over 5,000 years old. My goodness, it has to be the oldest woven garment. It's more than 5,000 years old. How did it survive? Because Egypt is so dry. Because Egypt has a very dry climate, very little moisture. That's why such organic material was able to survive for so long. More than 5,000 years. Wow. Definitely the world's oldest surviving woven garment, for sure. Ansh says, follow up, catch 22 governance versus education system. What are the first steps towards improving governance system? You generally talk about fixing education to fix Bharat. What are the first steps towards improving the governance system, the government? The first step is to launch a war on corruption. Okay? If you can wipe out corruption, what else can you ask for? That will be the only improvement we need. Another improvement, structural improvement, is that we should move to a presidential system. So that's two improvements I can think of. But first of all, where is the war on corruption? Where are those Achhe Din? Yeah. So the first step is a war on corruption. There should be consequences for corruption. Guaranteed consequences, not pleasant consequences for indulging in corruption. That will shake up the whole country if you do that. It'll shake up the whole system. Secondly, a presidential form of government. Thirdly, a more centralized, less federal system of government. So these are some of the things that need to be done. Because right now the states have too much power, and the center doesn't have sufficient power to make necessary changes in the country and implement necessary reforms. So overall, I would say the entire system is rotten. The entire system is nothing but a continuation of the British system, of the British colonial system. The objective, the purpose of the British colonial system was to oppress India and Indian people. And the exact same system still continues. So ideally, we want to end that system and implement a new system. A system that is rooted in Indian culture, civilization, and values. But who will do that? Nobody. So I would say that the more practical, pragmatic thing to do is to launch a war on corruption and then eventually move to a presidential form of government. That would be a better way of doing things. Somewhat incremental improvement. Rajat Chatterjee says the CMB dipole is the largest temperature difference in the CMB. The largest temperature difference in the CMB. Okay, the cosmic microwave background radiation, it has a temperature, and the temperature fluctuates. Obviously, there'll be very small microscopic, not microscopic, but very small, tiny fluctuations in the temperature, the CMB fluctuations, and that was first discovered when we launched the COBE satellite. That was in the what 90s? What was it? 80s? Let's Google that. COBE satellite. COBE satellite. Yeah, when was that launched? Yeah, 1989 to 1993. And it gave us the first indications of a fluctuation in the cosmic microwave background. There you have it. See, the W map is far more detailed, but the COBE satellite for the first time showed us that there were fluctuations. Okay, so that's what you're referring to. That's what you're referring to. Okay. I read an article, but why it matches with Earth's equinox, I'm not able to understand. Earth's equinox. What does equinox mean? Okay, let's Google that. Equinox. What does equinox mean? Look, one of the times in the year when the sun is above the imagined line around the center of the Earth, equator, and day and night are of the equal length. That's the equinox. Okay. The equinox is 2 times per year when the sun is exactly over the equator and day and night are the exact same length. That is equinox. Now, what does a temperature difference have to do with the equinox? I'm not sure. I'm really not sure. Even I'm unable to understand. It matches with the Earth's. Okay, let's Google that. CMB dipole Earth equinox. What is that? CMB dipole equinox. What's the deal? Anomalous alignment between the cosmic microwave background CMB dipole and Earth's equinoxes. CMB dipole, etc. Okay, one side of the sky appearing hotter and others opposite side appearing cooler. When the dipole, okay, the temperature difference, older slide, etc. Equinoxes 2 points. Anomaly. The surprising finding is that the axis of the CMB dipole appears to be aligned with the Earth's equinox points. This alignment is not predicted by the standard model of cosmology and suggests an unknown large-scale physical correlation. Is considered an anomaly because it suggests a potential large-scale preferred direction in the universe, which is unexpected given the cosmological, all that, anisotropy, all that, homogeneous, isotropic on the largest scales. Yeah, I'm not sure. I wasn't even aware of this one, this particular thing. That's a correlation between this and that. Shouldn't be, right? Makes no sense. Makes no sense whatsoever. Anyway, I should look into it. It doesn't look like there is an answer to this question. But thank you for bringing this to my notice. Very interesting and perplexing, for sure. Okay. Divnur Singh says, why don't we own Sri Lanka yet? It's right here, right there. I believe that's what Joseph Stalin asked once. Apparently, the story is that an Indian ambassador went to present his credentials to Joseph Stalin. And they somehow ended up discussing the map of India. And Joseph Stalin points to this island. He says, what is this island? What part of India is this island? And the Indian ambassador says, no, sir. This is not an Indian island. This is Sri Lanka. Stalin says, what is Sri Lanka? So the Indian ambassador says, this is a separate independent country. And Stalin says, why is it a separate independent country? He was perplexed. He was puzzled. And he looked at the Indian ambassador as if he was mad. Do you people have any sense whatsoever? Why is this a separate country? Should be part of your country. And that's the question that Divnur Singh is asking. It's right there. Why don't we own it? I don't have any answer. Why don't we own it? I mean, it's culturally, ethnically our people. Why don't we own it? Why isn't it part of us? I have no idea. Yeah, because India lacks ambition, I suppose. Hit Dedia says, complete All book reviews before ending 8-hour live streams. All right, sir. Your wish is my command. I shall attempt to do as much as possible. So thank you. AVM says, do you think souls have male and female characteristics? Is that a function of the host that they inhabit? Look, like I said a while ago, I am a hopeful agnostic. What does it mean to be an agnostic? It means that you don't know for sure whether the supernatural exists, as in the existence of God, and complementary to that is the existence of the soul, right? So we have no evidence that the soul exists. There's no evidence, but I hope it exists. I hope the soul is something that exists. I hope it is immortal. I hope we have transmigration of the soul. I hope we have reincarnation. I hope there's a God that exists. I hope all of that. I'm hopeful, but I don't know for sure. So if I don't know for sure, how do I think whether souls have males or female characteristics? But let's say the soul exists. Okay. Do souls have male and female characteristics? I would say no. No. Because if you consider the concept of reincarnation, a soul can be reincarnated as male or female. Typically, it is said that a soul is reincarnated thousands of times. And I would say it's statistically likely it's 50-50 male and female each time. So I don't think souls have gender characteristics. I think it's a function of the body that they choose to inhabit whenever they are born. Aman Madhwani says, is there a scenario in which we peacefully or coercively reintegrate with the temporary nation? Is India making any efforts to subvert it from within? Look, if India is making efforts to subvert the temporary nation from within, those are not supposed to be known to us. That's supposed to be done in the utmost secrecy. So is India making... See, I mean, the government of India has not told me of any efforts that they're making, in case they're making some. So I can't answer that question. Do you understand? Now, is there a scenario in which we can peacefully or coercively reintegrate with the temporary nation? Maybe in 100 years' time. Let me tell you why. Because when we're talking about Pakistan, the temporary artificial nation, it's got a population of what? 160 million? What's the population of Pakistan? Let's quickly Google that. Pakistan population. What's the population? 255 million. That's a massive population, right? These people, I'm sure there are many really nice people in there, but most of them have been taught to hate us from the time that they were born. This hatred is systematically inculcated in these people. And a significant percentage of the population has terroristic tendencies. Now, is there any scenario in which we can peacefully reintegrate with this nation? I don't see any scenario in which it can lead to any peaceful outcome. Right? So, what needs to happen is Pakistan needs to be ideally peacefully balkanized. Sindhu Desh needs to become independent. Balochistan needs to become independent. Khyber Pakhtunkhwa needs to reintegrate with Gandhar, with Afghanistan. POJK needs to reintegrate with India. Even that will be a problem. And Punjabistan can remain whatever it is. Then we need to have a cooling off period of maybe 50 years, 100 years. Multiple generations come by, and then those are gradually de-radicalized. And then we can think of perhaps reintegrating at that point in time. Maybe in 50 years, maybe in 100 years. Right now makes no sense whatsoever. It will be a disaster. Prathardana says, where did Harappans expand from? Before urbanization period, there were local cultures that got taken over, and local cultures reappear post 2000 BC. Where did Harappans expand from? Where did they come from? They're Indians. India has been inhabited since about 80,000 years before today. If the out of Africa migration theory is correct, then India was the first found settler, first place where the out of Africa migrations permanently settled, the original founders zone. And that's where our ancestors have been living for 80,000 years. The Harappans are not some separate species of individuals, sir. These are our ancestors. And their ancestors were the people who were living in India for 80,000 years. So, in this region of India, northern and western India, you had what they call the Indus Valley civilization or Harappan civilization, which was simply a phase of our history. And that was an advanced phase of civilization with urbanization, with advanced technology, with standardization of weights and measures, and so much more. Right? So it's not like local cultures were taken over, it is the same culture that evolved into something higher. And then about 2000 BC, you had massive climate change events. The Saraswati dried out to a significant extent. And our ancestors had to abandon the big, gigantic metropolises they had built. And they had to either migrate westwards or eastwards. And that's what happened. So it's the same culture, same people that's continuing, ebbing and flowing. It's not like the Harappans came from outer space and they took over this place and then they disappeared back to outer space. It's not like that. Okay. Okay. Sagar Ghare says, big fan. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. What is the justification for animal sacrifice to deities in Hinduism? I have no idea. I don't know. See, even I'm deracinated. I haven't studied this. I don't know. Based on ancient texts, and how does this practice compare to sacrifice in Islam during Eid al-Adha? I still understand my culture. I don't know anything about Islam, so I can't do a comparative thing. Why did sacrifice happen? Animal sacrifice. See, I can't say for sure why animal sacrifice happened, but I know why human sacrifice happened. Look, we had some goddesses called examples: Kali, Chamunda. These goddesses, it is said that they sometimes demanded human sacrifices. Does it mean that this is evil stuff? No. The goddess would never demand the sacrifice of a good person. To please the goddess, you had to sacrifice evil people, your enemies, the enemies of the culture, enemies of civilization. That sort of thing. So I think that justification I can understand. So see, for example, the goddess Chamunda, she is the Kul Devi of various Kshatriya clans. Kshatriyas are warriors, and if they want to keep their mother goddess happy, they have to go and kill the evil people who are the enemies of the civilization, which makes sense. So that I can explain, that I understand. Apart from that, Pashu Bali, animal sacrifice, I am not very clear about that. So I won't be able to answer that part of the question. Okay, Shubhrat Shukla says, watching you for the past 4 years. Thank you so much. Seeing you evolve. Thank you, sir. From the most blunt and non-compromising in your views, from one of the fastest growth YouTube channels to 949k. I know. That's an evolution, isn't it? Hats off to your commitment for the cause of civilization. Thank you so much, sir. I really appreciate your kind words. Your being a viewer of this channel for the past 4 years. It started very rapidly. I had no intention of having a YouTube channel. And then one day in, what was it? In 2020, I think I did a pilot episode of Ask Abhijit, I think in early 2020 or something. And it was just one episode. Then I didn't stop doing anything. Then in late 2020, I made a video about Genghis Khan. Why Genghis Khan refused to invade India despite being on India's doorstep. And that's been an open question for 700 years in history. And I gave my answer to that question, and that video blew up. And then again, I did not do anything on the YouTube channel, this channel, for like 6, 7, 8 months. But the subscribers kept on growing. So then I revived the Ask Abhijit show in June 2021, and it's been going on ever since. And it is driven entirely by you all, my viewers. It's not me who decides what questions I will answer. It is you who decides what questions to ask, and I do my best to answer the questions. That's what I do. And for some time, the channel grew very fast. Now it is apparently gonna be at 948, 949 for some time, depending on I don't know what factors. That's not in my hands, so I don't care. I'm just happy to do what I'm doing. So thank you, Shubrat. Thank you to everybody else as well. Shardul Deshpande says, see Bharatiya Navy minesweeper strength. What are my views? Let's see. Indian Navy minesweepers. Indian Navy minesweepers. How many do we have? Category minesweepers of the Indian Navy. Okay, I don't know. Pondicherry class minesweeper and modified versions of other minesweepers. India revives a minesweeper plan to counter various threats. Okay, what's your point, sir? My views. My views is that minesweepers are an important component, an important asset to have, especially when you are a nation with such a gigantic coastline. What are mines? These are explosive devices that float on the surface of the ocean or float slightly below the surface of the ocean, and they just wait there passively for a ship to come. And if the ship comes in proximity or hits the mine explodes and causes significant damage to the ship or even sinks the ship. So you can, deploy mines at sea and create and cause havoc for the enemy. And we have enemies, obviously. So that's why we need to have. It is important for us to have these ships called minesweepers, and if we are acquiring more of those, I would say it's a good thing. Okay, Arman Madhvani says, as of last month, India has cut its Russian oil imports. I have personally looked through the data. Why are we bending the knee to Uncle Sam? Is it because of Uncle Sam? Is it not because of Uncle Sam? I'm not sure. Maybe the Americans are imposing some kind of pressure on us that we in the public domain are not aware of. Maybe there are some threats that have been made to us. And see, the US is the world's most powerful nation, right? They can destroy any nation if they want to. Make no mistake about it. If they want to destroy a nation, they can actually destroy it completely. They can destroy the economy, ruin the economy. They can send the nation back to the Stone Age. Because you haven't seen that happen, that's why you feel that maybe we have some leverage against them. They have flattened entire nations. Look at Iraq, look at Libya, look at so many other examples. So maybe the Americans may have made some threats to us, that the government may have decided that, it's not worthwhile standing up to them. The long-term future is what's more important than short-term buckling to the threat, bending the knee. I don't know. Maybe it's the case. I don't know what's going on. So you have personally looked to the data, and India has cut the Russian oil imports. I would say if that is the case, then it's most likely because of threats from the United States. Threats of what kind, what nature, I don't know. But they have all kinds of leverage against us. Yeah. So it's possible that we may entirely stop buying Russian oil. Even that's a possibility. Would I be pleased with that? I would not be pleased with that. But you know what? What pleases me more is that we have a long-term future. So, yeah. Geopolitical Dubai says full hypothetically, allegedly, supposedly, potentially support, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. I really appreciate your viewership, sir, and your questions. Thank you, sir. Divnur Singh says, does hard work and discipline beat talent and genetics? Can a teacher's child become a conqueror greater than any so-called warrior people? Does hard work and discipline beat talent and genetics? Usually it does. You may have talent, you may have genetics, but if you're lazy, well, then you're going to be defeated by those who work hard. I would say hard work and discipline beat talent and genetics if talent and genetics is lazy. So if you are someone endowed with great genetics, but you never go to gym, you never lift weights, then an ordinary person with regular genetics will become a better bodybuilder than you if they spend the time and if they work hard. Similarly, when it comes to achieving something in life, if you are super talented, super intelligent, but you sit around smoking weed, then a person with regular IQ who works tremendously hard is going to outperform you. So, can a teacher's child become a conqueror greater than any so called warrior people? Well, if the warrior people want to sit around doing nothing, then a teacher's child can become a conqueror. So, I think overall, hard work and discipline can beat talent and genetics as long as talent and genetics are lazy. But if talent and if you have two people, one is a regular person, one is a person with talent and genetics, and they both work equally hard, then the person with talent and genetics will win every time. Ansh says, please make videos debunking Bharatiya misconceptions. All right, so thank you very much for your suggestion. I will look into this very seriously, sir. Thank you. And possibly make it. All right. Divnur Singh says, is it wise not to punish the perpetrators of the anti-Sikh pogroms in Delhi 84? Sajjan Kumar, etc., they live free among us. There has to be justice. Whoever has done whatever crimes have to be punished for that. So anybody who committed crimes has to be punished, otherwise we cannot function as a proper society. And if some individuals are living free despite having committed various crimes, then it's a travesty. And why is it the case that the punishment has not been meted out? For that, we have to introspect as to what is wrong with our system, that criminals are living free amongst us. So I would say anybody who has committed crimes has to be punished, otherwise your society will degrade, it will stop functioning properly, and then that's not what you want. Darshan Patel says, bonjour, parler plusieurs langues comme le français, l'anglais, hindi et le gujarati peut m'aider à travailler à l'ONU et à une poste de direction. Yes, I agree with you. So what Darshan is saying, that if being able to speak multiple languages like French, English, Hindi, Gujarati, it can help me to work at the United Nations organization and in a post in this direction, the direction. It certainly can. If you can speak multiple languages, it's always going to be an asset for you, especially if you want to work in an organization like the UN. It's also an asset if you are in business. It's also an asset if you are in diplomacy. If you have to deal with multiple people from multiple countries on a regular basis, it's always great to speak multiple languages. And of course, you have to speak languages that are widely accepted or widely regarded as international languages. So historically, the language of diplomacy for the past 200, 300 years was French, right? Even today, senior diplomats, they typically speak some form of French. Broken French, good French, okay French, but they speak French, right? For example, Dr. Kaval Sibal, he speaks French. Dr. Shashi Tharoor, he speaks French. So you will see that. And when it comes to diplomats of other countries also, they will speak French. So yeah, it's always an asset to be able to speak multiple languages. And if you want to work in the UN, it's a great advantage to have. Anonymous Scientist says, how have wars in Ukraine, Middle East, and Afghanistan, how will these wars reshape global geopolitics? Question from Sam the Gamer. Sam the Gamer. How do these wars, or how will these wars, Ukraine, Middle East, Afghanistan, reshape global geopolitics? Look, you go back to the time before 2022. How was the world like? It's a pretty peaceful world. You did not have the Middle East issue, right? You did not have the Ukraine war. And today, the world is very different. It's like pre-Ukraine, post-Ukraine. Pre-Ukraine war, post-Ukraine war. So before February 22, the major crisis in the world was the pandemic. You could not even speak about the pandemic. You could not even speak about the coronavirus on YouTube. Otherwise, the video would get demonetized and Spotify would put all kinds of things and stuff. Right? There was a major crisis in the world. But now we have a war. And that world has polarized the world. That war. So you have Russia and China and Iran and North Korea on one side, and the US led Western order on the other side. Then you have nations like India, which are kind of neutral. And the Middle East war, it is Iran versus Israel mainly. Also Gaza is mainly solved now. So that also is creating tensions in the world. Afghanistan, Pakistan is not that much of a major issue globally, but for us over here, it is something to be concerned about. So when it comes to the Ukraine war, it has become the starting point. You could say officially, if historians 100 years from now write history, they will say that the second Cold War started with the Ukraine war. Right? So that is a major turning point, inflection point in global geopolitics. And each of these issues, each of these wars has its own effect. So, yeah. Varun Sharma says, I see companies like Google opening more offices in India to evade Trump regime's actions. While I do see them increasing taxes on the service sector, example TCS, what will happen to, for example, Google India Limited, Amazon India office, etc.? From what perspective? Let me just reassess what you're saying. Okay, companies like Google are opening more offices in India to evade the Trump regime's actions. And you see them increasing taxes on the service sector. You see whom increasing taxes on the service sector? You mean the Indian government? If you increase taxes on the service sector, you are disadvantaging the service sector, right? What will happen to Google India Limited, Amazon? What exactly are you asking? I'm not really sure. Who is increasing taxes on the service sector? Is India increasing taxes on the service sector? I'm not sure about that. Has India taken the step of increasing taxes on the service sector, which brings in so much money for India? Doesn't make sense, right? I've not seen that. Or is the US increasing tax? I'm not really clear about what you asked me, sir. What will happen to Google India Limited, Amazon India office? They will continue as far as I see. I'm not sure if India is increasing taxes on them. I'm not sure. Not sure. If you had been a little more clear about what you're asking, I would be happy to answer you, sir. Divnur Singh says, so Arabs created algebra algorithms. Algebra algorithm. So if there's an it's Arabic, right? So that's what we are told, and that's what lots of people believe, and that's the kind of propaganda you will see on social media, that the Arabs created algebra algorithms and so on. Those things came from India, but because those were transmitted via the Arabs into Europe with Arabic sounding names like algebra, whatever, that's why we are taught today that these that algebra came from Arabia and so did algorithms. But clearly, that's not the case. Dhruv Verma says, Nitin Gadkari's ethanol mandate like dictator. You think Modi assassination attempt? How many questions are you trying to ask over here? Nitin Gadkari's ethanol mandate like dictator. Modi assassination attempt real? If yes, did China and Putin really help Modi to escape? Why did China help? Who caught CIA agent? Who killed CIA agent? NIA or Russia, China? Okay, let's slow down. First of all, ethanol, I have no idea. Okay, I don't discuss internal politics. Forget about it. Do I think the Modi assassination attempt story is real? I have no idea. I think it could be just pure speculation. I don't know. But assuming maybe it's real, do I think Putin, China actually helped Modi escape? Well, if he came back and escaped and the attempt did not happen, maybe they did help him. Why did China help? Because they don't want something like that horrible to happen on Chinese soil. Who killed CIA? I have no idea. All of this is just pure speculation. There is no evidence whatsoever that this happened or did not happen. I don't know who has planted these stories in social media, but it's like becoming a very big thing now. I have not seen any evidence that something like this would have happened. Obviously, if an attempt happened and it was foiled, then you will never see evidence of that. But then what's the point of discussing it? Yeah, it's just an academic exercise, a theoretical exercise. So I don't know. I can't say. I can't possibly comment because I have no idea. I have no information. Sushant Bharadwaj says, Tamsoma Jyotirgamaya, thank you for bringing us from darkness to light. Thank you so much, sir. Such very, very profound words. Tamsoma Jyotirgamaya. I am too small a person to play that sort of role, but I am doing whatever I can. And I am very grateful for people like you and everybody else for being my viewers. It is truly an honor and a privilege. Thank you very much to all of you. And to you as well, sir, Sushant Bharadwaj ji. Thank you so much. Varun Sharma says, thought experiment. Civic score based points system in India. Mandatory for all colleges and jobs. Civic sense based points system in India. Mandatory for colleges and jobs. Could work perhaps. One could potentially try it out in some parts of India as a trial project and see whether it has an actual effect. Could it work? It can only work if it can reliably give you points. For that to happen, you need a system that follows each individual around everywhere they go and sees everything they do. How do you make it work? And isn't that a horrible infringement on a person's privacy? Of course, civic sense is all about what you do outside of your home. But how will you track a person's actions and activities reliably every time they're outside their house? How will you do it? Is it feasible? Do we want to make India a surveillance state where you have CCTV cameras every goddamned where? Do you want that to happen? And I don't think it's a good idea. Just for civic sense. It's better to reform the education system and make people understand why civic sense is important. And secondly, instead of having a points-based system, just ensure that anytime someone is caught breaking the rules, they are punished harshly. That's what would make more sense. Dhruv Aryavir says R1AZ93 originated from R1A M417, and we do not find any ancient skeletons containing basal R1A M417. Then Aryan migration is right. Do you understand, sir? Everybody. We have these theories, right? Aryan invasion or Aryan migration. Now, if we say Aryan invasion, they will say you are living in the 20th century. It is Aryan migration, not invasion. Migration. Invasion never happened, but there was migration. Now, let us understand what is the core claim of the Aryan invasion, migration, tourism, picnic theory. What is the core claim or core set of claims? The first, you see, they overcomplicate things to hide the real claims. What is the real claim? The first claim is that Hinduism is foreign to India. It came from outside. And the second claim is that Sanskrit is foreign to India and it came from outside. These are the two core claims of the Aryan invasion, migration, whatever theory. And to obfuscate that, they will go into genetics, they'll go into everything. Tell me something, what does genetics have to do with language or religion? Is Tulsi Gabbard somebody who carries Indian genetics? But she is a Hindu, right? So, Aryan invasion, migration is not about genetics. It's about the language and the religion. That is the real claim. They are trying to claim that your language and your religion are foreign to India, and you all are descendants of invaders, and you don't belong in India. That's the claim. You will never be able to prove or disprove it through genetics. And all of this, whatever you're saying, I don't know, man. I'm done with this genetic stuff. I am no longer aware of. I have not been keeping track of what's happening week by week by week. What new research has happened in recent times, right? The core claim is that Sanskrit and Hinduism are foreign to India. What does that have to do with genetics? So, yeah, there you go, sir. That's it. Vamshi Kalem says, congrats on this milestone. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Earliest humans have been found in Africa, but this is not enough to conclude or prove that humans originated in Africa. I completely agree with you. Thus far, we have found the earliest evidence of humans in Africa. So, based on that evidence, we can perhaps say that humans originated in Africa. But it is not sufficient evidence to conclusively prove that humans originated in Africa. Maybe sometime in the future, maybe in 50 years, we will find evidence that is older of humans, maybe in Eurasia somewhere. So, based on that new evidence, we will have to change our understanding of the world. So, we have to always remember that we must always keep an open mind. And when new evidence and new facts come in front of us, we have to change our model of the world accordingly. Right? Right. So, thus far, the earliest evidence is from Africa. That's why we said that there was an out of Africa migration of Homo sapiens. But in the future, if we find new evidence that shows something else, we're going to have to change our model. And that's how it works. Arya says, I think modern day Afghans look very European because of Caucasian Muslims from West Asia migrated to Safavid, Afghanistan, and Kizilbash ethnicity are descendants of Kizilbash soldiers of Anatolia. The Kizilbash are Turks of Turkic origin, ethnicity. Modern day Afghans look very European. Not all. The average Afghan looks like a North Indian. But there are some Afghans who look European. So, for example, the Afghans who are of Tajik ancestry, they look way more, European-like than subcontinental. If you see Afghans of Uzbek ancestry, lots of them are of Uzbek ancestry. They're not the original Afghans. The original Afghans are Pashtuns. Even among the Pashtuns, you have some people who look more European than most. But the average Pashtun looks like a North Indian. Understand that. When Mr. Mutakki came to India, did he look like a foreigner? The Afghan foreign minister came to India for a week recently. Did he look like a foreigner at all to you? He's a standard looking Pashtun. The average Afghan looks very North Indian. Maybe somewhat taller on average. If I go to Kabul, I keep my hair open. Right now it's tied. If I grow my beard for a couple of weeks and I keep my hair open, I will look like a Talibani, larger than the average Talibani. My point is the average Afghan, the average Pashtun looks like a North Indian. Look at the Afghan cricket team. One or two of them may look kind of European. Most of them look like they could be Indians. Some of them look even darker than the average Indian. For example, what was his name? Mohammad Shahzad. Let's go there. Mohammad Shahzad. Yeah, the Afghan cricketer. This guy. He looks darker than the average Indian. He's a Pashtun. So let's not, stereotype things. Yeah, the average Pashtun looks like a North Indian person. That's the fact. ICMBs says, congratulations on number 300. Thank you very much. Was at a Diwali event here in the UK, and a diplomat, IFS, had no idea who Reform were. Surely they should know the local politics of their host. My God, really? Well, that's disappointing, I would say. As a diplomat in a host country, it is your job to know the local politics of the host country. That's incredible. Was that person newly arrived? Even if you are newly arrived, you're supposed to do your homework before you arrive. Well, that's deeply disappointing. Yeah, that's terrible. Anyway, thank you so much for thank you so much for your kind words. And yeah, I agree with you. It's terrible. Ritik Tyagi says, why does India still reflect a colonial hangover with roads named after Max Muller, who, while many scholars continue to praise him for advancing Sanskrit studies and Indian philosophy in Germany? Because we are still a colonized nation, my dear friend. Ritik, we are still completely colonized. We are colonized in so many ways. The entire Indian system is the colonial system. We haven't changed a thing. Very little has changed. The same system continues. The same institutions continue with different names. What used to be called the ICS is now called IAS. Indian Civil Services is now the IAS. The same thing. We are simply deeply colonized. We are getting more colonized by the day because the system, it progressively deracinates Indians. Yeah, so that's the deal. So we still have roads named after our oppressors, named after people like Max Muller. Thankfully, there no longer is a road named after Aurangzeb in Delhi, but so many such things. Yeah. So the reason is that we are still deeply colonized. We never changed the system. We never overthrew the colonial system. The colonizers, the foreign occupiers left in 1947, but we continued worshipping their system. We preserved it, and that system is one of of oppression and deracination and further colonization, and that's why we are the way we are today. I mean, ask yourself this question: if you don't speak English well, will you get a good job in India? You go for a job interview in India and you speak an Indian language, what's going to happen? They're going to laugh you out of the room. That's the problem. We are all still mentally colonized. Aman Pathania says, why do most of Indian historians hate Rajputs? There are many Indian historians who also hate the Marathas, by the way. Whoever served India, whoever fought for India, whoever died for India, those people are hated. Okay, and that's why there are these attempts to create this hatred and mutual animosity between Marathas and Rajputs, between Gurjars and Rajputs, and God knows what other things, man. It's this constant attempt to create divisions between Indians. And the Rajputs, they fought the Turks for several centuries, starting from the 8th century AD, all the way until the Turkic Empire became an empire from a kingdom, the Mughal Empire. Until that time, the Rajputs fought, and they fought for centuries, right? And that obviously is something that is a hateful characteristic to have, to fight the Turks, to fight the oppressors and occupiers. And that's why many Indian historians who are mentally colonized and who are India haters, they hate Rajputs. And many of them hate the Marathas also, because the Marathas destroyed the Turkic Mughal Empire. The Marathas did that. They established Hindvi Swarajya. And that's why many historians hate the Marathas too. So Rajputs and Marathas, and make the two fight best. Atul Narwan says, how to take oneself out of slavery mindset? What are the top 5 subjects one should learn in order to earn a good lifestyle and be respected? Top 5 subjects that one should learn in order to earn a good lifestyle and be respected. Top 5 subjects. You should learn how to communicate effectively in whichever language works for you. You should know how to communicate effectively verbally and communicate effectively in writing. That's very important. That's the first thing you should learn. The second thing you have to learn is critical thinking. What is right, what is wrong? How to differentiate, how to tell what is the truth and what is lies. Critical thinking. Critical thinking is super important. Without critical thinking, you will never succeed in life. Third thing, to earn a good lifestyle and be respected, personal finance. If you whatever money you have, how to manage that, what to do with it. Why don't they teach that in school, college, university? Personal finance. And next, how to earn, how to make money. It's very important without being a slave. I mean, it depends on you what you consider to be slavery. Some people would consider working 15 hours a day on a business to be slavery. Some people would consider a 9 to 5 job as slavery. It depends on who you are. So you have to determine what's the best way for you to earn a good livelihood. You should know how to make money. So these are some of the things you need to have. You need to know. These are not subjects that you are taught in school or any academic syllabus, but these are the subjects that are very important, right? How to be respected. Well, how to be respected? First of all, make money. Be financially independent. That's the number one thing if you want to be respected. You don't have to be super rich. Even if you are just making enough money to barely survive, as long as you don't depend on anyone else for money, you're good to go. People will have to respect you, right? And of course, after that, the more money you make, the more respect you gain from society. That's how it works, right? um and so on. So yeah, and how to take yourself out of slavery mindset. I am not sure what you mean by slavery mindset, but whatever it is, you have to break those thought patterns, and you have to adopt thought patterns that empower you, truly empower you, and help you achieve whatever your full potential is. So yeah. Abhinav says, why do albino Indians look white but albino blacks don't? Is the white race albino version of Indian race? I'm not sure. The white race isn't an albino version of the Indian race. The white race, see, first of all, there's no white race. There are different ethnicities in Eurasia, some of which have significantly lighter skin color, and some have significantly darker skin color. And I'm talking about the Indo-European people. I'm not talking about the East Asians here. So we are one of the major Indo-European groups. We are the Aryans, the Indians, right? And today it is considered that the Europeans are Aryans, but the true Aryans are us. And in the past, people knew this. Rudyard Kipling knew this. Let me give you an example. Okay, Rudyard Kipling, Aryan. Where's the poem? Now it is not good. Okay, this little poem. Now it is not good for the Christian's health to hustle the Aryan brown. For the Christian riles, the Aryan smiles, and he weareth the Christian down. You see? Who was the Aryan here? It's us, right? Kipling knew who the Aryans were. So coming back to your point, why do albino Indians look white? Because we and the European people, I suppose, share the same ethnicity, macro ethnicity, the Indo-European people, right? The facial features, etc., are very similar. The skin color is different. So if you paint an Indian white, you look like a white person. But African people, they have very different facial features, etc., right? The shape of the lips, the shape of the nose, the shape of the skull, it's different. So even if Africans become albino, they still don't look like Europeans. I would not say that the white race is an albino version of the Indian race. Like I said, there's no white race as such. They have different ethnicities, but it's overall one extended ethnic family, the Indo-European people. Okay. Sanket says, my opinion on CIA whistleblower John Kirikao. Very suspicious person. Very suspicious. Okay. Most likely a plant. Ritik Pawar says, Your top 5 greatest military generals of all time. Top 5 greatest military generals: Hannibal Barca, Julius Caesar, Napoleon Bonaparte, Mustafa Kemal Atatürk, Subotai Bakatir. That's 5. These are generals. I'm talking about generals, not emperors. I'm not talking about kings over here. So Julius Caesar was a general. He eventually became kind of the ruler of Rome, but he was never an emperor. Hannibal Barca, once again, he was a warrior, a general. He was not an emperor. Napoleon was a warrior. He eventually became emperor later, but he was a warrior. Mustafa Kemal Atatürk was a general. And Subotai Bahadur was a general, never an emperor. He served the great Genghis Khan. Right, okay. Heavy Bromir says Nepal has an IQ of 43 on the Lin scale, which is the lowest rank of all. Plausible? I don't believe all this nonsense for one bit. I'm not sure what the Lin scale is, but an IQ of 43, come on. So they say that the Indians have an IQ of 76, which again is a lie. And if the Nepalis and the Indians are the same people, same ethnicity, which we are, how come Nepalis have such a lower IQ? I don't believe any of these IQ stories and all that. Yeah, so I don't believe it. Let me first Google what is this Lin scale. Okay, Lin scale, Lynn scale. Lin scale. Okay. Lin IQ scale. What is that? IQ scale. IQ Lin. What am I doing? IQ scores compare. Okay. Lin and Tatu 100. Same thing. Yeah, that is utter nonsense. I don't believe it for 1 second. Come on. IQ of 43. Nepal. I don't believe it. Nope. So, okay, next. Rachit Srivastav says CIRO Japan. CIRO Japan. His dad got info of team reporting to the US. Okay, you pointed something out earlier. What is CIRO Japan? Let's see. CIRO Japan. What is CIRO Japan? Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha. Cabinet Intelligence and Research Office, which is their version of the RAW, I suppose. It's an intelligence agency. Okay. National Civilian Intelligence Agency under Japanese Cabinet Secretariat, tasked with advancing national security through collecting. Okay, all of that. Right. Okay. Now, what was the earlier question? I can't remember now. What was the deal? I've taken so many questions today that I don't remember what the original question was. Unfortunately, his dad got info of team reporting to the US and then said there were some consequences. Well, you see, okay, something like that, right? One of your friends, his dad, and so on. Well, you see, Japan is a nation under foreign occupation. It's under US occupation. And if you do certain things, there's going to be certain circumstances. So, yep. BS001 says, I am 18 and pursuing engineering. I wish to be good at physics and maths. My professors just want me to mug up the formulas. I don't see myself progressing like this. I need your help. Okay. You wish to be good at physics and maths. Okay, fine. And you wish to progress. Good. But what is your ultimate objective in life? Why do you want to be good at physics and maths? Do you wish to earn a livelihood through physics and maths? Do you wish to become a physicist or a mathematician? Or would you like to become an engineer, in which once again you need applied physics and mathematics? What exactly is it that you wish to do with your life? What's your long-term objective? I can help you only if I know what your long-term objective is. If you wish to be a physicist, for example, then in that case, I can help you understand how to learn physics instead of mugging up formulas, right? I can give you a path. Let's say you want to learn quantum mechanics. I can tell you how to do that. You have to first master the mathematics. What kind of mathematics? You have to master differential equations. Before that, you will need calculus, differential equations, algebra, geometry, trigonometry, linear algebra. I'm sure I missed one or two, right? Matrices, determinants. Oh, okay, all that. if you want to go into, so you need to master all that mathematics, and then you go ahead with studying quantum mechanics. And then I can tell you which books to start off with, and which are the intermediate books, which are the advanced books. If you want to learn relativity, for example, general relativity, geometrodynamics, then you have to take a different set of, different path. You don't you still need to learn mathematical methods of physics, but you will need to master tensor algebra and tensor calculus, and then it's a different set of books you have to do. So I don't know what your objective is, but I can give you this general set of suggestions, that if you want to be good at physics and maths, you have to start with the basics. You have to, if you want to be good at physics, you have to be good at maths. Not all mathematics, not the kind of mathematics that mathematicians learn, number theory and whatnot. You need to be great at maths that's applied in physics, mathematical methods of physics. So it's non-negotiable that you have to master mathematics, all the maths that's used in physics, and then you have to do that through the right books. Because if you study mathematics or physics through various textbooks that are, well, recommended in India, written by Indian authors, you will get lost and you will never do well. So the game plan is master the mathematics, spend way more time on mathematics than on physics. If you can do that, physics will be super easy. That's what I can tell you, sir. Okay, Kunal Krish says, does the Gonanda dynasty really exist? I have no idea. Don't know, sir. Sorry. Ashish Yoga says, why do the Japanese live longer than Indians? Do they have a different lifestyle and food habits? Has India been affected by GMO foods? The Japanese have a very different lifestyle compared to Indians. Their food habits are very different. They eat more protein and they eat less food. They eat fewer carbohydrates. They eat way less red meat than white meat, and they eat a lot of seafood. And they walk a lot, and they are a developed nation, which means that they have less pollution, less whatnot, all that. And because they've continued this lifestyle for centuries, and it's a very beneficial lifestyle, that's why they live longer. Indians face way more pollution, way more stress, way more third world nonsense than the Japanese. The Indian diet is no longer the great diet we used to have several centuries ago. Today it is a carb maxing diet, very little protein. Indians have very high amounts of stress and so on. I don't think India has been thus far affected by GMO foods, and I hope it doesn't ever happen. But because of all these reasons, the Japanese live much longer than Indians. I'm not sure about much longer, but I'm sure at least a decade longer than Indians, right? I'm pretty sure. Right. Darky says, next Understanding America episode, when right now it is on hold. Right? I've got too much on my plate. I'm writing now. I have these book projects that I'm working on, and books need to come out. That's a target I've set myself. So right now I'm focusing on that. In the future, I will restart Understanding America at the appropriate time. But right now, it's on hold. Okay. Locks Dree Wows. Woo. Okay. In Trump Putin Alaska meet was Putin body double. How can I say? If Putin wants to meet with Trump, why would he send a body double? Who doesn't? Only Putin can negotiate, right? A body double can look like Putin, but he can't negotiate. So it doesn't make sense to send a body double. But who knows? Anything is possible. 6P70 Delta says, Ukrainian outlet claim about Asians weaker than them. Let them claim. Why should we care? Why should we care? Let them say whatever they wish to say. Why do we have to let it affect us? And when they talk about Asians, are they referring to Indians, or are they referring to Southeast Asians or Eastern Asians? I have no idea. And honestly, I personally don't care. I am least concerned about what people say. Let them say whatever. Kunal Krish says, I have an SSB interview soon. It's my dream to become an army officer. Sashastra Seema Bal. Okay. So it's my dream to become an army officer and serve the motherland. Any tips for the interview? I am not an army person. I will not be able to give you any tips. I'm sorry. I don't know what the interview is like. I'm not sure what they ask you and what they look for in a person. So, yeah, I am not a person with an army background. And yeah, I won't be able to help you with it. I'm so sorry. So if you want to prepare for the interview, talk to somebody who has gone through it, or somebody who has this understanding of what it is that the SSB looks for in a person, and that's how you can prepare. I won't be able to help you with that. I'm very sorry, but I wish you all the best, sir. I hope you get what you are looking for, and I hope you make you make your dream come true, sir. All the best, Kunal. Artsy Weeb says, when will the education system be restored? I don't know. If it were in my hands, I would implement it right away, within a year, after planning properly, and I would implement it over a period of 20-25 years. But it's not in my hands, so I have no idea. It doesn't look like the government of India, the current government, has any intention of reforming the education system. They have done something called what, new education policy, something NEP, blah blah blah, which is nothing, which is nonsense. Yeah. So unfortunately, I don't have an answer to this question. So sorry. I wish I had. Gaurav Gosavi says, why did NATO let India reclaim Goa from Portugal in 1961? It was a minor matter. Minor. They did, condemn India harshly for what we did. But Goa is it like it's a minor matter. And it's not like they were in a position to come and stop us. We did it, and then it was announced to the world. So, and it's not like it was a month-long operation. It was like a half an hour operation, more or less. So Rajendra Chola, sir, great name, love it. Pro-nationalism protests in the West. Is it organic? Well, it depends. Some of the protests may be organic. Some of these could be manufactured and astroturfed. Pro-nationalism protests. Well, overall, if you look at the West, they are very anti-nationalism. Nationalism is a bad word there. So if there are protests that are pro-nationalism, I would say that those people who are doing the protests are taking personal risk, standing up against the system. So maybe some of these are probably organic. People are fed up of being ruled from Brussels, right? Let's say you're in Austria. Let's say you're in Germany. Let's say you're in Italy. Let's say you are in the Netherlands, or wherever you are. Who the hell is Brussels to tell you how you're going to live your life? And that's what's been done to the people of the EU. And people are fed up with all this illegal immigration and whatnot that's happening. So it makes sense that there will be these pro-nationalism sentiments, and people will eventually become frustrated enough to protest. So maybe many of these could be organic. Ram Bhakta says, shouldn't my diet help me achieve my goal? For example, non-veg increases my urge to perform more physical work, while veg food gives me peace and allows me to focus on my brain work. Why most Hindus were veg? Your diet should, I agree that your diet should allow you to achieve your goals, whatever your goals are. So if you want to be super strong and powerful and physically fit and muscular and all that, well, non-veg will help you a lot with that. Veg food will give you peace, because it will, you will get this peaceful feeling that, I have not eaten something that has caused some living being pain, right? So it's up to you. It's entirely up to you what kind of lifestyle you want to have, what your goals are, and your diet should certainly align with your goals in life. Why were most Hindus veg? It's a more recent phenomenon. In the past, I don't know, 2,500 years. When I say the past 2,500 years are a more recent thing, you can imagine how ancient Indian history is, right? I think it all began with the mainstreaming of Buddhism by Emperor Ashok. That's where these ideas of super non-violence and not eating meat and all these ideas became mainstreamed in Indian culture. Historically, before Buddhism, there was no such thing in Hinduism. Everybody, I mean, non-violence was regarded, ahimsa was regarded as an ideal, but most Indians did not necessarily feel compelled to not eat meat, especially those who were warriors. They would eat meat. So it's not like most Hindus were veg throughout history. During the Vedic times, most Hindus were not vegetarians. Right? Okay. Chocolate Boy says, please tell me the origin and historic evidence of Goa's Bandari Samaj. I have absolutely no idea, sir. I'm so very sorry. I don't know. I don't know anything about this. Sorry. But if you ask me about the origins and all that, we all Indians have the same origin, right? We have been on this subcontinent for 80,000 plus years. That's our origin. All Samajas in India have the same origin. Okay, Sayantan Banerjee says there's a lack of an attempt to diversify economic development across multiple cities, and this results in overpopulation in certain cities such as Bangalore. How to handle this? Great question. Why do people congregate in a few metropolitan cities in India? Bangalore, you are seeing this overpopulation, this tremendous straining of the resources of the city. Other metropolitan cities like Delhi, Mumbai, Kolkata not so much anymore because no one goes there. That's what I hear. I'm not sure. But Chennai, lots of people gravitate towards these massive cities because all the opportunities are there in those cities. And there's a lack of opportunities in the rural areas and in tier 2, tier 3 cities, right? That's a problem in India. And that needs to be addressed. There's also this east-west kind of issue, divide. That there are more opportunities available on the west coast of India compared to the east coast of India. So these issues, some of these issues are present at the state level. Some of the issues are there at the central level, and these need to be addressed. So how to handle this? Every state needs to handle this. Every state needs to ensure that we need to have at least 10 cities or centers where you have all the opportunities that can possibly be made available to a person, to whatever people want, right? That sort of thing. States need to take it up. Every state needs to ensure that there is sufficient development across the state, not just in maybe one city. That's what needs to happen. But that's a state level issue. MK says Porus defeated Alexander. Porus was small, Alexander was large. But why not Indian kings greater than Porus defeated Turks? Turks were less than Alexander. Okay. So Porus most likely defeated Alexander. And Porus had the advantage of battle elephants and whatnot. And yeah. So why did Indian kings not defeat Turks? Because the Turks were a different kind of beast, right? The Turks were nomads who had different tactics from Alexander. And the lessons of the Greek campaign of Alexander were long lost. The Turks came to India after 1000 AD. At that time, it was a very different India. India was no longer united. And to deal with a nomadic force, you needed a united India. Yeah, it's an interesting question you're asking here, but you can't really compare Alexander with the Turks. The Turks were a different kind of beast. Alexander was this classical invader who came with a big army, and they had a certain way of fighting warfare, which was similar to the way Indians fought, except for the fact that Indians had elephants. The Turks were a totally different kind of entity, and their method of warfare was totally different from what India had seen before. So you can't really compare the Turks with Alexander. Okay, Project Smiling Buddha says, why no ambitious project in India like a bridge to Sri Lanka, east-west connection like Suez Canal, oil gas pipeline to Southeast Asia? A bridge to Sri Lanka was attempted many, many thousand years ago and was done. And today, if we build a bridge to Sri Lanka, we will have to overwrite that bridge, that historical bridge, and maybe destroy archaeological artifacts. Now, ambitious projects need to make sense economically and geopolitically. east-west connection, like Suez Canal, that would be a very, very major engineering project. You'll have to cut a canal through like several thousand kilometers. The Suez Canal is tiny compared to what you're what you're proposing here. And how does it help India economically? If you create a Suez Canal like thing, but 1,000 times larger, why? How does it help us? Oil gas pipeline to Southeast Asia. Oil gas pipeline to Southeast Asia. Well, Southeast Asia is not a major producer of oil or gas, and we still haven't discovered any major oil or gas in India, comparable to what you have in the Gulf. So once again, makes no sense to have an oil gas pipeline to Southeast Asia. What we can possibly have is oil or gas pipelines or other pipelines between India and West Asia, maybe the Gulf region. That may make sense if it can have significant economic benefits for India. So ambitious. You know what kind of ambitious project I would like to see? India should become a spacefaring nation. ISRO should become a genuine competitor and rival to SpaceX. ISRO should develop reusable rocket technology and rockets that are comparable to SpaceX's Starship. That's the kind of ambitious project I would like to see. Projects that actually make sense and advance India's interests and India's hard power. That's what I would like to see. You don't want to have projects just because they are status symbols. They should actually make sense. Kunal Krish says, in a Karnataka village, the Gore Haba festival went viral, wrongly making people think it's celebrated across India and hurting the nation's image. What is a Gore Haba festival? I have no idea. And if it's something that is going to hurt India's image, I'm not going to search for it on Google. Well, these things happen, right? If there is some let's say fringe practice, some strange ritual or some strange tradition in some part of India, and if it goes viral, well, people outside of India will assume all Indians do that. So yeah, that's always a risk you stand. That can happen. Sure. Rajat Chatterjee says, I strongly believe that with technological advancement, fading qualia theory will prove soon that consciousness is generated by brain. I hope I was able to explain CMB dipole anomaly question. Congrats on 300 episode. Thank you very much. I understood what you're talking about. The CMB dipole anomaly with the equinoxes. Well, that was strange. So you strongly believe that with technological advancement, fading qualia theory will prove soon that consciousness is generated by the brain. That is the strong belief that you have. Okay, we shall see. We shall see. I personally don't know where consciousness emerges. Where does it emerge from? Is it an emergent phenomenon? Does it emerge out of complexity? Is it generated by super complex systems like the brain? The human brain is the most complex physical system that we know of in the entire universe, actually, that we know of. So is consciousness generated by that? Is it emergent? Or is there a field of consciousness which some people believe? I have no idea. I can't say. But let's see. Let's see if your theory, whether your belief turns out to be true. Let's see. Harshai says, what were these different people, different sides of the world called, and what type of culture they were following before Islam and the Christianity arrived? What were these different people, different sides of the world called? Which different people, different sides of the world? And what type of culture they were following before Islam and Christianity arrived? Okay, look, Islam and Christianity, they both are present in Eurasia and Africa, right? Historically, that's where they've been present. Before Christianity spread across Eurasia, what did you have? You had the old polytheistic Indo-European religion and its various manifestations across Eurasia. The Roman religion, the Greek religion, the Persian religion, The Persian religion was Zoroastrianism, which was an offshoot of Hinduism, which was kind of a rebellion against Hinduism, which was the original religion of Persia. And these are all polytheistic traditions. So that's what you had before Christianity became a thing. In Africa, you had various polytheistic traditions, which we don't quite know very well of because it's all been wiped out and nothing was documented. So Islam and Christianity both spread across Eurasia and Africa, and eventually they've spread to other parts of the world as well. So mainly you had polytheistic practices. What were different people in different parts of the world called? Well, each region has had different people who were known by different names. I would have to give you hundreds of names then. uh, Look, in the Americas, you had people called the Incas. Inca Empire was there in present day Peru, that region. You had the Triple Alliance, the Aztec Triple Alliance in present day Mexico. You had so many different peoples who lived in North America who have all been wiped out or marginalized, and so much more, right? So it was a very diverse world. Vamshi Kalem says, not only bad people, highest sacrifice Isa Chakravarti. Not only bad people, highest sacrifice Isa Chakravarti. I'm not able to understand what you're saying, sir. Is it a question? Is it a statement? What is it about? Who is Isa Chakravarti? Sorry, sir, not able to understand, but anyway, thank you so much. Fast Snail says, does hosting 2030 cricket CWG Commonwealth Games add leverage to Olympic bid? It may. If we can demonstrate that we can host and organize a global or a major sporting event, it could possibly add some leverage to the bid to host the Olympics. Which year? 2036 or something? It may to some extent. Yeah, I think it's certainly something that will help in bidding for the Olympics. MK says, why was the Delhi Sultanate not glorified like Mughals by our historians? Secondly, how is Erdogan voted to power despite high inflation? Why is the Delhi Sultanate not glorified like Mughals by our historians? Because the Mughal kingdom eventually became an empire, and it encompassed much of the subcontinent during the time of Aurangzeb. Right? The Delhi Sultanate was never able to expand it to that extent. So it makes sense for historians to glorify the Mughals, because the Mughals eventually expanded that much. The Delhi Sultanate never did. So I hope that explains that. How is Erdogan voted to power despite high inflation? I suppose he must be popular, charismatic. Maybe people are aligned with his ideology and his vision for his nation. I'm not an expert in Turkish politics, so I can't say anything beyond that. But clearly, if it's free and fair elections, then people see something good in him, and that's why they are voting him to power. Vamshi Kalam says, could the US send China to the Stone Age? Russia. The US can send China to the Stone Age. If they try to send Russia to the Stone Age, the whole world goes to the Stone Age. Maybe even that doesn't happen. Maybe we go back to the age of the dinosaurs after a 10-20 year nuclear winter. Yeah, humanity doesn't survive. If the Americans try to bomb Russia to the Stone Age, there's going to be a nuclear war and nothing will survive. If the US tries to do that to China, the US will take some damage, but they will win. So, yeah. Pratik Kumar Roy says, why are most of the Indian doctors and dentists in private hospitals absolute a-holes? They intentionally do wrong treatments, compromising the health of patients. You see, in any civilized society, education and healthcare should be free. The government is free to tax the people, but provide these two things for free. You cannot turn education into a business. You cannot allow healthcare to become a business. If you allow healthcare to become a business, then people will become the victims. And the same for education. So today, the emphasis is on retaining patients, not on curing patients. Now, if you cure a patient, the patient is gone. But if you keep a patient sick, you keep on prescribing medicines that treat symptoms, not the root cause, then you keep on making money and the patient can be endlessly monetized. That's why education and healthcare should never be allowed to be commercialized. But today we are commercializing everything and we think it's progress. That's the problem. That's the problem. You see? So they want a patient to be a golden goose, a milk cow. Keep on giving what the doctor wants, which is money, 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 money until there's nothing left. And that's a terrible system. And that's what we have today. Sad. Rajat Chatterjee says, I strongly believe that with tech advancement, it will show fading qualia theory is true and consciousness is not generated by brain, as Vedanta says. I hope I was able to explain CMB dipole alignment. Yes, you explained that. So you strongly believe that with tech advancement, it will show fading qualia theory is true and consciousness is not generated by brain, as Vedanta says. I don't think the Vedanta philosophy says that the consciousness emerges out of the brain. Vedanta would say that consciousness is an integral part of the universe. And consciousness simply is concentrated in the brain, but it's not emergent out of the brain. So Vedanta would say that consciousness is everywhere. Everything has some consciousness. This object also has apparently a little tiny bit of consciousness, perhaps. I don't know. So I'm not sure about exactly what Vedanta says about consciousness, but as far as I understand, it would say that consciousness is an inherent property of the universe. The universe itself may be conscious, that sort of thing. That's what Vedanta most likely says. Okay, Varun Sharma says, I was saying that Trump will increase taxes on the what? On the? Listen, I would like to tell all of you that I am not able to anymore remember what you said half an hour ago. I've taken so many questions and discussed so many topics that if you expect me to understand what you had said 20, 30, 40, 50 minutes ago, I won't be able to. I'm sorry. So I'm not sure what you're saying here, sir. Once again, Fast Snail says, can't wrap my head around the fact that 1989 fire incident caused India out of the semiconductor race. If we had a plant set up in 1984, we should be leaders. But yeah, the plant was sabotaged. There was a fire. The plant was destroyed, and our wonderful politicians, our leaders, they never bothered to restart that. So we should have been a world leader in semiconductor technology, in chip manufacturing technology, but now we are starting off all over again as beginners. That's what we've had in India. Yeah. Dark Knight says, congrats for episode 300. Thank you very much, sir. I've been watching you for 2 years and you have awakened my genetic memory of my 1,000-year so proud Indic bloodline and heritage and the need to preserve its integrity. Thank you so much, sir. I'm so proud. I'm so glad to know that that you feel this way. And thank you so much for having been watching me for 2 years and just keep learning, right? Be proud of who you are. Be proud of who we are, what our heritage is, and what we have achieved in the past. And always remember that the past achievements are there to serve as guidelines to remind you of what you're capable of. But it doesn't mean that we are great forever. Today, we are not a great country. We have to become great again. So we have to all work together towards that. So thank you so much, sir. And keep going. Karthik R says, thank you, Abhijit of the Chavda clan, for being our history teacher. You're very welcome, sir. Our education system is garbage. Unfortunately, sadly, it's true. Yeah. School education in US, Canada is also poor standard. Yeah, true that. Hindus should send schools to Patanjali Gurukuls. Need dharmic WIF. Okay, I'm not sure what WIF is, but yeah, sure. Uh, I know that the education system now in the US and Canada is also not good anymore. It's poor. And there's a lot of indoctrination these days. They seek to brainwash children into believing various, strange ideologies that are typically not good. That's unfortunately the case. So yeah, if you have access to gurukuls, you should certainly send your kids to those, at least on a part-time basis, as something that supplements the regular education. That way they will have some grounding in our culture and civilization. So I agree with you, sir. So thank you very much, sir. Thank you, Karthik ji. Pratik Kumar Roy says, your views on Apple products versus Microsoft Android. I have used all three. I have used Apple products, Microsoft products, Android as well. Android has its own benefits, advantages over Apple. Apple has its own advantages over Android. When it comes to computer operating systems, I have always preferred Microsoft. I've always preferred Windows. I also use a MacBook when I travel because it's a super lightweight thing. But if you ask me to make a choice, I would prefer the Windows operating system over the MacBook operating system. Yeah, so it's a mixed bag. They all have their own strong points and weaknesses. Yeah, but Apple generally makes products that really last and are really good. So if you buy an iPhone, it's going to last you several years, unless you are someone who likes to change it every year, which I would not recommend at all. Anish Panchal says, big fan of yours. Thank you for sharing knowledge. Thank you very much, Anish ji. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you, sir. Okay, Priyanshu Jain says, almost every protest in India is funded by USA. They are our civilizational enemy, not China, with whom we have border issues. USA seems personal. If you ask me who is more of a civilizational adversary to India, I would say, see, China, I know they have sought to balkanize India. But do they seek to destroy Indian culture and civilization? They don't. They don't care. They don't seek to destroy India's culture and civilization. They don't try to change, to engineer or to re-engineer our demographics. They don't try to do religious conversions in India. The Chinese don't. The West does that. The West will not be content with merely balkanizing India. They want to eradicate Hindu Dharma. So from that perspective, the West, or you could say the US, is a bigger civilizational adversary of India than China. I would agree. Dark Knight says, being constantly on the defensive against invaders is foolishness. The invader only needs to win once for you to lose everything. I completely agree. You have to take the fight to their home, right? I mean, if we had kings who took the fight to the Ghoris and the Ghaznavis in their own backyard, it would have been different. If we had kings who would have sought to invade Central Asia and defeat the Turks on their own home turf, which was certainly possible, it would have been different. So being constantly on the defensive is a recipe for disaster. You're absolutely right. They only need to win once and you're done. And they will destroy you forever. Yeah, totally correct. Khajuro Bitathon says, congratulations on 3. And thank you very much. Thank you very much. Been watching you since the Ukraine war began. Okay, that's 2022. Awesome. Thank you so much. What is the key differences between the Slavs of Russia and the Serbians? Same ethnicity, same religion. Why don't they collaborate more? Key differences between the Russians and the Serbians. Well, the only real difference is that these are two different geographical locations. Let us go to the map and let's take a look. Give me a second. Okay, let's put the map on the screen. So, Serbia is in the Balkans region. It's a Balkan country. Okay, so we're talking about this country here, and you can see that it's not very close to Russia. What's the distance between the borders of Serbia and the nearest Russian border? If we ignore Kaliningrad, it's about 1,000 kilometers, right? Yeah, so that's the major issue. Apart from that, they are Slavic people. The Serbian language is different from the Russian language. Same religion, sure. Same ethnicity, for sure. Why don't they collaborate more? I am not really clear about what the deal is. Uh, yeah, how did Slavic people end up in Serbia? And yeah, so the main difference is that Serbia is significantly further away from Russia. Beyond that, I would not be able to tell you. I have not really studied the history in detail. Serbia, Croatia isn't Slavic, is it? No, it's not. The name of Croatia is based on the name of the river Saraswati, actually. Hrvatska. Yeah, so I don't know the key differences between Slavs and Russians. Not not sure. Rajendra Shula says, "Why have you never spoken even slightly negative about Israel? Are you afraid of Mossad? Is it something else? Have you ever bothered to see the videos on my channel, the short clips? Have you? I mean, I don't understand how people say as if they speak as if they understand everything and they know everything on under the sun. Hmm? Let's do this experiment, shall we? Let's open my channel. Hmm? Okay, let's put that on the screen. I find this really annoying and irritating, this attitude of some people. So here's my channel. Okay, this is my channel. Now let's search for Israel. Okay, what do we find? Is Israel a sovereign country? Is Israel US's master? Does Israel have a complicated relationship with India? Is Israel India's friend, Western vassal, something else entirely? Is Israel not a US vassal state? Indians lectured by Israelis on TV. Is that a very complimentary thing? Does Israel love India? Reality check for Indians. Does it look like something very positive about Israel? Hmm? Why does tiny Israel dominate the Middle East? Why I respect and admire Israel, etc. Indian Jews in Israel, racism, persecution, shattered dreams. I am saying that Indian origin Jews face racism, persecution, and shattered dreams in Israel. Have you bothered to see that? I just don't get when people do all this. It's so annoying. What are you trying to achieve? Right? So I just showed you what the truth is. I have criticized Israel whenever it's relevant. But do I agree with various things like Israel is doing this or that in Palestine? I don't. I believe that Israel is doing the right thing when it comes to the way it is dealing with Gaza and Palestine. Right? Okay. Galluer says, brave DIA. Brave DIA scared of CIAAL. What is DIA? This happens in nations on a verge. Wir haben wer gegen die Sicherheit. Okay, I don't speak German. I don't speak German. I'm very sorry. I speak French. I don't speak German. Sicherheit Dienst. Sicherheit means security. Unter means under. Unsere liebliche Paint. I do get some German. Okay. But I'm not sure what DIA is. Is USA on the verge? I'm not sure what you're asking there. I'm kind of getting a little bit of what you're saying in German, but I am not really a speaker of German language, so I can't really say get exactly what you're saying. And I'm not sure what DIA is. DIA. Yep. Sorry, sir. Sorry. Very sorry. Congratulations on the remarkable achievement, sir, says Animesh Paul. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you so much. 300. It's quite remarkable, actually. 300 live episodes. It's not something that happens very often. Thank you, sir. Gulliver says, I adore your commitment, 5 hours and counting. We are your HMTs and always, and we will be forever. Nityanand. Oh, you read the book, you read the story. Borrowed time. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you so much, sir. I really appreciate your support. HMTs and always. You read it. Thank you so much for reading it. I really appreciate that. Thank you, sir. Pranav More says, opinion on Nilesh Oak and his research. Look, I haven't studied his research. Like I said, what? How many hours has it been? This has been like almost 6 hours now. This live stream is on. In the first hour or so of the live stream, I answered a similar question. What's my opinion on Nilesh Oak and his research and something similar? Look, I haven't studied his research. There are multiple people who have taken up the work of attempting to date precisely the Ramayana and the Mahabharata based on archaeoastronomical analysis. Okay. And multiple people have done this work and they have come up with very different dates. So, first of all, I have to express my heartfelt thanks and admirement and admiration and gratitude to the people who have dedicated so much of their own personal time in doing this research. Right? We should all be thankful to these people, all of them, because no one's paying them for this, for spending the time on these things, and still they've done that. So that's number one. Number two, many of these people who have done this research have come up with very different dates, and unless I spend my own time and several months of it, maybe a year or two, and do the calculations myself and the interpretation of the Sanskrit verses myself and come up with my own dates, I don't know how to have an opinion on X person or Y person or Z person's research. I don't know. So I don't understand how many Indians decide that so and so person is the right person who has made the right analysis. How do you know, bhai? Are you an expert in archaeoastronomy? How do you determine that X person has made the correct analysis and Y person is wrong? How do you determine? Do you do it based on whose face you like, or who speaks the best English, or who speaks the best Hindi? How do you make a determination? I don't know how to determine that. So unless I go ahead and do the calculations myself, which I'm very capable of, but I don't have the time, until I do that, I can't say who is right and who is wrong. So I'm going to say I have no opinion right now about this research. But I am very grateful to all of these people for spending this much of their own personal time and effort in doing the research. I'm grateful to that, to them for this. Tech Dest says Arabs translated Indian and Persian mathematical texts, but many discoveries like the first mathematical crankshafts, robots, and optics were original Arab innovations without even Persian or Indian contact, isn't it? I have no idea. I don't know. We know that the Arabs translated Indian and Persian mathematical texts, Indian mathematical texts. The Persians also translated our texts, okay, and those may have been translated by the Arabs, but the original texts were Indian texts, whether they're Arabic or Persian. The Arabs may have translated some Persian texts, but those also were translations of Indian texts. Mechanical crankshafts, robots. Did the Arabs have robots? I'm not aware of any Arabic robots. Optics. Did the Arabs come with optics? I'm not sure about that. So I that's beyond my scope of knowledge. I am not aware of any crankshafts or robots or optics that were Arabic innovations. I'm not aware of those. I am aware of the translations, right? That's what I can tell you. I'm not aware of any of these innovations. Okay. Polarizer says current government wouldn't compromise with sovereignty, but what about OnlyFans and Insta subscription feature corrupting youth that could be game from deep state? I think OnlyFans is an abomination. It's ghastly. Is it available in India? I am afraid to even open it here. I don't know what will come up on the screen, so I'll not do that. I know TikTok is banned in India. Is OnlyFans available in India? Instagram. When you say Insta subscription, you mean Instagram? I hope, or is there some other Insta somewhere? I know that people have this tendency to take the phone and do reel like several hours a day. I know about that. And that's obviously what do they call it? Brain rot, right? It destroys your brains. Um, should India ban OnlyFans? Well, if you can ban TikTok, why not ban OnlyFans? Why not? Are Indian people creators on OnlyFans? I hope not. So much degeneracy coming from the West, which is sad to see. Terrible. Yeah. Ankitaji, congratulations on completing 300 episodes. Thank you so much. Always got to learn a lot. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you for your encouragement, for your support. Means a lot. Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you. 6P70 Delta says around 2015, US Special Forces wanted to set up manufacturing of Russian machine guns, PKM and NSP in United States. Even NATO countries like Poland and BG, Belgium, still manufacture them to this day. But many still say Russia makes crap. What's my opinion? I don't think Russia makes crap equipment. Maybe the Russian equipment isn't as sophisticated as the American equipment. Maybe it is not that complicated. Maybe it is not that expensive. But Russian equipment is robust. It's reliable. If you look at their military helicopters, they're like flying tanks. You can shoot as many rounds of ammunition you want at those. They'll take it. They'll take the hits. They'll keep flying. You can hit them with missiles. Chunks of the airframe will fall off, but they'll still take you home. I think Russian equipment is super robust, super strong, and super reliable. The AK-47, it works under any conditions. You dump it in water, you take it out, it'll work. Sand goes into it, it'll still work. You do that to an Uzi or M16, see what happens. Yeah, the same thing. So Russian equipment isn't super sophisticated like the American one sometimes, but it's very good. It's very reliable. So I don't agree at all that Russian equipment is crap. Not at all. Okay, Anuj Patel. Well, thank you, sir. Thank you very much. So I'm a massive fan of yours. Thank you so much. Your channel and content and intellect is absolutely amazing. Thank you very much, sir, once again. I'm a born and raised and proud Canadian of Gujarati descent. Okay. My family is from East Africa, 4 generations removed from India. Anyways, well, thank you so much, sir. I'm glad to hear from you. You are a proud Canadian of Gujarati descent from East Africa. I suppose Kenya or Tanzania. And we know what happened in that part of the world in the 1960s and 70s. You had the rise of Idi Amin Dada. And there was this very strong and very unfortunate anti-Indian sentiment. And because of that, lots of Indians were forced to migrate out of East Africa. Most of them went to England. Some of them went to Canada. Some went to Australia. Very few came back to India. I have met a few who, one was a practicing doctor, and so on. Yeah. So anyway, thank you so much, sir, for your contribution, for your very kind words, and keep doing well, sir. Keep doing well. MK says, rank Turkic empires with respect to damage done to India. The Turkic invasions of India were not launched by empires. They were launched by various opportunistic nomads. So you had the Delhi Sultanate, which was a Mamluk dynasty, wasn't it? A slave dynasty, Ghulam dynasty. And they came from which Turkic empire? Not an empire. And when it comes to the Mughal Empire, the Mughal kingdom, which eventually became an empire for a brief period of time, their progenitor was this guy called Zahiruddin Babar, who came from Fergana. He was a prince. He was not from an empire. He was from a small kingdom, and they did tremendous damage to India for sure. The Mughals, and so did the Delhi Sultanate, and the Ghoris and Ghaznavids, and also Nadir Shah, who was a Turkic ruler of Iran. So can't really rank them as empires, but they all did significant damage in various different shapes and forms, sir. Akhil Krishna Kumar says, I stay in the Netherlands. Thank you for, first of all, reaching out. And you're staying in the Netherlands, all right? Recently, they're beginning to build 2 asylum centers there. Asylum centers, okay? My question, what is the position or say of Netherlands in NATO and in the world? Congrats on 300. Thank you very much. Long-term subscribers, thank you very much, Akhilji. So, Netherlands is building, in the Netherlands, they are building 2 asylum centers there. Asylum as in refugee asylum? I suppose that's what it was me, because you no longer have mental asylum centers anymore. Okay, so 2 refugee asylum centers, which means illegal immigrants who come into the country and who have to be sheltered or whatever. Okay. The question is, what's the position or a stature or standing or say of the Netherlands in NATO and in the world? Well, if you look at NATO, you have a bunch of European countries and 2 North American countries. Which 2 North American countries? Canada and the US. And of all the members of NATO, there is no question about the fact as to who is the hegemon. There's only one. There's only one leader. There's only one boss. It's the United States. All other nations are followers of the US. And among these nations that are part of NATO, some contribute more, some are more significant, some are less. For example, Germany kind of contributes more to NATO. France kind of contributes more to NATO. Netherlands also plays a significant role in NATO as a host of US nuclear weapons. Let me just double check that. Does the Netherlands host US nuclear weapons? Let's check it. Does the Netherlands do the Netherlands host US nuclear weapons? Yes, the Netherlands hosts US nuclear weapons. Approximately 15 nuclear bombs, right? So that gives the Netherlands kind of a privileged position in NATO. This is one of the chosen vassals. Yeah, chosen to deploy American nuclear weapons on its territory. And obviously, those will be aimed at either Kaliningrad or Russia proper. No, obviously not China or something else, or not any NATO nation. So that's the kind of thing you have. So all NATO nations, apart from the US, are followers of the US, and some of them get some special privileges, like the Netherlands has been allowed to host nuclear weapons on its territory. Really now says, I'm fascinated by how Netaji had so much influence. How was he able to be welcomed by the Germans and the Japanese? What did he bring to the table? Yeah, that's a great question. Netaji, when he went to Germany, he did not go there as a head of state. He went there as someone who was a rebel against the British occupiers of India. As such, he came as a supplicant. He came there to ask for help. And somehow he was able to meet the top leadership in Germany as well as Japan. So clearly, they saw something in him, that this man has some ability, some leadership ability that is exceptional. Otherwise, the doors never open to you, right? Never open for you to meet the top leadership. Impossible. I mean, go to Delhi, ask to meet the Prime Minister of India. What happens? They'll ask you, why do you want to meet the Prime Minister? What do you seek? And why should the Prime Minister, who is so incredibly busy, why should the Prime Minister spend some time, invest some time meeting you? Right? How does that benefit the nation? So clearly, the Germans as well as the Japanese who are fighting the British and the Americans, they saw something in Netaji. They saw it in such a way that they felt that meeting with him, investing that certain amount of precious time meeting with him will be beneficial to them and their cause. Maybe as a long-term investment. Maybe he will be able to defeat the British and throw them out of India potentially. And that would be beneficial for their cause. So that sort of thing. So what did he bring to the table? At that point in time, nothing but the potential that he had, the leadership ability. And yeah, and his track record also. Like he was the topper of the Indian civil services, and he already had demonstrated that he had the ability to lead political movements. He had become the president of the Indian National Congress before he was outmaneuvered by Mr. Gandhi. So he already had a track record, and he could see that he had tremendous potential. So that's most likely why he was welcomed by both the Germans and the Japanese. MK says, should we prefer Chinese gadgets over US gadgets with respect to data and surveillance? I think it's about choosing which brand of poison do you like the best. That's how it is. Whether it is data or surveillance, both will take your data, both will do some kind of surveillance on you. So it's just two different brands of poison. That's how it is. Karthik says, King Ashok was already a Buddhist during the Kalinga War, correct? Contrary to what is taught to us. Yes. He had already begun practicing the precepts of Bauddha Dharma before the Kalinga military operation, before the Kalinga campaign, before the Kalinga War. So what we are taught is that Ashok was this Hindu king who fought in the Kalinga War, and he triumphed, his army triumphed, and he saw the death and destruction that his military campaign had brought to the people of Kalinga, and he was filled with great remorse. And because of that, he gave up his evil religion, Hinduism, and turned to the superior pacifistic Buddhism religion and converted to Buddhism. That's what we are taught. Buddham Saranam Gacchami. That's what we are taught. But the fact is that he had already started practicing the precepts of Bauddha Dharma officially before the Kalinga War. And he fought that war as a Buddhist, not as a Hindu. If you want to create a differentiation between Buddhism and Hinduism, then he fought as a Buddhist. Okay, Rajendra Chola says, when the US left Pakistan and Afghanistan and created a power vacuum, why didn't we bribe them and make them our vassal? What went wrong with the Indian government? See, when the US... See, first of all, background story. Pakistan was created by the British to serve the British geopolitical interests in the subcontinent region and the Gulf region, West Asia region. Pakistan is kind of a bridge in this region, right? And its objective was also to prevent India from accessing Central Asia by land. So that's why Pakistan was created, and Afghanistan was a different story. Now, Britain very quickly became a second-rate world power in the 20th century, especially after 1956, the Suez crisis. And then the US became the big daddy of Pakistan. And this relationship became very important, especially important after 1979, the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan. So the US started funding and financing Pakistani terrorist activities at this time, much of which was later diverted into India. So Pakistan was a US vassal for the longest time. Then around 2012, the US left Pakistan alone after the Osama bin Laden thing was done and all that. And at that time, Pakistan was left without a big master to serve, which is why they chose China. They chose to serve China. Now, why didn't India bribe Pakistan and make Pakistan our vassal? Because Pakistan is its definition. The definition of Pakistan is anti-India, not India. The nation was created as an enemy towards India, right? The nation was created as a rejection of India and Hinduness, and the justification that is given to the people of Pakistan for allowing the army to rule as the dictatorial power is that without the army, India will destroy us. So the army could never be in a position where it would take Indian bribes and become an Indian vassal. They would always, if they did that, they would lose all legitimacy in the eyes of the people, and you would have a civil war. And the people would try to oust the army from power. So that's why Pakistan could not do that, and that's why they chose China. And China obviously had deeper pockets than India. India could never match the kind of bribes the Chinese could give to the Pakistani generals. So there is also that factor. Now, Afghanistan. The US occupied Afghanistan for about 2 decades, right? And they left Afghanistan in the year 2021. They withdrew from Afghanistan in 2021, and they handed power to the Taliban. And before handing power to the Taliban, there was this Doha agreement between the US and Afghanistan and the Taliban with some secret clauses. And it has been alleged by very, very reliable sources that the US pays the Taliban a stipend of between $30 to $100 million in cash per week in exchange for certain things that the Taliban does for the US, like keeping China out of Afghanistan. So even when the US left Afghanistan, withdrew from Afghanistan, they had placed the Taliban in power, and they were paying the Taliban. So India could not bribe them. But see, today, India and the Taliban are on good terms. Aditi, thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you. Siddhartha Gupta says, recommend book on Nazi stem preview in Old Indic. Recommend book on Nazi stem Prev 2 and Old Indic. I don't know, sir. Anyway, I don't know any book on the Nazi stem. So I won't be able to, sir. Sohail Khan says, quel est votre parfum préféré? Grand fan ici. What is my preferred perfume? Okay, I use 2 or 3 different perfumes. One is something by Dior. I think it's a dark black perfume. I forget the name of the perfume. There is one by Lacoste. It's a white one. So that's 2. I also have used Issey Miyake. Issey Miyake, one of the nice perfumes by Issey Miyake. So I don't remember the names, but yeah, I just keep on buying the same one. Yeah. Anyway, thank you, sir. Thank you for being a fan. Appreciate it very much. Okay, how many hours has it been? 6 hours plus. It's been a long session. Rudra says, congratulations. Thank you very much. Thank you. Watching you for the past 3 years. Thank you very much for being a long time viewer, sir. Have been a life-changing experience. Even after decades, we'll recognize this as one of them. Thank you so much. That is truly an honor for me. Thank you very much, Rudraji. Thank you. Slendies says, I see Indian hate online skyrocket during Diwali. Why do white people demonize us, and how will it be in the future? Also, Neighbors deserves as much attention as Zoho. Please visit their site once. I will check it out, Neighbors. Why do white people demonize us, and how will it be in the future? Look, from the West's perspective, we should have been eradicated as a civilization. We are, from their perspective, a defeated culture. We were defeated once. And the way they see it, cultures they defeat disintegrate and disappear. You see that all across the world. Look at Africa. They colonized Africa. There's nothing left of African culture and civilization, nothing at all. They conquered North America. What is left of the Native American culture? Nothing. Right? They conquered Australia. The Australian Aboriginal people, do they even exist anymore? Are they even relevant? No. New Zealand. So everywhere they have gone and whatever they've conquered, they've destroyed. But we were conquered and occupied for 2.5 centuries, but we still are here, and we are once again growing as a nation, and that's what they hate. So that's why there is this hatred towards us, right? That's why. MK says, would defeat at Deutschland better be UK? Nah, what? Would a defeat at DE better for UK seeking illegal immigration? I'm not sure what you're asking, sir. Would a defeat at Deutschland, DE Denmark, DE Deutschland, what is it? Germany, better for UK seeking illegal immigration? Would it have been better for the UK to lose to the Germans if they would not have to face illegal immigration today? Is that what you're saying? I'm not sure. Sorry, sir. Blue Moon says, views on Zohran Mamdani as the next mayor of New York City. He looks like a snake to me. Serpentine guy. Don't like the guy at all. Can't stand him. He'll be a terrible mayor for New York City. Terrible. It'll be a huge mistake to vote for him. Ugh. Polarizer says, predicting this as the last super chat. Let's see. Looks like it's the last one. I don't see any super chats after this. All right, sir. Thank you very much, Mr. Polarizer, and thank you very much, everybody else. This has been in excess of 6 hours. And it looks like we have more super chats. Amit Rao says, thank you for the work for the resurgence of Indian civilization. Congrats on number 300. And best wishes always. Thank you so much. Thank you very much for your wishes, sir. Thank you very much. I really appreciate your wishes, your kind words. Thank you very much. Injured Soccer Player says, congratulations on your 300th episode. Thank you very much, sir. Fan since summer 2025. Thank you. What is the fascination with Stonehenge? Been there and wasn't impressed one bit. Okay, you've been there, you were not impressed at all. What's the fascination with Stonehenge? Well, it's an ancient artifact in the UK. In Europe, you don't have so many ancient artifacts. Their culture, their adoptive culture and religion, it's pretty new, right? Christianity. And somehow they've turned Stonehenge into this iconic site. There are many other sites like these with menhirs, standing stones, and sites that are aligned with the summer or winter solstice or whatever it is, right? But somehow it's been turned into an iconic site. It's all the power of marketing and whatnot. Yeah, so I'm not really sure what is so special about Stonehenge. There are many other Neolithic sites in Europe, not just in the British Isles, but outside of that also, which are potentially far more interesting. So it's just the power of narrative, the power of propaganda, the power of marketing. That's all it is. All right. I think that brings me to the end of today's session. I won't be able to take any more. It's been a long one. I know there are a million more comments out there, but I think it will make sense for me to end this now over here. So let me end this session at this point in time. It's crossed 6 hours, 18 minutes. Thank you so much, everybody, for all your questions, for your viewership, for your wishes, and everything else. And we continue. The Ask Abhijit show continues. It shall continue. All right, everybody. Thank you so much. Keep asking questions. Keep raising your standards. Keep learning. And I look forward to seeing you in the next live stream. Until then, take care. I'll see you soon. Thank you. Bye-bye.